He opened his eyes to this world only to find himself already buried in work, and nothing but more work. For the sake of pure exhilaration, the usual Premier League regulations such as work permits were for now set aside and no longer in his way. Get out of Nottingham. Give us back our forest. The earth-shaking roar rolled in from outside the window. He snapped his eyes open. A splitting pain tore through his skull. A strange ceiling swayed in his field of vision. Redwood beams, an old-fashioned chandelier, and on the wall a framed vintage jersey. This was not his room. Awake. If you're awake, then sign. A cold female voice sounded at his ear. Chun Imo struggled to sit up, the dull ache in his skull forcing his brows into a tight frown. Opposite the wide redwood desk stood a blonde woman. Clad in a dark gray business suit, the gloom on her face dimmed even that devilishly perfect figure. Her fingers were jabbing at two documents on the desktop. One read, Bankruptcy Liquidation Application. The other bore the title, Letter of Resignation. Memory surged into his mind like a breached flood. May 1997, Nottingham, England. He had crossed over, becoming the new Chinese chairman of a century-old club that had just been relegated from the Premier League and was drowning in debt. The original owner had been unable to endure the double blow of relegation and impending bankruptcy and had swallowed sleeping pills in this very office last night. The fans are burning jerseys outside and the riot police can barely hold the barricades anymore. The blonde woman, Isabella, the director of finance, leaned on the desk with both hands, fixing him with a piercing stare. The team has been relegated. The television broadcast revenue has plummeted off a cliff. The bank will be here tomorrow to demand interest on the loans. Sign the bankruptcy liquidation and hand the club over to the trustees. That is the only thing you can do now. Once more a unified roar surged in from outside the window, mixed with the acrid stench of something burning. Chun Imo lowered his gaze to the bankruptcy application, his hands unconsciously clenching tight. What kind of joke was this? He had just crossed over, his seat was barely warm, and they already wanted his signature on bankruptcy. Let whoever wished take this mess, but Chun Imo would never be the scapegoat. I'm not signing. Isabella let out a disbelieving laugh. She straightened up, pointed angrily toward the door, and shouted, You won't sign. And then what? Captain Pierce is disheartened and already speaking to other clubs. Our leading striker Van Hooijdonk is spearheading a training strike right now, inciting others to ask for transfers in the dressing room. The entire club is a sinking wreck, and you're the fool standing at the bow pretending not to see it. She snatched up the resignation letter from the desk and slammed it against Chun Mo's chest. Since you insist on holding the line, then hold it alone. I'm done. The blonde woman strode toward the door, the staccato of her high heels on the floor urgent and uncompromising. A cold chime echoed in Chun Mo's mind. Ding. Host detected in dire straits. Champion manager system successfully bound. System directive forged, the greatest powerhouse in football, sweeping all trophies. Starter pack has been issued. Open now. A cold mechanical voice resounded in Chun Mo's mind. A golden cheat. The standard boon of a transmigrator had finally arrived. Inwardly he whispered, Open. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining debt interest cancellation card automatically used. All current loan interest of the club has been cleared. Principal repayment postponed for 1 year. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining passive skill Eye of Truth, allows viewing any player's hidden attributes, potential, and loyalty. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining active skill Basic Intimidation Aura. Once activated, personal presence is greatly enhanced, exerting strong pressure on those of weak will. Chun Imo drew a deep breath. Interest wiped clean. Principal postponed. The Damocles sword hanging over Nottingham Forest had been moved aside. For the moment, he finally had room to breathe. Stop. Isabella's steps faltered. She turned her head, mockery glinting in her eyes. What is it? Changed your mind and ready to sign. Chun Imo simply seized the document and right in front of Isabella tore it cleanly in half with a sharp, then a second tear, then a third. White scraps of paper drifted down like snowflakes across the redwood desktop. Isabella's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Are you insane? I'm perfectly clear. Chun Imo walked around the desk, striding toward the door. Forget the bank. I will resolve the loan issue. Now take me to the dressing room. What are you going to the dressing room for? Isabella unconsciously retreated half a step. Suddenly the man before her felt unfamiliar. He was no longer that timid, wasteful young man. To clear out the trash. First team dressing room. The 193-meter Dutch center forward Pierre Van Hooijdonk was leaning against his locker, goading the other players into making trouble with him. Listen up, lads. This dump is finished. Playing in Division 1 next season. Don't make me laugh. I've already had my agent speak to Celtic in the Scottish Premiership. You lot should hurry and find yourselves new clubs too. Once this place goes bankrupt, you'll all be left out in the cold. A few young players exchanged awkward glances. Some forced a laugh, others dropped their heads, afraid to respond. In the corner of the dressing room, Captain Stuart Pearce sat on the bench with his face buried in his hands. This iron-blooded warrior who had fought for Forest for years now radiated sheer exhaustion and hopelessness, turning a blind eye to Van Hooijdonk's brazen antics. Bang! The dressing room door was kicked open with a single blow. Every head turned at once. Chun Imo stood at the doorway, expressionless, Isabella right behind him. The players stared at the usually weak and ineffectual new chairman, momentarily stunned. Well, look who's here, our boss. Van Hooijdonk straightened a naked sneer on his face. At 193 meters, he looked down on Chun Imo from above. What now, come to beg us to play? My legs are aching. Unless you raise my weekly wage, shut up. Chun Imo uttered only 2 words. Then he activated the Eye of Truth. A semi-transparent data panel floated above Van Hooijdonk's head. Name Pierre Van Hooijdonk. Ability 81. Potential 82. Status malingering, inciting rebellion. Loyalty 0. He only wants to squeeze the club dry and then walk away. Loyalty 0. Chun Imo let out a cold snort. The system had spoken true. This man was pure poison. Pierre Van Hooijdonk. From this moment on, you are demoted to the reserves. A collective hiss of breath swept through the dressing room. No, the reserves don't need trash like you either. Chun Imo enunciated every word. You are on the transfer list. Empty your locker and leave the training base before today is over. The moment those words dropped, the room erupted. Has the boss lost it? He was our top scorer last season. If we sell him, how are we supposed to avoid relegation next year? The players began whispering fiercely among themselves. Several who usually clung to Van Hooijdonk even stood up, glaring at Chun Imo with open hostility. Van Hooijdonk was stunned at first, then burst into exaggerated laughter. Demote me. Sell me. Who do you think you are? Without me, this team couldn't even survive in Division 1. He whirled around, spreading his arms wide to the whole dressing room. You idiots, why are you still here? Why aren't you leaving with? He turned toward the captain in the corner. Pierce, say something. Are you really going to die here with this amateur? Have you lost your mind? Pierce slowly raised his head, conflict churning in his eyes. He loved this club. He had served Nottingham Forest for 12 long years. Yet he could no longer see any hope. His lips moved on the verge of echoing Van Hooijdonk. Just as the situation was about to spiral completely out of control, Chun Imo silently intoned in his heart, activate basic intimidation aura. Buzz. An invisible ripple burst outward with Chun Imo at its center. The once clamorous locker room fell abruptly silent. Several players who had been about to start jeering felt their breath hitch and a sudden chill crawl up their spines. The way they looked at Chun Imo changed. This seemingly gentle Chinese youth, wherever his gaze passed, no one dared to meet his eyes. Nottingham Forest, founded in 1865, Chun Imo intoned. 2 European Champion Cups, 1 English top flight, league title, 4 league cups. This is a sanctuary of champions, not a rubbish dump for mercenaries. Chun Mo's gaze swept over each man, and everyone he looked at instinctively lowered his head. Right now this team truly is at rock bottom, he continued. Relegated, broke. Everyone thinks we're finished. His voice suddenly rose. But what I want are warriors who will climb out of the mud with me. Not rats who think only of jumping ship at the first sign of trouble. Chun Imo spun around and locked his eyes on Van Hooijdonk. The Dutchman instinctively retreated half a step. Empty your locker and get out of the training base within 5 minutes, or I'll have security throw you out myself. Van Hooijdonk opened his mouth, wanting to argue. Yet under that crushing gaze he could not force out a single word. The Dutchman clenched his teeth, grabbed his backpack, and slunk out of the locker room. The locker room was utterly silent. Chun Imo walked up to Captain Pierce, looking down at him from above. The old captain lifted his head, eyes faintly reddened. He had lived through glory and decline at this club, but never had he felt such shame as today. Not shame for the team, but for that fleeting moment of wavering inside himself. Captain, Chun Mo's voice grew calm. This team needs you, but not you as you are now. Disheartened, either you face the hardship and fight alongside me, or you go to the office right now and submit a transfer request. I will not stop you. Pierce looked into Chun Mo's eyes. He slowly rose to his feet and hammered his fist against his chest. It was a gesture every longtime Forest supporter knew by heart. 12 years earlier, when he first donned the Forest shirt, he had sworn to the fans with that very same motion. Stuart, his voice hoarse yet unwavering, always ready to fight for Nottingham Forest boss. Isabella, standing at the doorway, stared in stunned silence. She had never seen anyone subdue a group of unruly professionals with just a few words. Van Hooijdonk was a tumor in the locker room. Even the former head coach had been powerless against him. Yet this young man had used a single stare and a brief speech to send that Dutchman scurrying away like a dog with its tail between its legs. Silently, she crushed the resignation letter in her pocket into a ball. Leaving the locker room, Isabella hurried after Chun Imo. Under the white corridor lights, her expression was complex and confused. You were impressive just now. She chose her words carefully, but that doesn't solve the fundamental problem. Chun Imo halted. You've just driven out our leading striker. Even if he is a cancer, he's still our most valuable trade asset. Isabella regained the clear-headedness of a finance director. Next month's operating budget has a shortfall of £3 million. Without money, the club can't even handle daily expenses. Electricity, water, pitch maintenance, player wages, every single item is burning cash. $3 million. That Dutch cancer will help us plug that hole. At 3 in the afternoon in the chairman's office. The red landline phone on the desk suddenly rang frantically. Isabella picked up the receiver. After listening to a few words, she covered the mouthpiece and looked at Chinemo. It's the general manager of Celtic from the Scottish Premier League. He's formally making an offer for Van Hooijdonk. How much? £2 million. Isabella's brows knitted tightly. Van Hooijdonk scored 20 goals last season. His market value is at least over £4 million. They know we're short of cash and are deliberately lowballing us. Those Scots are masters at striking while the iron is hot. Chinemo set down his pen and reached for the receiver. This is Chinemo. On the other end came an arrogant Scottish accent. Mr. Chin, I'm the general manager. £2 million. That's the best offer you're going to get right now. I know you can't even pay next month's wages. Take the money and patch up your holes. You're welcome. Chinemo was not angered. Instead, he smiled. In his previous life as a veteran football fan, he knew the late 90s football history like the back of his hand. In 1997, Celtic were facing a monumental historical crisis. Their archrivals Rangers had already claimed 9 consecutive Scottish League titles. If Rangers took the title again that year, they would break the record of 10 consecutive championships in Scottish football. 10 in a row would signify a dynasty, and Celtic would be nailed forever to the pillar of shame, a joke at their rivals' centenary celebrations. Right now, they were more desperate than Nottingham Forest. They urgently needed a truly decisive centre-forward to stop their mortal enemy. And Van Hooijdonk happened to be a man who could score, whether he was a cancer or not. £2 million. Listen, Van Hooijdonk is a top-class player. He scores a lot. If you think the historical mission of stopping Rangers from winning 10 in a row is worth a mere £2 million, then we have nothing further to discuss. Silence crashed down on the other end of the line. The sound of breathing grew noticeably heavier. He had struck directly at their vital weakness. £3 million. The voice on the line shot up several octaves, the Scottish accent thickening with impatience. Chin, he's on strike right now. He's trouble. No one will offer more than this. £4.5 million. Not a penny less, Chinemo replied without budging. You're mad. Absolutely impossible. We're walking away. Then good riddance, Chinemo said and hung up, his movement crisp and decisive. Isabella panicked. What are you doing? $3 million would be just enough to cover next month's shortfall. You'll scare the buyer off like this. If they really walk away, we won't even get $2 million. Chinemo leaned back in his chair, raised 3 fingers, and began to count down. 3, 2. Isabella's eyes widened. What are you doing? 1. The phone shrilled again. Chinemo pressed the speaker button. The other side fell silent for 3 seconds. $4.5 million, but we must pay in installments. We don't have that much cash. Full payment in one go. Chinemo cut him off. The funds must arrive by tomorrow morning. Otherwise, I'll recommend him directly to your mortal enemy, Rangers. Deathly silence. You bastard. The receiver was slammed down. The office fell as silent as a tomb. Isabella stared blankly at the phone on the desk, then turned to look at Chinemo. Her lips parted slightly as if she wanted to speak, but could not find the words. £4.5 million. In a situation where the team had been relegated, the players were on strike, and the finances were collapsing, this man had forced the price up by more than double. Not only had he filled the $3 million funding gap, he had also secured an extra $1.5 million for rebuilding. How did you know they would raise their offer? Her voice sounded almost airy. How did you know they were desperate for a centre-forward? Chinemo merely smiled. A crisp chime sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host on completing the first premium transaction and earning your first pot of gold. Main quest triggered. Assemble your guard. Quest description: the team needs fresh blood. Within 1 month, sign at least 3 players whose potential rating is above 85. Quest reward: basic scout radar. Knock, knock, knock. The chief scout pushed the door open, holding a thick folder of materials. He was an old man in his 50s with graying hair, wearing an old suit full of pilling, looking as disheveled as the downtrodden club. Boss, this is the recruitment list I compiled overnight. He placed the folder on the table and opened the first page. These are all veteran players who can't find a spot in the Premier League. They have rich experience and can be signed for just a few tens of thousands of pounds, perfect for our relegation battle next season. Chinemo took the folder without even glancing at it. With a thud, the folder was accurately thrown into the corner trash bin. The chief scout was stunned, his expression shifting from confusion to hurt. Boss, what are you doing? I spent an entire week filtering these out. Nottingham Forest's goal is not relegation. Chinemo stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The rain outside had completely stopped. A beam of sunlight pierced through the thick cloud layers like a golden sword, shining down on the damp streets of Nottingham. In the distance at the city square, the statue of Brian Clough gleamed in the sunlight. He was the legendary manager who led Nottingham Forest to win 2 consecutive European Cups, the last glory of the club. Chinemo turned around and looked at Isabella. Sunlight streamed in from the window, outlining a golden silhouette behind him. Book 2 tickets for tomorrow morning. We are going to Germany. Isabella was puzzled. What are we going to Germany for? We currently have $5 million for transfer fees, which isn't enough to buy a Bundesliga star. A main player in the Bundesliga costs at least $2 to $3 million. Who said I want to buy a star? I'm going to pick up some overlooked scraps. In May 1997 in Germany, the air carried a hint of early summer warmth. On an amateur football field outside Kaiserslautern, the barbed wire fence was rusty and the grass along the sidelines looked like a balding scalp with patches of green and yellow. Boss, are you sure the person we are looking for is here? Isabella stepped carefully in her flat shoes, which were not suited for the muddy path. The hem of her dark gray trench coat stained with mud. She frowned, watching the group of amateur players kicking around. Among them were middle-aged men with slight bellies and skinny young boys. They looked nothing like they belonged to professional football. Be patient, Isabella. Sean Imo leaned against the barbed wire, his gaze scanning the field. Soon his eyes locked onto a tall, skinny figure on the field. It was a young guy. His footwork was indeed as rumored. Dreadful. The young man miscontrolled the ball, sending it 5 meters away directly to the opposing defender's feet. A round of kind laughter erupted from the sidelines. Hey Milos, you're not cut out for football, go back to being a carpenter, a bearded teammate joked loudly. The young man, blushing, scratched his head and quietly turned to run back. Is this the genius you were looking for? Isabella followed Chunmo's gaze and couldn't help rolling her eyes. Chun, we spent money on plane tickets to Germany not to watch a carpenter apprentice play amateur football. Yes, a carpenter apprentice. Before coming here, Chin Mo had already briefed Isabella on this young man's background. 19 years old, his main job was as a carpenter apprentice in town, waking up at 6 every morning to make furniture, only coming here to play amateur league matches after finishing work in the afternoon. He had trialed at several lower-tier clubs before, but all were rejected for lack of basic skills. Although football is a sport played with the feet, sometimes the sky is the battlefield that determines victory and defeat. As soon as the words left his mouth, the situation on the field changed suddenly. The amateur team's winger, in a stroke of luck, delivered a ridiculously high cross. The ball was high and floating, seemingly about to go out of bounds. Just when everyone thought the ball was a lost cause, the young man who had been mocked for his poor control sprang into action. He accelerated like a cheetah, shaking off the marking defender rushing toward the far post. At the moment the ball was about to go out, he exerted his legs forcefully, launching himself into the air as if he was equipped with springs. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Isabella instinctively opened her mouth wide. She saw the young man's knee surpassing the shoulder of the defending player. Bang! A powerful Lions header. The ball crashed into the net like a cannonball. After scoring, the young man excitedly dashed to the corner flag, performing a clean front flip and landing perfectly. A glint of fervor flashed in Chun Mo's eyes. He silently recited in his heart, "Activate Real Eye." Rows of semi-transparent data instantly appeared above the young man's head. Name: Miroslav Klose. Age 19. Current ability: 55. Potential: 92. S grade. Core attributes: header 99, max value jump 95, positioning 88, shooting 85. Hidden attributes: professionalism 99, loyalty 90, oi pressure resistance 90. Status: eager to prove himself. Maxed header. Top tier jumping. Outstanding professionalism. Chun Mo took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within. Indeed, it was him. The future World Cup's all-time top scorer, God K. Let's go meet our new center forward. Chun Mo wiped his hands and strode toward the edge of the pitch. After the match closed, was sitting on the bench wiping sweat with a dingy towel. His canvas backpack zipper was not fully closed, revealing a carpenter's tape measure. Miroslav Klose. Hearing someone call his name, Klose looked up, feeling a bit shy as he gazed at the two well-dressed strangers in front of him. Especially the blonde woman, who was truly a charming little sprite. I am Chun Mo, the chairman of Nottingham Forest in England. Chun Mo extended his hand with sincere eyes. I watched your match. Your heading is excellent. Klose was taken aback for a moment, hurriedly stood up, desperately wiped his hands on his pants, and cautiously shook Chun Mo's hand. His palms were rough, filled with calluses from woodworking. Hello. But this was just an amateur match. Klose's voice was somewhat lacking in confidence, and my ball control isn't great. During previous trials, they all said my skills were too raw for professional football. They were blind. Chun Mo looked directly into Klose's eyes. Skills can be honed. You are still young, and there are many possibilities for the future. Nottingham Forest needs you. I'm going to take you to England to play in a real professional league. Will you come with me? Klose was stunned. He looked at Chun Mo and then at his shoes, which exposed his toes. But I'm set to become a full-time carpenter next month, and my boss said he would raise my salary. There was a hint of struggle against reality in his voice. A weekly salary of 100. Isabella interjected unexpectedly from the side. As the financial director, she was most sensitive to numbers. This was already the minimum standard for substitutes in League One. 1000. Klose's eyes widened. That was equivalent to what he would earn in half a year as a carpenter. Chun Mo looked at Klose. Milo, you will become a very good player. Come to Nottingham, and you will have a chance to join the national team and play in the World Cup. Really? Can I? Of course you will become the best player, the greatest center forward in Germany. I will come with you, boss. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in grade potential player, Miroslav Klose. Main quest, build your own guard army, progress 13. Bulgaria. Isabella set down her freshly brewed cup of tea, doubting her own ears. You just brought back a carpenter from Germany, and now you're off to Bulgaria? Isabella took a deep breath, striving to maintain the composure expected of a finance director. Shouldn't you realize what level Bulgarian football is at right now, eh? Ever since their quarterfinal run in the 1994 World Cup, their domestic league has plummeted to fifth-tier status in Europe. Precisely because it's fifth tier, the players are affordable. Chun Imo filed away Klose's transfer documents and looked up at her. How much did Klose's signing fee and training compensation total? £30,000, Isabella replied without hesitation. See, for that sum I acquired a future. Chun Imo nearly said all-time World Cup top scorer, but caught himself just in time. A peerless center forward. And what about this one in Bulgaria? How much will he cost? If my intuition serves me right, he may be even cheaper than Klose. Isabella stared at Chun Imo for 5 full seconds. Each time he uttered something outrageous, his expression bore an infuriating, unshakable certainty. Yet so far he had been right every single time. I'll go pack my bags. Blagovgrad, Bulgaria. This small city nestled in southwestern Bulgaria lay cradled between 2 mountain ranges, its air fragrant with pine resin and freshly baked bread. After 3 hours aboard a bone-jarring bus ride from Sofia, one so punishing it made Isabella question the very meaning of existence, she practically tumbled off the vehicle. I swear if this time you've tracked down yet another shepherd tending sheep in some field, I'll personally hurl you off this mountain myself. Leaning against a roadside plane tree, her face was ashen. Chun Imo, by contrast, seemed invigorated. From his backpack, he pulled out a handwritten address, obtained after half a day spent cross-referencing publicly registered data from the Bulgarian Football Union in Sofia. The youth training ground of Piran Club was even more dilapidated than the amateur pitch in Kaiserslautern. Only half the field bore natural grass, the other half was bare cracked earth. A rust-eaten goalpost stood crookedly at the sideline, its net riddled, with gaping holes crudely stitched together. The stands consisted of 3 concrete steps occupied by 7 or 8 elderly locals who watched practice while cracking sunflower seeds. This is a professional football club. Isabella's voice brimmed with disbelief. Youth team, Chun Imo corrected. A youth squad competing in Bulgaria's first league. That's just 2. Her words were cut short. For onto the pitch strode a figure utterly alien to everything. A dozen young players engaged in a spirited competitive scrimmage. Most ran with fierce energy, tackling aggressively, imbued with the raw, unrefined vigor typical of their age. But he was different. He hardly ran at all. More precisely, he strolled. A 16-year-old boy, hands buried deep in the pockets of his shorts. Yes, during training, meandered languidly through the opponent's half like a retired gentleman taking a leisurely afternoon walk in the park. That boy, is he playing football or shopping? Isabella pointed incredulously at the youth. Chun Imo remained silent. His gaze was riveted, unable to tear itself away from that indolent teenager. In an instant, the dynamics on the pitch. Piran's right back intercepted the ball and launched a desperate high-arcing clearance toward the stroller. The ball flew fast high and with subtle sidespin, a chaotic, unstructured clearance. Any ordinary player would either cushion it with their chest or deflect it with a header to a teammate. Yet the youth performed an act that left Isabella speechless. As if guided by eyes in the back of his head, he tilted his body slightly moments before the ball descended, and with effortless nonchalance lifted it upward with his right foot. The ball settled perfectly upon his instep. The entire motion flowed like liquid poetry, so graceful it stole the breath. Oh heavens, Isabella murmured instinctively. She knew nothing of football, but she could distinguish elegance from crude effort. That single touch had been like a refined aristocrat stepping into a rowdy tavern brawl. Jarringly incongruous, yet mesmerizing. But the spectacle had only just begun. 2 defenders immediately converged upon him, one pressing from the left, the other closing in from the right. In such tight quarters, any normal player would instantly pass, to relieve pressure. He did not. His right foot nudged the ball lightly, his torso leaned forward ever so slightly. Then like a sinuous serpent he glided effortlessly through the narrow gap between the 2 defenders. No superfluous feints, only the purest economy of motion, a subtle shift in the ball's direction, then a corresponding shift in his own. And just like that, both were beaten. After bypassing them, he faced the goalkeeper, still maintaining that unhurried rhythm, and as the keeper lunged, deftly chipped the ball with the tip of his toe. It arced gracefully through the air and dropped softly into the net. Throughout, his hands never left his pocket. After scoring, he simply turned slowly, his demeanor suggesting had accomplished nothing more remarkable than brushing dust from his sleeve, and resumed his tranquil stroll across the pitch. Isabella finally closed her mouth. She turned to Chun Imo and saw fire blazing in his eyes. It was identical to the look he'd worn when watching Klose score with his head in Germany. Silently, Chun Imo whispered in his mind, "Activate True Sight." A golden data panel shimmered into view above the youth's head. Named Dimitar Berbatov. Age 16. Current ability 72, potential 90s rank. Core attributes: ball control 96, first touch 97, shooting 86, a vision 89, off-ball, movement 91. Hidden attributes creative instinct 95, match intelligence 93, self-confidence 94. Weaknesses stamina 58, work rate 42, defensive contribution 12. Special trait pitch artist. Possesses rare aesthetic talent for football, his touch and dribbling exhibit exceptional artistry. Status board finds matches at this level unworthy of serious engagement. Loyalty 40, no strong attachment to current club, yearns for a grander stage. First touch 97. Ball control 96. Off-ball movement 91. Chunmo's heart hammered violently. Work rate 42. That felt devastatingly authentic. But he didn't care. Riquelme was slow, Berbatov was lazy. Genius bears its own temperament. You cannot demand Mozart Hall bricks like a laborer. You need only provide him a piano. Isabella. Moi. Do you recall what I said in Germany about Klose? That had become a world-class center forward. I remember. This boy, Chun Mo gestured toward Berbatov who stood idly kicking at tufts of grass in the distance, is a different kind of center forward. Klose embodies the ultimate clinical finisher. His technical hallmarks include incisive movement, economical first touches, and extraordinary poise in front of goal, capable of converting chances in the blink of an eye. Whereas he belongs to the rhythm-controlling archetype. He lacks explosive pace, his style is refined, gentle, almost lyrical. He excels at dismantling defenses imperceptibly, through tempo manipulation, disguised passes, or exquisitely subtle dribbling, crafting lethal opportunities with quiet surgical precision. Let's go. Time to speak with the club officials. The office of the Pyron Club is located in a two-story building beside the football field. The manager of the club is a middle-aged man named Stoyan. I heard an English club is coming to discuss players, he said, slightly taken aback, clearly surprised. England. Nottingham Forest. Stoyan quickly instructed his assistant to make coffee and warmly invited Chun Mo and Isabella to sit down. Please have a seat. Which player are you interested in? We are interested in. Before Chun Mo could finish, Stoyan began to speak incessantly like a salesman. You must be here to see our number 23 midfielder Kostatinov, right? He scored 8 goals in the last season of the Bulgarian First League, is full of energy and can run and tackle. No. Then it must be number 17 right back Ivanov. He is very fast and tackles cleanly. Not him either. Stoyan rubbed his hands nervously. Who exactly are you interested in? Dimitar Berbatov. Stoyan was stunned. After 3 seconds of silence, a complex expression emerged on his face. Confusion, doubt, and a hint of concealed delight. Berbatov. That kid from the youth team. Yes. Stoyan blinked hard, as if confirming he wasn't dreaming. Mr. Chin, your vision is indeed exceptional. That kid is definitely a rare talent. He has excellent ball control and unparalleled trapping skills. He doesn't run much. His shooting technique is exquisite and his accuracy in front of goal is extremely high. He is too slow. He is strong and has a significant height advantage, making him a perfect pivot. But he never tracks back. You cannot deny his talent. Just give him a comfortable touch in the penalty area and he can decide the outcome of the game. But before that one touch happens, the other 10 players on the field have to run around like fools for 90 minutes covering for him. Stoyan coughed awkwardly a couple of times and the confidence to sell the talent deflated significantly. How much are you planning to offer? He is a youth team player according to FIFA's youth training compensation regulations. Nottingham Forest is willing to pay Pyron Club a compensation fee of £20,000. £20,000. Stoyan's eyes instantly lit up. £20,000 converted to Bulgarian lev is almost half of Pyron Club's operating expenses for 6 months, exchanging a lazy bum for nearly half a year's operating budget. This deal doesn't seem like a loss at all. Isabella watched this scene beside them, her mouth twitching slightly. She leaned over and said in his ear, "Are you sure this isn't a waste of money? A 16-year-old lazy bum who only walks around is worth £20,000. Chun Mo lowered his voice as well. In 3 years, he will be worth $5 million. In 5 years, worth $50 million. I don't believe you." The contract was settled, but the real challenge was to persuade Berbatov himself. After training, 16-year-old Dimitar Berbatov lay on the grass, half closing his eyes to bask in the sun. Chun Mo stood in front of him. The boy lazily opened one eye. "Who are you?" Chun Mo, chairman of Nottingham Forest. "Oh." The boy closed his eyes again. Isabella almost laughed out of frustration. She had seen arrogant players, but a lazy and proud one was a first for her. "You might not know about Nottingham Forest," she began, but Chun Mo raised his hand to stop her. "He knows." Chun Mo stared at the slight upward curve of Berbatov's lips. As soon as this kid heard the words, Nottingham Forest, his eyelids, which were about to close, trembled slightly. However, the inherent laziness and pride prevented him from showing it openly. Chun Mo didn't rush to speak. He sat down beside the boy. "Dimitar, what do you think football is, eh?" Berbatov finally opened his eyes. He turned his head, somewhat surprised to look at this young club chairman. The people who came to talk to him either scolded him for being lazy or urged him to run and engage more. No one had ever asked him such a question. "Art," He paused for a few seconds and spat out a word. It should be elegant, not something that those fools running around aimlessly can understand. I hate the things coaches make me do. Running drills, fitness tests, combative training. Those things ruin the beauty. They always say I'm lazy and don't work hard. But they don't understand. Chinimo smiled. I understand. Berbatov looked at him. Blagovgrad is too small, and the Bulgarian First League is too small. This is not where you should stay. You should be on the top stages in Europe, letting tens of thousands cheer for your style of play. You deserve to be seen by more people, a graceful football anomaly. Berbatov looked at the distant sunset, the golden light illuminating his youthful face. Nottingham Forest just got relegated, he suddenly said. This kid is not foolish at all. Yes, Chinimo admitted. Then what can you offer me for a stage? How can a team that fell from the Premier League make tens of thousands cheer? Because Nottingham Forest won't stay at the bottom forever. I will lead this team back to the Premier League. Not only that, but I want to make it one of the best teams in Europe again. Are you willing to be part of this process? The evening wind blew through the valley, and the leaves of the phoenix trees rustled down. The boy sat quietly there, his long eyelashes casting a faint shadow in the twilight. Then he slowly stood up. 16-year-old Dimitar Berbatov seriously examined the person in front of him. Is what you said true? Of course, otherwise why would I travel thousands of miles to find you? The boy tilted his head, then the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. All right then. There's nothing much interesting here anyway. But I have one. Can you not make me participate in those ridiculous fitness drills running around the pitch? Berbatov said this with a serious expression. From his expression, he was serious. Isabella couldn't help but chuckle. Chinimo watched the serious 16-year-old negotiating for the no running laps privilege, and laughed as well. Deal. He extended his hand. Berbatov shook his hand. The boy's palm was long and soft, completely different from Klose's calloused hands. One forged by hard work and sweat, the other sculpted by God-given talent. Two entirely different souls were about to converge on the land of Nottingham. On the return flight, Isabella sat next to Chinimo, flipping through the contract documents. A 19-year-old German carpenter, £30,000. A 16-year-old Bulgarian lazy bum, £20,000. She closed the folder and turned to look at the sea of clouds outside the window. You spent a total of £50,000 to sign two kids who have never played in top leagues. If they succeed, you will be the greatest talent scout. If they fail, they won't. Isabella pursed her lips and said no more. Outside the window, the afterglow of the sunset penetrated the clouds and reflected on the wing. Chinimo closed his eyes to rest, and the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for signing S-level potential player Dimitar Berbatov. Main mission: assemble your guard. Progress 23. Tip: please sign a third player with potential over 85 within the remaining time to complete the task and obtain a junior scout radar. 23. Just one more to go. Chinimo opened his eyes, his gaze crossing the cabin window, looking into the distance. He already had a target for the third candidate. In the arrival hall of London Heathrow Airport, Isabella dragged her suitcase listlessly, feeling as though half of her soul had been eternally transcended on that dilapidated bus in Bulgaria. I swear once I return to Nottingham, I will sleep for a full 24 hours. Not even the King of Heaven could wake me. She rubbed her nearly strained neck, her mind still frantically calculating next month's financial shortfall. £50,000 bought two hidden dragons, one old and one young. Though it didn't cost much, this transfer operation felt just like playing a real-life FM game. Chinimo glanced at his watch and turned to the finance manager, his tone gentle yet firm. Isabella canceled the ticket back to Nottingham. What? Buy two tickets to Amsterdam. Isabella's CPU nearly burned out on the spot. She took a deep breath, wishing she could slap her resignation letter on the face of this blood-sucking boss. However, facing Chinimo's assertive demeanor, she could only grit her teeth and force out a sentence. Chun, you better ensure that the person you're looking for isn't just a Dutch flower farmer who only knows how to plant tulips. In May 1997, in the small southern Dutch town of Schindel, there were no bright lights or wine and song like in Amsterdam, only the canals and windmills that were everywhere. At the home ground of the Den Bosch Club, a final match of the Dutch Second Division was taking place. The stands were sparsely populated, and there were even old men dozing off in the front row. This match, at the level of a poultry pecking contest, was so uninteresting that even the local dogs wouldn't care to. So our blind box this time is a 21-year-old still playing in the Dutch Second Division, an aging youth. Isabella flipped through the materials, her face written with skepticism. At 21, Cruyff was already scoring the winning goal for Ajax in the Champions League final against AC Milan. Cruyff is indeed a genius. Chinimo, hands in pockets, looked at the tall, slender figure wearing the Den Bosch jersey on the field. But there are two types of geniuses in this world. One is an early ripening apple striking at first glance. The other is a late blooming prodigy, quiet until suddenly revealing astonishing talent. On the field, a young man named Ruud van Nistelrooy was playing with immense frustration. Though he stood at a terrifying height of 188 meters, the coach stubbornly forced him to play in the midfield, where he was tasked with delicate transitions and organizing play. Every time he instinctively aimed to break into the penalty area, he was yelled at by the coach on the sidelines, forcing him back to midfield. This is truly a crime, just look at his positioning. Chinemo couldn't help but laugh. He is filled with the instincts of a top striker. To place him in midfield are you suggesting he play as a forward? Did we not buy 2 forwards already? One needs training, and the other can't sustain the entire season. He silently chanted in his heart, activate true I. Name Ruud van Nistelrooy, age 21, current ability 75, potential 96, S-class, core attributes, shooting 96, positioning 99, balance 90, strength 88, ball control 85, hidden attributes, penalty area awareness 99, max, finishing ability 98. Big heart 95, status confused, dissatisfied with midfield position, feels lacking in talent, yearning for higher level matches, special tag, king of the penalty area, possesses absolute dominance within the box with an extremely high conversion rate for shots. Potential 96. Penalty area awareness maxed at 99. Chun Mo exclaimed in amazement. Who would have thought that this honest man, still a midfielder in the Dutch second division at 21, had such a heaven-defying ultimate monster hidden beneath? As the match concluded, Chun Mo along with Isabella intercepted Van Nistelrooy, who was heading back to the locker room. Ruud van Nistelrooy. Van Nistelrooy looked at the two strangers whose appearances clashed completely. In confusion, are you looking for me? Chairman of Nottingham Forest, Chun Mo. Chun Mo went straight for a direct confrontation. I'm here to take you out of this misery. Van Nistelrooy's breath caught. Nottingham Forest. That was an old powerhouse holding 2 Champions League trophies. Even though the team had just been relegated to the English League 2, for a worker at the bottom of the Dutch second division, it was like winning the lottery. But Heerenveen has already contacted me. Van Nistelrooy scratched his head in a somewhat naive manner. They are willing to pay 360 to take me to play in the Eredivisie. Heerenveen. Eredivisie. Chun Mo mercilessly shattered his fantasy. Ruud, you are 21. Look at Cruyff at the same age, and then look at you. You run around in midfield like a clumsy giraffe, and you think a new Eredivisie coach will understand your manual. Every word struck home. Do you know why you play so frustratingly? Chun Mo stepped closer, resembling a top-tier salesman brainwashing a recruit. Because you are suppressing your killer instincts. You are destined to not play midfield. You are a natural predator in the penalty area. Outside the box you are an ordinary big guy, but inside the box you are the only king. The king in the box. Van Nistelrooy mumbled to himself. These 4 words struck like thunder, hitting the pain point deep within his soul. Come to Nottingham. Chun Mo decisively extended his hand. I will give you the number 9 jersey, a symbol of a main striker. All you need to do is score goals in that damned goal. You just need to score, the rest is not your concern. Van Nistelrooy stared at that hand. Instantly a grand image of tens of thousands of fans in England shouting his name echoed in his mind. This piqued temptation. Who could refuse? Half an hour later, in the manager's office of the Den Bosch Club. 280000. A one-time full payment. The manager looked at the check, nearly ecstatic enough to recognize Chun Mo as his godfather. This was even more than Heerenveen's offer. An absolute steal. Sign the contract and let him go. Chun Mo sat on the sofa calm as an old dog. Isabella, like a ruthless transaction machine, handed over the pen, her heart bleeding madly. The boss' extravagant display with a 1.5 million buyout fee quickly turned into 33000. What a crime. However, at the moment Van Nistelrooy signed the contract, the delightful system notification rang in Chun Mo's mind on cue. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing and class potential player Ruud van Nistelrooy. Main quest: assemble your guard. Progress 33. Quest completed. Rewards distributed. Junior Scout radar. System notification: the team's explosive framework has begun to take shape. Next, please prove your vision in the harsh English League 2. Chun Mo stood up, looking out the office window at the green pit. With the king of the penalty area Van Nistelrooy, the fully leveled aerial master close, and the artist of the pitch Berbatov. This trio of non-conforming strikers would be incredibly fierce in the English League 2 of 1997. Brazil, eh? Isabella slammed her freshly bought sandwich onto the table, cheese oozing out from the bread, mirroring her current mental state, which was on the verge of collapse. Chun Mo, listen to me. I'm a very easygoing person, very nice. From Germany to Bulgaria, from Bulgaria to the Netherlands, I've followed you across the European continent, picking up trash without a single complaint. Now you tell me, going to Brazil? Chun Mo calmly took the flattened sandwich that Isabella had smashed and broke half of it into his mouth. A round trip to South America in economy class costs about £600. You're using £600 in travel expenses to exchange for a player worth £60 million. Do you think this adds up? Isabella's roar came to an abrupt halt. 60 million. This figure slapped her awake from her rage. Did you say 60 million? That's a conservative estimate. I thought you were crazy when you said Berbatov was worth 50 million last time. But you still went with me to Bulgaria? Isabella fell silent for a full 10 seconds. Then she grabbed the half-smashed sandwich on the table and took a fierce bite. What time is the flight? Late May 1997, Brazil, Porto Alegre. In the deep autumn of the southern hemisphere, the palm trees swayed gently in the breeze, and the colorful tin roofs of the slums sparkled in the sunset. After 14 hours of transoceanic flight, Isabella felt that her spine had been permanently compressed into and shaped by the economy class seat. "I hate you," she said to Chun Mo, sporting 2 dark circles under her eyes with a tone almost like that of a resentful wife. "I swear to God, when we get back to England, I'm going to reimburse myself for a first-class ticket." "Sure," Chun Mo replied with an unexpected ease. Isabella was taken aback and looked at him suspiciously. "You're so agreeable. Because once you see that kid play football, you'll think sitting through 10 economy class flights is worth it." The taxi bumped along the highway on the edge of the city, passing through one low-income neighborhood after another. The youth training base of Gremio Football Club was located in the southwestern corner of the city, somewhat better than Isabella had imagined. 3 standard training fields, although the grass was unevenly trimmed, at least it was a full expanse of green. A 3-story training building, its exterior painted in Gremio's signature blue, black, and white colors. Gremio, one of the star-making factories of Brazilian football. Stars who walk out of here can easily attract the attention of Europe's top clubs. And the target of his trip was right behind that iron gate. Beside Gremio's youth training field, a U17 internal match was underway. The training atmosphere was completely different from the lifeless sessions in Bulgaria. The Brazilian youth played football as if they were dancing. To be precise, it was like a group of street thugs provocatively dancing with a football, dribbling feints, stepovers, rainbow flicks. Various flashy tricks were everywhere. These kids' footwork. Although Isabella didn't understand football, the dazzling dribbles alone excited her. On the left side of the pitch, a slender boy was in possession of the ball. His height barely exceeded 1.70 meters, making him unremarkable among his peers. With a darker complexion, his hair was a messy tuft on his head resembling an unkempt black cotton candy. But the most striking feature was his smile. Even amidst fierce competition, this boy always had a smile at the corner of his mouth. It was a pure genuine. It was as if for him playing football itself was the happiest thing in the world. "Look at that person." Isabella followed, and then the boy moved. The moment he received the pass from his teammate, his whole body seemed to hit a hit. With a gentle poke of his left foot, the ball rolled to the right side. 2 defenders rushed in simultaneously. The boy did not slow down, but instead accelerated towards the seemingly non-existent gap between them. Just as he was about to be sandwiched, his left foot suddenly stepped on top of the ball, causing his body to come to an abrupt stop. The defenders' inertia made them collide with each other. Laughter erupted from teammates and coaches on the sidelines. The boy chuckled as he maneuvered past the 2 fallen defenders, continuing to dribble forward. "This." Isabella's mouth slightly opened. She recalled her feelings when she saw Berbatov dribble in but it was different. Berbatov's dribbling was elegant, like a piece of classical music, refined, unhurried, and composed. Whereas the dribbling of the Brazilian boy before her was reckless, wild, and uninhibited. Like a samba spirit. It was exciting and captivating. The boy surged into the penalty area. The last defender shifted over to block the angle. The boy flicked the ball behind him with his heel. The ball precisely passed through the defender's legs. Then the boy circled around the defender from the other side. He separated the ball from the defender. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, he elegantly flicked it with his toe. The ball soared over the goalkeeper and flew into the net. Throughout the entire process, the smile on the boy's face. After scoring, he spread his arms and ran along the sidelines like a little bird flapping its wings, his buck teeth fully exposed to the sunlight from smiling too broadly. "Is it ugly?" Isabella thought it was the most radiant smile she had ever seen in her life. "Okay, I admit this kid is indeed different from the others before." Chun Mo said nothing. He silently recited in his heart, "Activate Eye of Truth." A golden data panel blossomed above the boy's head. Name: Ronaldinho de Assis Moreira, age 17, current ability 78, potential 98, SS level, core attributes: dribbling 99 max, creativity 99 max, passing 94, shooting 88, speed 90. Agility 97, hidden attributes: talent, inspiration 99 max, imagination 99 max, desire to perform 95, happiness index 99, weaknesses: defensive contribution 15, tactical discipline 35, injury proneness 42, special tag samba spirit. This player possesses the highest level of individuality in football history, with dribbling and passing that have a devastating aesthetic impact. When the happiness index is high, all offensive attributes gain an additional 3. Status: happy, he is happy at all times. Loyalty 55, has feelings for Gremio, but yearns to prove himself in Europe. Potential 98. SS level. Full values in dribbling, creativity, inspiration, and imagination. For attributes at max value. Close is an S level. Berbatov is an S level. Van Nistelrooy is an S level. And this buck-toothed boy surpasses S level to reach SS level. Calm. Must remain calm. The more faced with such a level of prey, the less one can expose eagerness. Isabella. This child is the most important target of our journey. More important than clothes, more important than Berbatov, more important than Van Nistelrooy. He is worth us betting all our chips. Isabella looked at the skinny boy on the pitch grinning with his buck teeth, then at the flame of desire in Chun Mo's eyes. So how much will he probably cost? A down payment of no more than £600,000. Wait, down payment. Team edition clauses, there will be installments and additional clauses later. But the down payment must be kept within 600,000, that's our current limit. Isabella quickly calculated in her mind. After signing the first 3 players, the transfer budget of £1,500,000 had already spent £330,000. 117,000 remaining. Taking out 600,000 to sign this Brazilian kid, the remaining money would only be enough to maintain basic operations for half a season. This is a gamble. She looked at Chun Mo. No. Chun Mo turned around, sunlight shining on his profile. This is a certain investment. The administrative building of Grêmio Club's second-floor conference room. 3 individuals sat across the table: Ricardo, the sports director of Grêmio, the club's legal advisor, and the young man's agent, his brother Roberto de Assis. Roberto was a young man in his early 20s, resembling his brother in several features. He wore a slightly cheap floral shirt, yet sat with an intentionally straight posture, trying to create an atmosphere of professionalism. However, the hand holding the water cup trembled slightly. Chun Mo noticed this. It indicated that neither Grêmio nor Roberto were prepared to receive a genuine offer. They knew the boy had talent. Everyone in Porto Alegre knew. But talented Brazilian youths were abundant in this land. Every year a plethora of talented youths emerged from Brazil's youth training system, enough to fill an entire Maracana stadium. Yet those who could actually attract the attention of European clubs were few and far between. And at this moment, May 1997, there were still several months until Ronaldinho would burst onto the scene at the U17 World Cup. There were still 2 full years until PSV made a $6 million offer. 6 years remained until Barcelona signed him for $30 million. At this juncture, Chun Mo was the first to make a formal offer. The first. No competitors, no reference prices, no media hype. Grêmio held an uncut diamond in their hands, but they did not yet know its true worth. However, Chun Mo did. Mr. Ricardo, Chun Mo spoke first, his tone calm and unhurried. Nottingham Forest wishes to sign your club's youth player, Ronaldinho de Assis Moreira. Ricardo exchanged glances with the legal advisor. The sports director's expression was subtle, a bit surprised but not shocked. Ronaldinho is indeed a remarkable player in our youth training system. But he has just signed his first professional contract with the club, and we have a long-term development plan for him. Grêmio will not easily part with the talents we have nurtured. This is the standard opening line. Translated, it means we know he is valuable, don't think you can fool me. Chun Mo already had a sense of the situation. Grêmio did value Ronaldinho, but valuing and understanding market price were 2 different matters. Their current stance was not that they couldn't sell, but rather a question of how much money it would take. I completely understand Grêmio's position, Chun Mo said, nodding with a smile. Nurturing a talented player requires immense effort and resources, a fact that Nottingham Forest is well aware of. Therefore, we are not here to poach, we are here to discuss a mutually beneficial cooperation plan. This statement softened Ricardo's expression somewhat. Please go on. Chun Mo raised a finger. First, I would like to ask a question. What is Ronaldinho's current playing time with the first team? Ricardo paused for a moment. The legal advisor muttered something, and Ricardo nodded. He is mainly training with the youth and reserve teams. As for the first team, he intermittently makes it onto the roster, but has yet to officially play. Chun Mo already knew the answer. In 1997, Ronaldinho, though having signed a professional contract, was still an auxiliary member of Grêmio's first team. His actual first-team debut would not come until 1998. Moreover, Grêmio's first team was not lacking in attacking players. They had stars like Paulo Nunes in their prime. Ronaldinho's path to progress at Grêmio would require at least another 1 to 2 years of waiting. This was his second bargaining chip. Mr. Ricardo, let me be honest with you. Chun Mo leaned slightly forward, his gaze steady and sincere. Ronaldinho's talent is beyond doubt, but at 17 years old, what he needs is playing time. Not just training matches week after week with the reserves. The competition in Grêmio's first team is intense. With his current age and experience, it would take at least another 1 to 2 years to compete for a starting position ahead of Paulo Nunes. And that 1 to 2 years is precisely the golden period for a talented player's growth. If he misses it, he might miss out forever. Ricardo's brow furrowed slightly. He did not refute this. Chun Mo spoke the truth. Roberto, Ronaldinho's brother, listened quietly from the side, his expression becoming serious. As his brother's agent and protector, what he cared about most was not money, but his brother's developmental prospects. Chun Mo noticed the change in Roberto's expression and continued. Nottingham Forest can provide Ronaldinho with a perfect environment for growth. We are a rebuilding team in need of fresh blood and young players to construct our future. In my plans, Ronaldinho is the core of the team's attacking system. The opportunity for a 17-year-old to become the attacking core of an English professional league team. How many such opportunities do you think can be found in South America? The conference room fell silent for a few seconds. Ricardo broke the silence. You make a valid point, but that does not change one fact. Gremio is not short on buyers. Perhaps today you are the only one sitting here, but tomorrow there may well be representatives from Ajax, Paris Saint-Germain, or AC Milan knocking on our door. I can wait. What a cunning old fox. He was bluffing. Yet a bluff once spoken occupies the psychological high ground in negotiations. Mr. Ricardo, Chun Mo's smile remained unchanged, but his tone held an edge. You are correct. Oh, perhaps tomorrow other clubs will come with offers. But the word perhaps means there is none today. Sitting before you today is only me. And I hold a genuine offer in my hands. You can choose to wait. Wait 3 months, wait 6 months, wait a year. But during that waiting period, all the risks are on your side. What if Ronaldinho gets injured? What if his development does not meet expectations? What if the offers you receive later are not as good as what I am offering today? Today's certainty versus tomorrow's uncertainty. What will you choose? Ricardo's fingers halted in their action of twirling his beard. The legal advisor rapidly scribbled something in his notebook beside him. Roberto stared directly at Chinemo. This young Oriental spoke in a manner unlike any football professional he had ever encountered. He was not like those wealthy European club representatives throwing checks around and putting on airs. He spoke with logic. Moreover, every word hit the nail on the head. The silence lasted about 15 seconds. Finally, Ricardo spoke up. What is your offer? What is your offer? As soon as these words escaped his lips, Chinemo knew that the fish had taken the bait. The pivotal turning point in negotiations is not the moment you state your price, but when the other party inquires about the price. Because this indicates that he has jumped from the question of to sell or not to sell to how much to sell for. Chinemo did not rush to respond. He picked up the coffee in front of him and took a leisurely sip. Brazilian coffee is indeed good, rich, robust with a hint of caramel sweetness. Isabella beside him rolled her eyes discreetly. Mr. Chun, the legal advisor finally could not hold back. If you need time to prepare an offer, we can. Chinemo set down his coffee cup. My offer is very clear. The transfer fee is 200,000. Ricardo's eyebrows knitted together. 200,000. Are you joking? Chinemo remained unfazed. He certainly knew that 200,000 was an absurdly low figure. But the first iron rule of negotiation is to never reveal your cards first. Your initial offer is meant to test the other party's bottom line. 200,000 is a reasonable estimate based on the current market situation. Chinemo raised a finger and began to analyze point by point. First, Ronaldinho is 17 years old and has never played in a professional league. 0 appearances, 0 goals, 0 assists. Without any data to support him, his record on the transfer market is a blank slate. Second, his professional contract has just come into effect and has not been tested by any first-team matches. Talent is talent and ability is ability. The gap between the two is more apparent to everyone. Third, Chinemo paused, glancing at the expressions of the three across from him. I would like to ask you all to recall the last 17-year-old player who transferred from the Brazilian youth training system to Europe and how much the transfer fee was. Silence. Ricardo's lips moved, but no words came out. The answer was right there. The South American youth training market in 1997 had not yet been completely inflated by European capital. The transfer myths that later fetched tens of millions of euros were still just science fiction in this era. Last month, Arsenal just signed a young forward named Nicolas Anelka from Paris Saint-Germain. Do you know how much it was for? 500,000. That was for a player who had already made appearances and scored goals in a league. Yet Ronaldinho hasn't even sat on the bench for Gremio. This blow was delivered with pinpoint accuracy. The case of Anelka was too persuasive. It was a tangible market reference, a youth player from a League One club with first-team experience and goals, and his transfer fee was only 500,000. And Ronaldinho, a youth player from a Brazilian league team. From a purely commercial perspective, 200,000 is not even outrageous. Of course, Chinemo was well aware that this price would definitely not secure the deal. Ricardo was not foolish, and Roberto was even less so. They knew that Ronaldinho's talent far exceeded that of the mass-produced youth players. But knowing something is valuable and knowing how much it is worth are two different matters. When you cannot provide an exact figure, you will be led by the anchor price set by the other party. 200,000. Let's start negotiations from this number. Mr. Chun. Ricardo took a deep breath and straightened up. Your analysis is very professional, I admit. But you have overlooked one thing. I have been with Gremio for 15 years. From the Zico era to now. I can responsibly tell you that this kid is the most talented young player I have ever seen. No exceptions. You offer 200,000. Ricardo shook his head. I can't take this price to report to the board. Our psychological price is 1.5 million. Chinemo nearly lost his composure. 1.5 million. That's roughly between 9,000 and 9,500. Old fox. This offer revealed two things. First, Ricardo indeed recognized Ronaldinho's value, which is why he dared to quote 1.5 million. Second, he did not know how much this diamond was truly worth, so his quoted price seemed shockingly low from Chun Mo's perspective as a time traveler. 3 years later, PSV would offer 6 million. 6 years later Barcelona would spend 30 million. But that was 3 and 6 years later. At this moment, it was May 1997. The rules of the game were set by Chun Mo. Let me say something unpalatable. At this price I could sign 3 adult players with first-team experience in Europe. And Ronaldinho is merely a potential investment right now. Potential is the most unreliable speculation. The discussion about growth environment has evidently planted a seed in his mind. The conference room fell into a brief stalemate. Isabella pretended to be looking over an important financial report, but her peripheral vision remained locked on. This man's negotiation style reminded her of the top hedge fund managers in London's financial district, calm, precise, always in control of the pace. How could the president of a football club possess such negotiation skills? Let's do this. Ricardo was the first to break the silence. I can understand your concerns. He indeed has not yet been tested by the first team. But 1.5 million is our bottom line. Gremio cannot sell Ronaldinho for less than this price. Chun Mo chuckled inwardly. When a person mentions the term bottom line, it often means that there is room for that bottom line to move downward. A truly unshakable bottom line does not need to be spoken. The other party simply gets up and leaves. Ricardo was still seated. This was the signal. Mr. Ricardo, I understand your position. Chun Mo's tone suddenly softened considerably, as if he had switched from an offensive mode to a collaborative mode. As a club that has developed Ronaldinho, you certainly have the right to set a high price for him. But as someone who sincerely wants to sign him, I would like to propose a more pragmatic solution for both sides. Let's set the transfer fee at 450,000. Chun Mo announced a new figure. Compared to the 2,000 initial exploratory price, this number showed a significant increase, demonstrating good faith. Yet compared to 1.5 million, approximately 930,000, it was still more than half short. 450,000. Ricardo frowned. This is still too far from our expectations. Please let me finish. Chun Mo held up 2 fingers. First, 450,000 will not be a one-time payment. I propose splitting it into 3 installments with an initial payment of 150,000 to be paid immediately upon signing the contract. The second installment of 150,000 to be paid after Ronaldinho makes 20 appearances for Nottingham Forest. The third installment of 150,000 to be paid after he makes 50 appearances. Installments. The legal advisor's brow furrowed. Chun Mo ignored the legal advisor's doubts and continued, Gremio retains an additional clause. If Ronaldinho is sold to a third-party club by Nottingham Forest in the future, Gremio will receive 15 of the resale profits. As soon as these words were spoken, Ricardo's eyes lit up. A 15 resale share. This meant that if Ronaldinho's value skyrocketed in the future, for instance, if some European giant bought him for an exorbitant price, Gremio could still share in the spoils. This was a sugar-coated bomb. Chun Mo was well aware of the future value of this diamond. In the future, when Barcelona bought players, 15 of 30 million would be 4.5 million. For Gremio, this amount far exceeded any number discussed at the negotiation table today. But the key was that it was what Chun Mo needed now was to secure the player with the least amount of cash. Roberto was beside him, carefully calculating the numbers, his lips silently moving. Although he was young, he was not foolish. The resale share clause was an attraction for Gremio, while for the player himself it meant that this buyer genuinely believed in his brother's future appreciation. 15 resale share. Ricardo pondered, tapping his fingers unconsciously on the table. But 450,000 is still too low, he said, and it's in installments, which means we won't receive the full amount for at least 1 or 2 years. The risk is too great. What if Nottingham Forest goes bankrupt? The legal advisor added a sharp comment. Isabella's eyes twitched. Chun Mo laughed heartily, completely unperturbed. To be frank, half a month ago, I was indeed almost bankrupt, and have the right to repurchase at a priority matching price. His candor left the 3 people opposite him momentarily stunned. But that was half a month ago. Chun Mo spread his hands, a calm smile on his face. I just sold the team's top striker Van Hooijdonk for a high price of 4.5 million. Now Nottingham Forest has ample funds on the books. He looked at Isabella. Show Mr. Ricardo the transfer confirmation for Van Hooijdonk. Isabella pulled a document from her briefcase and slid it across the table. Ricardo took a glance, seeing the official letterhead of the Celtic Football Club for 5 million paid in one lump sum. Yet he still did not relent verbally. Having money is one thing, but the price is another. However, Gremio needs a figure that can convince the board. Chun Mo stared into Ricardo's eyes, remaining silent for 3 seconds. Then he sighed lightly, adopting a forced into a corner expression. All right. Final offer 550,000. Payment method remains unchanged, to be paid in 3 installments. An upfront payment of 2,015,000 after 20 appearances and 2,000 after 50 appearances. The resale percentage remains at 15. Additionally, he added, I can include a player protection clause in the contract if Ronaldinho is sold to a third-party club by Nottingham Forest within the first 2 seasons after joining Gremio, we'll have a buyback option. This served as the second reassurance for Gremio. Ricardo and the legal advisor whispered to each other. Roberto also leaned in, and the three quickly discussed something in Portuguese. Chinemo could not understand Portuguese, but he could read body language. Ricardo's posture shifted from leaning back to leaning forward, signaling acceptable. The legal advisor sketched a few notes on paper, likely calculating the total amount and installment structure. Roberto's expression was the most subtle, his brows relaxed, and the corners of his mouth even revealed a barely perceptible curve. 550000. Slightly higher than Anelka's 50000. Considering that Ronaldinho had no first-team appearances, this premium fully acknowledged his talent. For Grêmio, a transfer fee of 5500 along with a 15 future resale percentage and a 2-year buyback priority. This combination looked quite respectable. For Roberto, his brother would have the opportunity to play in Europe and as a core player, not just sitting on the bench. Fortune MO 5500 bought a future Ballon d'Or winner. If this deal were to be placed 6 years later, any analyst in the football transfer market seeing this figure would think there was a bug in the database. But this is not 6 years later. This is 1997. And he is the only one who knows the answer. 3 minutes later, Ricardo concluded the discussion and turned back to Chinemo. His expression was one of subtle balance, as if saying, I know you got a good deal, but I didn't suffer too much loss either. 5500 paid in 3 installments. 15 resale share. 2-year buyback priority. Ricardo reiterated each point as if confirming a surgical consent form. But I have an additional condition. Chinemo raised an eyebrow. Please go ahead. Increase the upfront payment to 25000. Chinemo quickly calculated in his mind. The total price remained 5500, only the initial payment increased by 500. This 500 concession could lead to the completion of the transaction. Deal. Chinemo extended his hand. Ricardo looked at the hand, and the bitter smile on his face finally turned into a light sigh. You are the youngest old fox I have ever met, Mr. Chun. Thank you for the compliment, Chinemo responded with a smile. The legal advisor began drafting the formal transfer agreement. Grêmio's efficiency was quite high, or rather they were also afraid of prolonged negotiations. During the wait for the documents, Roberto approached Chinemo. Mr. Chun, I want you to guarantee me one thing. You must take good care of my brother. He is only 17 years old, and he has never left Brazil. England is like another planet to him. If you merely treat him as an investment, buying him, speculating, and selling him at a high price, then I would prefer he stays at Grêmio, even if it means playing in the Brazilian league for the rest of his life. Roberto. Chinemo stood up and patted Roberto on the shoulder. Have you ever seen someone spend 5500 on an investment and then personally fly to South America to inspect it? Your brother is not my investment. He is the most important member of our club. I want to make the whole of England crazy with his smile and football. The signing ceremony was officially completed 45 minutes later. Grêmio's legal team issued the transfer contract confirmed by both parties. Player Dimitar Ronaldinho de Assis Moreira transferred from Grêmio to Nottingham Forest Football Club for a total price of 5500. To be paid in 3 installments with resale share and buyback clauses. When Ronaldinho signed the contract, he smiled so wide that his buck teeth were almost flying out. England, he shouted in broken English. I'm going to England. Then he turned to Chinemo and began to chatter in Portuguese. Roberto translated. He said his goal is to become the happiest person in the world while playing football. Chinemo nodded with a smile. You don't know, young man. The way you play football with a smile will captivate the whole world in the future. As he walked out of Grêmio's administrative building, the sun in Porto Alegre was just right. Isabella clutched the copy of the contract and then looked up at Chinemo. Close 3000. Berbatov 2000. Van Nistelrooy 2800. And now Ronaldinho 5500. She counted on her fingers. You spent less than 900 to sign 4 players. You said that the total future value of these 4 players exceeds 200 million. A conservative estimate. Isabella took a deep breath, staring at Chinemo with the gaze of someone watching a madman. You are either a genius or a fraud, or, she paused, you come from the future. Chinmo's steps paused for a moment. Then he continued walking casually. In his mind, the system's notification sound rang on time. Ding, detected S-level potential player Ronaldinho contract completed, hidden achievement unlocked, signed the target player before they became famous, transfer fee less than one of their peak value, evaluation time, thief reward, advanced player development manual 1 can accelerate the specified player's growth rate by 50, lasting 1 season, new main quest triggered, sort of light. Lead the Nottingham Forest you have rebuilt to win all. 5 official matches in the new season quest reward, tactical map, junior unlocks, 3 advanced formations, quest failure penalty. Van Nistelrooy suffers an injury, out for 2 months. Chinemo looked at the failure penalty, his eyes narrowing slightly. Van Nistelrooy injured. Historically, Van Nistelrooy indeed experienced a devastating knee injury that nearly ended his career. The system was warning him, you could change history, but history could also bite back. 5 wins in a row. Chinemo looked up at the blue sky of the Southern Hemisphere. A team that had just been relegated to League One, its roster still under reconstruction with new players, who hadn't even played in the first team. 5 wins in a row. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Interesting. Not going back to England. Isabella stared at Chun Mo, her eyes reflecting a weariness on the brink of mental collapse. Not going back. Isabella closed her eyes and took 3 deep breaths. In the past 2 weeks, she had flown from England to Germany, with this madman from Germany to Bulgaria, from Bulgaria to the Netherlands, and from the Netherlands to Brazil. One of her suitcase wheels was already broken, and she even began to doubt whether her passport had enough pages left. Chun Mo. I'm the financial director. Financial director. Not your personal travel manager. You are my most trusted partner. Cut it out with this nonsense. Moreover, Chun Mo raised a finger. This trip won't cost much. Isabella's eyebrows twitched slightly. During their time together over the past 2 weeks, she had learned one thing. Whenever Chun Mo said the phrase, won't cost much, things would take a wildly crazy turn. How much is your won't cost much? Maybe £30,000. Perhaps even less. Another player with a future worth tens of millions. This one's a bit cheaper. Chun Mo thought for a moment. In its prime, probably. Around 20 million. Isabella rubbed her temples vigorously. You know, Chun Mo, if any of these numbers you mentioned were even partially true, you should be a hedge fund manager, not managing a relegated League One team here. Fund managers are too boring. Chun Mo had already turned to the counter to change their tickets. There's no thrill in such small stakes. 4 hours later they landed in Sao Paulo. Sao Paulo State, Ribeirão Preto. This inland city is about 300 kilometers from downtown Sao Paulo, known for its sugarcane plantations and cheap beer. Football. There is. But compared to powerhouses like Grêmio, Flamengo, and Santos, the football here resembles a pile of forgotten wilted greens in a market corner, drawing not a single glance. The person Chun Mo was looking for played for a team called Americasp. Isabella spent a long time flipping through the South American football yearbook. She brought finally finding the name at the bottom of the list for Brazil's 4th-tier league. Chun Mo, can you tell me what kind of players come from a team that can't even make it to Brazil's C League? A key defensive midfielder who became a champion in the European Cup. The taxi driver might not understand English, but he saw Isabella's expression in the rearview mirror and instinctively increased the speed by 10. The training ground of Americasp looked like a piece of makeshift wasteland. Rusty billboards hung on the barbed wire fence, one of which read, One Auto Repair, Ribeirão Preto's most trusted choice. Another was an advertisement for a local dental clinic featuring a large white tooth. The grass on the field was uneven with large patches of reddish-brown earth exposed. A group of players was training in the afternoon. There was no uniform training kit. Some wore old jerseys issued by the club, while others donned their own t-shirts, and one was even shirtless. Isabella stood outside the barbed wire silent for a long time. When you signed carpenter clothes, I thought it was absurd. Then there was a boy from Bulgaria, who didn't even have proper training shoes. Next came a forward from the Dutch 2nd Division, who was assigned to midfield by the coach. Finally, a 17-year-old kid from Brazil, who couldn't even sit on the bench. Now you're bringing me to see a Brazilian low-tier league team that I can't find in any legitimate football magazine. She turned to Chun Mo, her blue eyes filled with fatigue and confusion. What exactly are you looking for? Chun Mo gazed at the figures running on the field, his expression calm and resolute. I am looking for someone that no one else can see. His gaze locked onto a player. Near the center circle, a dark-skinned, lean young man was participating in the training. His position was erratic, sometimes appearing in the defensive midfield area, sometimes pushing up to the attacking midfield, or even the flanks. Not because of his tactical mobility, but because the coach seemed unsure of which position to assign him. Chun Mo murmured to himself. The system interface emerged in his vision. Player name Marcos Senna. Age 21. Current position midfielder, position uncertain. Current ability value 62. Potential value 89A grade. Key attributes. Interceptions 78, coverage 82, passing vision 76. Stamina 80, tackling 75, game reading 74. Mental resilience 85, teamwork 83, big match temperament 88. Special tag late bloomer. This player's current ability is far below the potential ceiling and will accelerate growth in the right system and environment. Special tag midfield cornerstone. A natural defensive midfielder when arranged in the defensive midfield position, interceptions and coverage 5. Loyalty undetermined, relationship not established. Mental state confused, self-doubting. Chun Mo's eyes lit up. A potential value of a grade 89. Not as outrageous as Ronaldinho's SS level, nor as dazzling as Van Nistelrooy and Klose's S level, but enough to grow into a world-class player. More importantly, those 2 special tags. Late bloomer and midfield cornerstone. This guy is tailor-made. Klose is the airborne overlord, Berbatov the artist with his feet, Van Nistelrooy the killer in the box, Ronaldinho the brain of the offense. But this team lacks a stabilizing force in defense. Someone who can run, tackle, distribute the ball, and most importantly, let the entire backline feel secure. Marco. Historically, this man wandered through Brazil's lower leagues until he was 25 before moving to Europe, joining Villarreal in La Liga. Then he took 4 years to transform from an unknown South American player into one of the best defensive midfielders in La Liga. In the 2008 European Championship, he was the absolute barrier for the Spanish national team's midfield. That Spanish team which initiated the tiki-taka dynasty. Xavi, Iniesta, and Silva danced gracefully in front, while Senna stood as their solid wall behind them. Without Senna's interceptions and coverage, there would be no freedom for Xavi and Iniesta. But at this moment in 1997, the 21-year-old Senna was just an ordinary player playing in Brazil's lower leagues without a fixed position, earning a salary that might not even surpass that of a taxi driver in Sao Paulo. No agent, no attention, no way out of Brazil. Chun Mo continued observing. During the practice match, Senna's performance validated the system's data. His technique was not glamorous, and one might say it was somewhat rudimentary. In a land where flashy dribbling flourished, Senna's playing style resembled that of someone waltzing at a samba party. Out of place, but with his own rhythm. His first touch was not delicate, sometimes the ball would bounce away half a meter. But his range of movement was astonishingly vast. Across the entire midfield area from left to right, from the defensive midfield line to the top of the center circle, he moved like a tireless radar, continuously scanning, moving, and positioning. During a counterattack drill, the ball-carrying forward suddenly changed direction, attempting to cut inside. Senna merely shifted his body half a step as if he had anticipated the opponent's intention, then cleanly intercepted the ball. After the interception, he made a simple through ball that pierced through 2 lines. The ball was perfectly placed, but the receiving teammate's control failed, stopping 3 meters away, and the opportunity was wasted. Senna frowned, but did not complain. He silently turned and jogged back to his position. Mental resilience 85, a big match temperament 88. Chun Mo murmured softly. This quality of not collapsing or turning inwards during adversity is rarer than any technical attribute. Next to him, Isabella tilted her head, observing for a long time before finally speaking up. So, which one are you interested in? Number 6. That black guy, eh? Yeah. Isabella scrutinized him closely. He looks quite ordinary. Yeah. Nothing particularly stunning about his skills. Yeah. He doesn't have that Ronaldinho vibe of something's off with this guy either. Yeah. What are you yaying about? Isabella's patience was wearing thin. Chun Mo turned his head, his expression. Isabella, what do you think is the most important part of a building? What? Is it the spire? Is it the dome? Is it those splendid decorations that make people gaze in awe? Isabella frowned. You mean the foundation? Correct. Chun Mo pointed at Senna on the field. Van Nistelrooy is the spire, close is the flying eaves, Berbatov is the stained glass, and Ronaldinho is the most dazzling star atop the dome. But without a foundation, all of this is just a castle in the air. Senna is the foundation. Isabella looked at the unassuming number 6 on the field, her expression showing a hint of contemplation for the first time. What position is he playing now? The coach has him running all over the place, filling in wherever needed. Chun Mo shook his head. That's his biggest problem. Or rather, it's the coach here who has the biggest problem. They have a Swiss Army knife, but only use it to open cans. He is naturally suited to be a defensive midfielder, a number 6 position. Chun Mo spoke with conviction. Place him in the defensive midfielder position, give him clear responsibilities. Cover the midfield, cut off passing lanes, protect the defense. He will become a wall. A wall that can run. Isabella fell silent for a moment. Are you sure? 100%. Then what you said before about not spending much. He has no agent, and the team he plays for is not significant in Brazil. Chun Mo held up 3 fingers. £30,000 is the worst-case scenario. It might even be free. Free. In this level of league, teams have very weak constraints on players. Sometimes even unpaid. Isabella's eyes twitched. As a financial officer, she instinctively felt uncomfortable with the term unpaid wages. But from an investment perspective, if this person is truly, as Chun Mo said, a hidden gem of a defensive midfielder, then £30,000, or even the cost of a free contract plus a basic salary contract, is almost zero risk. This deal would incur minimal loss even if it failed. All right, Isabella sighed. Go negotiate. He'll wait for you here. She looked around, but couldn't find anywhere to sit. Next to the wire fence was an overturned concrete block. She hesitated for a moment, took out a handkerchief, spread it over the top, and elegantly sat down. Chun Mo smiled slightly and turned to walk toward the field. By the end of training, Senna was the last person to, not because he was practicing extra, though he did run a few more laps, but because he was responsible for tidying up the training. Chun Mo watched the 21-year-old young man bend down to pick up the scattered cones and training vests along the sideline, stacking them neatly into a worn-out gear bag. No one helped. Other teammates had already left in small groups toward the parking lot, if that muddy patch could even be called a parking lot. Senna carried the gear bag to the equipment room door. As he took out the key to unlock it, he noticed someone standing behind him. An Asian face. In Ribeirão Preto, this was probably rarer than seeing a penguin. Good afternoon, Chun Mo said in Portuguese. His Portuguese was quite poor. The pronunciation sounded like an Englishman imitating a Japanese person speaking Spanish. But Senna still politely replied, Good afternoon, sir, you are. My name is Chun Imo, the president of Nottingham Forest Football Club. Senna was stunned. His hands still rested on the gear bag, his mouth slightly agape, unsure of what to say. Nottingham Forest, an English club, Chun Imo added, with 2 UEFA Champions League titles. Senna certainly knew Nottingham Forest. Even in Brazil's lower leagues, the legend of Brian Clough remained a universal language in the football world. But the question was, why would the president of Nottingham Forest appear in Ribeirão Preto? Why would he be standing next to the training ground of, why would he be talking to him, a guy picking up cones? I don't quite understand. Senna's voice was soft, his distinct Brazilian accent carrying clear confusion. I came to find you, Chun Imo said. Find me? Yes, I came for you. The gear bag slipped from Senna's hands. Sir, did you get the wrong person? He paused, seemingly weighing his words. I'm just an ordinary player in the Sao Paulo State League. Chun Imo looked into his eyes. In those deep brown eyes there was fatigue, confusion, and a faint sense of self-doubt. Senna, Chun Imo said in a calm and firm tone. What position does your coach have you play? Wherever. Senna scratched his head. Last week I played right winger, this week I'm playing attacking midfielder, sometimes I even substitute as a left back. What do you think? What? Which position do you think you are best suited for? Senna fell silent. No one had ever asked him. In a team like Americas, players do not have the right to choose their positions. The coach tells you where to play. No one cares. I don't know. You don't know, or no one has told you. Chun Imo took a step closer. Marcos, I watched you throughout the entire training session today. Do you know what I saw? Senna shook his head. I saw a young man running across half the field. I saw a midfielder who, after intercepting the ball, did not hesitate, but made a clean pass. I saw a teammate foolishly stopping a last-minute goal at the advertising board, and instead of shouting or throwing a fit, he silently ran back to his position. Senna's lips moved. But the coach said my dribbling isn't good enough. My passing lacks creativity. Because your coach doesn't know how to use you, and he doesn't know what position you should play. You are not an attacking midfielder, not a winger, not some useless utility player. You are a defensive midfielder. A defensive midfielder. Your job is not to dribble past opponents, not to deliver a killer pass. Your job is to cover, intercept, distribute the ball, protect. You are the Maginot line of the midfield. The most solid line of defense behind everyone. Your running ability, your game reading, your mental quality, these are your greatest talents. But your coach has no idea I do. Senna stood there, his eyes reddening, without him realizing it. Having muddled through 2 years in Brazil's lower leagues, his monthly salary not enough to pay rent, living on the couch in a teammate's living room. After every training, he was also responsible for tidying up the equipment because he was the least experienced in the team. He had thought about giving up. He had thought about it many times. But every time he was ready to give up, there was a voice in his heart telling him, run one more step. Hold on for one more day. Maybe tomorrow will be different. He had been waiting for someone to tell him that he was not on the wrong path. Waiting for someone to tell him that he was valuable. Today that person appeared. At the door of a shabby equipment room in Ribeirão Preto, an Eastern man from England said to him the words no one had ever said to him in 2 years of playing. You are a defensive midfielder. Senna took a deep breath, quickly wiping the corner of his eye with the back of his hand. You really mean it? I mean it, Chun Imo said, pulling something out of his pocket. It was a contract from Nottingham Forest. The salary is 5 times what you are currently earning. This includes accommodation at the club, and we will take care of the visa and international transfer procedures completely. Senna looked down at the contract, his fingers trembling slightly. I have only one question. Senna raised his head, his voice hoarse. Go ahead. Why me? His eyes were, there are so many players in Brazil, hundreds of teams in Sao Paulo State. Why did you come here? Chun Imo looked at him and smiled slightly. Because I have seen too many geniuses. Geniuses with fancy dribbling, geniuses with precise shooting, geniuses with exquisite footwork. But genius is not what a team needs most. What a team needs most is someone willing to run an extra 10 meters. It is someone who does the dirty work, allowing teammates to focus on attacking. It is someone who won't give up running even if ignored by the whole world. Chun Imo stepped forward and extended his hand. Marcos, Senna. I am here because my team needs you. After securing the contract with Senna for a compensation of £10,000, Isabella seemed to have resigned to her fate. Where to next? Having flown around the world with this madman for nearly 2 weeks, she had learned one thing. Whenever Chun Imo exhibited that contemplative smile, it meant yet another unknown journey awaited. Belo Horizonte, Chun Imo said. Where's that? Still in Brazil. Another future worth tens of millions, pretty much playing in the Brazilian Serie B. Isabella's eyelid twitched. Brazilian Serie B. Isabella opened her mouth, swallowing back a retort. This bastard had her numbed. It was about a 2.5-hour flight from Porto Alegre to Belo Horizonte. As the plane taxied on the runway, Chun Imo closed his eyes, retrieving all information regarding the target player in his mind. Gilberto Silva. Born in 1976, just turned 20 this year. Currently playing for América Mineiro in the Brazilian Serie B. In another timeline, this name might not carry the same allure as Ronaldinho. But if you ask anyone who truly understands football what kind of player is Gilberto Silva, They would tell you two things. 2002 World Cup champion, a key defensive midfielder for the Brazilian national team. The cornerstone of Arsenal's invincible season midfield. Wenger spent £5 million to acquire him from Atletico Madrid, and this taciturn Brazilian proved in one season that he was one of the best defensive midfielders in the Premier League. He intercepted, covered, pressed forward, and distributed the ball. He was the kind of player you hardly noticed on the pitch until he was absent, and you realized the entire midfield line felt like it had lost its spine. Only upon reviewing the footage did you realize that it was that silent Brazilian who quietly handled all the dirty work behind the scenes. Belo Horizonte, the capital of Minas Gerais. Compared to Rio and Sao Paulo, this city lacked the noisy tropical flair, instead possessing a rustic and rugged charm unique to inland cities. When the taxi dropped them off at the training base of América Mineiro, Isabella's expression was indeed spectacular. "You see," Isabella said coldly, "I even overestimated the conditions here. This is worse than a public restroom in the London subway. At least those are regularly cleaned. The worse the environment, the cheaper the treasure." Isabella quietly asked Chin Mo who was the target this time. Gilberto Silva, a defensive midfielder. Another defensive midfielder. Isabella frowned. "So you want to buy two defensive midfielders?" For a great team, Chin Mo looked ahead. Defense is always the most crucial metric. "Here we go again." Isabella rolled her eyes. At 3 in the afternoon, the players of América Mineiro gradually stepped onto the training field. Chun Imo sat on a rickety plastic chair on the sidelines, scanning each face that appeared. Most players appeared older, resembling those who had bounced around several lower-tier teams in the Brazilian league. Their physical conditions varied. Some were warming up with a bulging belly, while others were leisurely walking towards the field, yes, with cigarettes in their mouths. When Isabella saw that scene, her expression was vivid enough to be featured in the National Portrait Gallery of London. But Chun Mo's attention was not on these people. Then he saw it. A young man of average height stepped out last from the locker room. Alone, his steps steady like a worker heading to his job. He walked quietly onto the pitch and began to stretch. His movements were extremely serious, every stretch executed perfectly, the timing precise, as if he were following a predetermined routine. While his teammates were joking, chatting, and smoking, he was the only one diligently warming up. Eye of truth activated. Name: Gilberto Aparecido de Silva, age 20, position defensive midfielder, current ability, rating 63, potential rating 88, A grade, core attributes, positioning 92, excellent, interception 89, outstanding, coverage 91, excellent, discipline 96, top notch, passing short 74, good, stamina 87, outstanding, leadership 82, outstanding, special tag invisible wall, defensive coverage 15, teammates pressure reduced by 10, loyalty unbound, mental state patient, unyielding, eager for opportunity. Chin Mo took a deep breath. A potential rating of A88. Compared to the prodigies like Klose, Berbatov, Van Nistelrooy, and Ronaldinho, this number seemed somewhat mediocre. But Chun Mo knew too well. A team's ceiling is determined by genius, but its floor is set by players like this. Positioning 92, interception 89, coverage 91. What does the combination of these three stats mean? It means that no matter where the opponent tries to attack, he can intercept the ball in advance. Discipline 96. This number almost made Chun Mo want to stand up and applaud. It signifies he is self-reliant and disciplined, the type of player who engraves professional spirit into his DNA. And that special tag, invisible wall. Defensive coverage 15, teammates pressure reduced by 10. Translating that into layman's terms, with him on the field, the team's defensive solidity would rise to a new level. Isabella. It's that number 20, A, the one stretching alone. Isabella followed his gaze and fell silent for a few seconds. He looks very ordinary. There's nothing about him that stands out. That's what makes him most terrifying. A person you don't notice means the opponent won't notice him either. Training commenced. The joint training for América Mineiro was very simple, group matches 11 against 11. Gilberto Silva was assigned to the defensive midfielder position for the blue team. As soon as the match started, Chun Mo understood. In this team, Gilberto was like a max-level player spinning around in a novice village. Not because his skills were flashy. In fact, his footwork was quite standard, handling the ball pragmatically, each touch clean and decisive, never dragging his feet. But his positioning was akin to a cheat in the game. Whenever the opponent advanced with the ball, Gilberto would always appear in the most critical position ahead of time. He didn't clash heat in, he played the prediction game. Just as the opposing midfielder looked up to pass, he had already shifted 2 steps to cut off the route. When the opponent on the wing tried to cross, he had already retreated in time, filling the gap in front of the center back. Did the opponent want to launch a long ball? While the ball was still in the air, he had already run to the landing spot, 3 or 4 seconds in advance, waiting. This guy was like a chess master, always 2 steps ahead of the opponent. In the first half of 45 minutes, Gilberto made 7 interceptions and 4 tackles, clearing the midfield entirely by himself. But if one weren't specifically scouting, they would hardly notice him. Because he worked so quietly. He always appeared where he needed to be, intercepted the ball, and then passed it to his teammate, hiding his merits and fame. Isabella watched the entire match beside him, her brows slowly relaxing as if she finally understood. I think I get it. Go on. He should serve a role similar to Senna. The four prodigies you signed earlier are responsible for charging ahead, while he and Senna, she paused, are responsible for covering the back. Chun Mo turned to her, his eyes filled with appreciation. Miss Isabella, you understand the game. I just understand every company needs an executor who doesn't take the spotlight, but ensures the machine runs smoothly. He is the executor on the pitch. Perfect metaphor. So how much is he worth? Chun Mo raised one hand. £50,000 at most. Isabella's eyes widened. 50,000. A young lad from the Brazilian Serie B who has never been in the national team and hasn't played in a top league. Chun Mo counted on his fingers. In the current transfer market, that's the price. And in the future, what's your assessment, Mr. Chun the Prophet? He will be a Brazilian international, a key defensive midfielder for the World Cup champion. How much do you think he's worth? Isabella fell silent. She had already given up the struggle. When he said this defensive midfielder could win the World Cup, what else could she say except to pay up? As soon as the training ended, Chun Mo contacted Pedro, the administrative manager of America Mineiro, through his assistant. Though called a manager, he was actually a middle-aged man in a sweat-stained polo shirt, doubling as a sponsor seeker and a handyman. Inside the office, only a broken ceiling fan creaked above. You want to buy Gilberto? Yes. Pedro rubbed his hands excitedly, as if he had been hit on the head by a pie falling from the sky. Okay, we can negotiate. In the Brazilian Serie B, having a European team come knocking with money was like a dream come true. Mr. Chun. Pedro struggled to project an air of negotiation. Gilberto is our absolute key player. He is very. He racked his brain to raise the price. Very hardworking. He squeezed out a word. Chun Mo almost laughed out loud. Very hardworking, that was the highest praise given to the future Iron Wall of Europe back in 1997. Mr. Pedro. Chun Mo was too lazy to beat around the bush, directly laying it on the line. £40,000 paid in full. How much was the annual budget of a Serie B team? £40,000, which is nearly $100,000, was akin to directly throwing in gold bars. 40,000. Pedro wanted to pretend to hesitate for a bit. If he leaves our defense. £50,000. After signing Gilberto's contract, Chun Mo did not stop. Isabella, our character is not yet complete. Isabella was using a bottle cap as a paperweight, pressing down on the contract copies that were being blown around by the wind. She looked up, her expression already in a state of zen. Speak. We are going to Guara. A small town, another low-level league in Brazil, A central defender, Chun Mo said. Isabella blinked. You've already signed 2 defensive midfielders. Now I need to sign a central defender. Are you building an entirely new team? Yes, a completely new team that can challenge for the Premier League championship. Guara. About 700 kilometers from Belo Horizonte, close to Brasilia. After they got off the plane, they took a taxi for another 40 minutes and finally arrived at the training ground of Guara EC. To call it a training ground is an understatement. It was more like a patch of land with 2 goals. There wasn't even a wire fence. Next to the field was a dirt road, occasionally interrupted by passing motorcycles and donkey carts. Isabella stood at the side of the field silent for a full 30 seconds. Chun Mo. I used to think that the America of Ribeirão Preto was the bottom of the football world. I was wrong. This is the bottom. Chun Mo did not respond. His attention was entirely on the field. Guara EC was engaged in an internal training match. The level was quite average. But there was one exception. In the center of the field, a tall, muscular young man was playing as a central defender. He had a buzz cut and a strong facial profile. Although only 19 years old, his physical development was nearly mature. Chun Mo muttered to himself. The eye of truth. Player name Lucimar Ferreira da Silva Lucio, age 19, position central defender, current ability 64, potential ability 90, a level, core attributes speed 83, strength 85, jump 87, tackle 80, header 82, positioning 76, ball carrying 78, long shot 72, aggressiveness 88, big match temperament 90, mental resilience 86, special tag iron defender 12, success rate in unknown defensive duels 10, success rate in aerial duels, special tag offensive defender. This player possesses a rare ability to advance with the ball, creating additional threats in attack, loyalty, undetermined relationship, not established, mental state, eager to prove himself. Chun Mo's lips curled slightly. A potential 90. Higher than both Senna and Gilberto. Lucio. Historically, this name represents an era of Brazil's football defense. A key central defender in the 2002 World Cup champion team. The backbone of Bayern Munich's defense. The Iron Gate during Inter Milan's treble-winning season. He is not the traditional type of central defender who simply stands back waiting to clear the ball with a header. He is a knife-wielding defender. Defensively fierce and solid, almost no one can get past him in unknown situations. Offensively, he is terrifying. He can carry the ball from the backfield all the way into the opponent's penalty area, then with a long-range shot or a header bewilder the goalkeeper. In the 2002 World Cup semi-final against Turkey, it was Lucio's long run from the back that assisted Ronaldo in scoring. And at this moment, it was 1997. 19-year-old Lucio was still playing in Brazil's lowest league for Guara EC. No agent, no exposure. Historically, he would transfer to Internacional for €100,000 the following year, gradually entering the sights of European scouts. But now Chinemo stood here, one step ahead of everyone else. The match lasted 30 minutes. Lucio's performance completely confirmed the system's data. His physical qualities in this league were like an adult playing against children. When the opponent's forward received the ball with his back to goal, Lucio directly pressed up a reasonable collision, sending the player 2 meters away, while the ball remained cleanly at his feet. During a corner defense, the opposing center forward leaped to head the ball, but Lucio jumped high, heading the ball out of the penalty area with an absurdly long hang time. But what impressed Chinemo the most was a moment in the 27th minute. After intercepting the ball at the edge of his own penalty area, Lucio carried the ball forward. He passed one player. Then he passed another, carrying the ball across the halfway line. An opposing midfielder attempted to press him, but Lucio made a change of direction, shouldering past him. He carried the ball all the way to the edge of the opponent's penalty area before passing it to the wing. The entire process was straightforward and efficient. A central defender advanced 50 meters with the ball. Isabella's eyes finally lit up. This person is a bit different. Yes, Chinemo nodded. He plays as a central defender, but he has the courage of a forward. Those defensive midfielders you sign are responsible for protecting the back line, but what about him? He is responsible for protecting the back line, while occasionally playing the tank role. Isabella's mouth twitched slightly, but she did not refute him, because she saw it. This young man's physical talent, ability to compete, and that reckless drive were indeed unlike any player she had seen before. After training, Chinemo found the person in charge of Guaraisi, an old man with graying hair who also served as the head coach and club president. Assis. Lucio? You want to buy Lucio? Yes. From England? Yes, we are from Nottingham. He is our best player. Name your price. Chinemo interrupted his lengthy speech. How much do you want? Assis swallowed. He assessed the well-dressed Eastern man before him, his mind racing. Guaraisi was merely a low-tier club in Brazil, often struggling to pay salaries and rarely seeing big investors throughout the year. Although Lucio was indeed a good prospect, they had never sold anyone for a truly high price. They had to make a good price. Assis gritted his teeth, extended 5 fingers as if making a tremendous decision, and exclaimed, £50,000. Not a penny less. Chinemo looked at him, trying to maintain a calm exterior, while visibly trembling with nervousness, and couldn't help but smile. £50,000. That didn't even reach the weekly wages of some stars in the future. But he knew that for this struggling lower-tier club, £50,000 was already the highest astronomical price they could imagine. £25,000 paid in full. No, that's impossible. £25,000 is too insulting. He is our future. £30,000. That's my bottom line. If you agree, I will transfer the money today. Otherwise, I will go look for other central defenders at the neighboring club. Saying this, Chinemo pretended to turn to leave. Hey, don't go. Assis suddenly rushed over, grabbing Chinmo's hand, afraid that this fat duck would fly away. 19-year-old Lucio, the future World Cup champion defender, all settled for just £30,000. Isabella had already silently updated that crazy shopping list in her mind. Clothes, 30,000. Berbatov, 20,000. Van Nistelrooy, 280,000. Ronaldinho, down payment of 250,000. Senna, 10,000. Gilberto, 50,000. Lucio, 30,000. She closed her notebook and looked at Chinemo. 7 players totaling £670,000. You claim their future total value exceeds 300 million. About that. Isabella took a deep breath. Chinemo, I only have one question. Speak. Can we go back to England now? Chinemo thought for a moment. Not yet. Next stop, Argentina. In, what did you say, in Buenos Aires? And Isabella wanted to kill someone. Lately she had been chasing this lunatic across continents. And her meticulously styled London-style curls had long devolved into a bird's nest, and her once refined elegance had all but vanished. Chinemo, and can I skip this? I just want to go home, and no one pays if you don't go, and Isabella took a deep breath. Which position are you buying this time? Defensive midfielder, center back, goalkeeper, and are you planning to ship the entire South American defensive line back to England? A center back and a sick child, and another center back, and different type from Lucio. Chinemo raised one finger. Lucio is a blade-wielding defender, offensively gifted, defensively solid. This one, and he grinned. And this one is a pure rabid warrior. What about the sick child? And that can wait. Let's secure the center back first. If Brazilian football is tropical samba, Argentine football is tango. Bladij closed every step fraught with tension. And the taxi wound its way from the airport into the city. The scenery outside the window was starkly different from Brazil's, imbued with a melancholic old-world grandeur, French-inspired architecture, broad boulevards, and walls splashed with vibrant graffiti. Isabella finally exhaled in relief. And, thank God, this at least resembles a modern society. And, don't celebrate yet, Chinemo shot back coldly. We're not stopping downtown. I'm not even surprised. In their destination Estadio Nuevo Gasometro in the Beto district, home ground of Club Deportivo San Lorenzo. And compared to Brazil's ramshackle training grounds, this was at least the turf of one of Argentina's Big Five elite clubs. The stands were intact, the pitch decent, and the dressing rooms, thankfully, didn't leak. And Isabella surveyed the surroundings, her murderous glare finally softened. Fine, no donkey carts swerving about here at least. And no broken one auto repair billboards, Chonimo added. And so our target. Isabella flipped open her battered notebook. Plays in the Argentine Primera División. Yes, but he's not Argentine. He's Colombian, recently transferred from Atlético Nacional. In transfer fee. In free transfer. No signing fee. Isabella's pen paused mid-stroke. In free transfer. In he just arrived. The contract must be flexible. In move fast enough, offer modest compensation, and he's ours. How much? In $3,000 tops. Maybe less. And Isabella stared at him with an expression that said, I'll just watch you pretend. Let me guess. His future value will hit several million. And, at the very least, he'll be our starting center back. Worth at least 1 or 2 million easily. In San Lorenzo's standard far surpassed that of Brazil's lower-tier leagues. In tactical drills were precise, disciplined, and methodical. On the right side of the backline, a compact young man practiced set-piece defense. None like Lucio, whose sheer physical presence screamed invincible. This player's first impression was simple short. At 175,176 centimeters, he blended unremarkably into any crowd. But among center backs averaging 185 centimeters, he resembled a pit bull thrust into a pack of mastiffs. Yet Chonimo knew precisely how fiercely that pit bull could bite. In true sight. Player name, Ivan Ramiro Cordoban, age 21 in nationality. Colombian position, center back in current ability, 67 in potential, 88 class A in core attributes and speed, 86 explosiveness, 88 jumping, 91 in tackling, 84 marking, 87 heading, 83 in aggression, 90 courage, 93 reaction time, 85 in leadership, 80 mental resilience, 88 big match temperament, 84 in special traits and steel heart. Ignores height disadvantage, gains 8 jump height in aerial duels. In Phoenix, injury recovery speed, 20 stamina consumption, 8, grows more energized as matches progress. In loyalty, undetermined relationship, not yet established in psychological state, fiercely motivated, eager to prove himself, homesick. Class of potential, 88. Non-par with Gilberto and others, yet every attribute honed like a razor's edge. In jumping, 91. Now 175 centimeters defender with a jumping rating of 91. It meant that when towering forwards leapt for headers, they'd find themselves horrified. This diminutive defender soared higher than they ever could. In aggression, 90. Courage, 93. This was a man who played without self-preservation. In whether facing Vieri or Shevchenko, he charged headlong. Human grenade detonating on contact. And then came the 2 special traits. Steel heart. Nullifies height disparity, adds 8 to jump height. Not literal physics cheat code. And inside the box, no matter how tall the opponent, he engaged fearlessly, and usually won. Phoenix, the Iron Man trait. In full season availability, no fatigue lag. While others flagged, he surged across the pitch with undiminished vigor. Neen Shinmo's mind, an unbreakable defensive line, had already taken shape. Lucio would be the spear, driving forward, creating chaos and danger. And Cordoba would be the shield, locking down opposing strikers, the final immovable gate. Attack and defense, perfect symbiosis. And add Senna and Gilberto, 2 relentless defensive midfielders. In this backline deployed in England's League One would dominate, not just technically, but psychologically. This core squad was being assembled for the Premier League 1 year hence, and beyond for the Champions League. And training matches began. In the Argentine league's physical intensity was fierce, but Cordoba stood out nonetheless. Not for technical brilliance, but for sheer defensive ferocity. Knees marking style boiled down to 2 words: physical lockdown. And when a forward received the ball, Cordoba closed in instantly. Faceta face relentless. Shoulder checks, waist level hand control, feet coiled like springs, ready to pounce. In the moment the forward attempted to turn, Cordoba slid laterally and dispossessed him. Clean, decisive, brutal. During a corner kick defense, the ball arced toward the far post, and 186 centimeters center forward secured his position, poised for a header. And Cordoba launched himself from behind, soaring skyward. Isabella's mouth fell open. And this Colombian, nearly 15 centimeters shorter, defied gravity, leaping high, dominating the airspace, and hammering the ball clear over his opponent's head. Isabella slowly turned toward Chonimo, stiff-necked. And does he have a pacemaker grafted onto his thighs? And talent, Chonimo replied succinctly. Pure raw physical talent. He's a head shorter, and jumps higher, and explosiveness and vertical leap. And some men are born for confrontation. Chonimo watched the pitch. And he'll become every striker's nightmare across the league. And tall ones can't outjump him, smaller ones can't outrun him. Skilled players, Their technique won't outweigh his mental fortitude. His heart was forged in fire. Isabella silently nodded. How does he fit with Lucio? Chun Mo smiled, appreciating the tactical insight of this assistant. Lucio is like a spear, aggressive and always pushing forward, which can leave openings behind. Cordoba fills in the gaps. When Lucio charges, he covers. When Lucio returns, he goes for the kill on the opposing star player. A spear and a shield. Yes, the best central defensive partnership is always complementary. Isabella noted down quickly and closed her notebook. All right, I understand. The core question, how much? He came without a transfer fee and hasn't stabilized as a starter in half a year. If we move now, San Lorenzo won't dare to set a high price. Isabella, Chun Mo said earnestly. A 21-year-old Colombian who came without a transfer fee isn't as valuable in Argentina as you might think. Moreover, I have an ace up my sleeve. What ace? He dreams of going to Europe. After the training ended, Chun Mo didn't seek out management, but went straight to the player tunnel to intercept someone. Cordoba looked wary. Being cornered by a stranger in Buenos Aires is never a good sign. Mr. Chun Mo spoke in fairly fluent Spanish. Who are you? Chun Mo, president of Nottingham Forest Football. Cordoba became even more cautious. There are plenty of South American frauds pretending to be European scouts. Where's your identification? Chun Mo presented his business card and authorization letter. Nottingham Forest. I know they've won 2 Champions Leagues. But you guys are now. We've been relegated, and we're currently in League One. Chun Mo admitted calmly. Cordoba was left speechless. After finally breaking into the Argentine league, you want me to play in the English 3rd tier? Sorry, sir, I'm not interested in relegated teams. He turned to leave. Mr. Cordoba, you left Medellin, uprooted your life to come to Argentina. What are you after? Cordoba paused in his tracks. Because you want to use it as a stepping stone to Europe, right? That's the route for all South American players. Cordoba turned around. What do you mean? What can San Lorenzo offer you? Wait 2 or 3 years hoping a European scout notices you. Argentina has no shortage of center backs. Are you sure you can stand out? That hit home. Cordoba knew all too well that talented players in Argentina are as common as dirt, and those who make it to Europe are rare. I'll get you a ticket to Europe directly. Chun Mo fixed his gaze on him. To England, the former pinnacle of Europe. Yes, we're in League One. But I promise, within 2 years Nottingham Forest will definitely return to the Premier League. In 5 years we will be a top Premier League team. You will be the core of the defense. No need to wait for opportunities in Argentina. Cordoba's breathing quickened. This sounded like a sales pitch. 3 years in the Premier League. 5 years to dominate. But he was a man who relied on instinct to defend. His instincts told him that this Eastern man didn't seem like a liar. Can you guarantee it? There are no absolute guarantees in the world of football. Chun Mo smiled. But I can tell you that I've assembled a brand new team that has the potential to challenge for the Premier League. Cordoba furrowed his brow. This man sounded like he was bragging. Now the last piece of the puzzle, I want you to be my main central defender. Shall we aim for the Premier League and the Champions League together? Are you willing to join? Cordoba smiled. Are you sure I'll be given a starting position? Chun Mo extended his hand. Absolutely. Cordoba remained silent for a moment as the distant tango music wafted through the air. I want to see the contract. His voice was low. Chun Mo took out the document directly. A weekly salary quadrupled with accommodation and visa provided. By the way, your partner is a Brazilian. You two will be the most terrifying duo in all of England. A Colombian paired with a Brazilian. Cordoba raised an eyebrow. They are arch-rivals in South America, but in Nottingham, they are brothers. Cordoba looked over the contract for several seconds before raising his hand. One condition. If I'm not injured, I must play every match. Chun Mo grasped his hand tightly. That's precisely the reason I crossed half the globe to find you. Negotiating with Rodriguez, the director of San Lorenzo, was pure psychological warfare. $150,000. Rodriguez said, puffing on a cigar, making a bold offer. Chun Mo remained calm as a rock. Director, you didn't spend a dime on a player who came without a transfer fee. But he is now a registered player and is performing well. He hasn't even started in half a year. What's so good about him? Potential. Rodriguez chuckled. You traveled all the way from England to buy a player. You know better than I do how much he's worth. An old fox. 50,000, Chun Mo countered. 120,000. 60,000. 100,000, that's my bottom line. Rodriguez changed the way he held the cigar. Chun Mo glanced at Isabella. She quickly tapped a few keys on the calculator and nodded slightly. $100,000, about 60,000 pounds. Although it exceeded the budget, the other party was indeed not easy to fool. 80,000. Chun Mo threw out the killer offer. Additional condition, if Cordoba transfers within 2 years, you'll receive 10 of the transfer fee. Rodriguez raised an eyebrow. A player acquired without cost sold for 80,000, and there's potential for more earnings later. This was a blood profit. Deal. He extended his hand with a satisfied smile. Stepping out of the building, the sunset painted Buenos Aires in gold and crimson. Isabella counted her crazy shopping list in the twilight. Clothes, 30,000. Bebeto, 20,000. Van Nistelrooy, 28,000. Ronaldinho, 55,000 contract with 25,000 up front. Senna, 10,000. Gilberto, 50,000. Lucio, 30,000. Cordoba about. She closed her notebook. 8 players totaling £720,000. You think these players will be worth more than 400 million? Chen Mo said confidently. Isabella looked up at the sky, feeling disillusioned. Chen Mo. Moi. Can I ask that question now? Ask away. Can we go back to England now? Chen Mo had his hands in his pockets looking at the skyline. Yes. Isabella's eyes widened suddenly. What did you say? We can go back to England now. Chen Mo turned his head, smiling broadly. The South American chapter is complete. Isabella's mouth moved several times, struggling to process it for 5 seconds. Chen Mo, do you know? Moi. That's the most human-like thing you've said in 3 weeks. She grabbed the nearly worn-out suitcase and strode toward the taxi in her high heels. Chen Mo watched her back, silently smiling. 8 divine puzzle pieces completed. In the front line, Ronaldinho, the soul of attack, Van Nistelrooy, the finisher, closed the aerial threat, Bebeto, the poet of the pitch. In midfield, Senna, the tactical barrier, Gilberto, the sweeping machine. In defense, Lucio, the aggressive madman, Cordoba, the doorstop of the penalty area. The invincible framework of this team has already taken shape. Now only one thing remains. To bring these maxed-out monsters back to Nottingham, and then show the world how a team rising from the ashes wreaks havoc in the football world. Wait. Isabella's hand was already on the taxi door handle. Hearing Chen Mo's words, she froze as, did you just say? We can go back to England. Yes. Then what does wait mean now? Chen Mo took out a piece of paper from his suit pocket on which was written an address. There's one more thing. Hey, are you ever done? It's a small matter, it can be settled tonight. You always say it's a small matter. Isabella's voice rose by 8 degrees. You said it was a small matter in Ribeirão Preto, a small matter in Porto Alegre, a small matter in Guaira. This time it's true. Chen Mo raised both hands. I'm not buying players. Isabella squinted her eyes warily. Then what are you going to do? I'm going to see a child. What child? A sick child. Isabella's anger suddenly choked up. She opened her mouth, swallowing the curse that was on the tip of her tongue. Sick. Yes. Chen Mo's tone suddenly changed. He is only 10 years old. Rosario, Argentina's 3rd largest city, about 300 kilometers from Buenos Aires. The taxi drove onto the Pan-American highway under the night sky. Isabella leaned back in the back seat, flipping through the information Chen Mo had handed her. The information was quite simple. It was only a single page. Name Lionel Andres Messi, date of birth June 24, 1987, age 10, current status enrolled in Newell's Old Boys Youth Training System, medical diagnosis growth hormone deficiency GHD. Upon seeing the words growth hormone deficiency, Isabella furrowed her brows. What kind of illness is this? The pituitary gland cannot secrete enough growth hormone. Chen Mo gazed out the window at the rushing Pampas plains. If untreated, he may never reach a height of 1.4 meters in his lifetime. What's the treatment plan? Daily injections of growth hormone lasting 3 to 6 years. Cost between $900 to $1,300 a month. Isabella fell silent. As someone in finance, she quickly calculated 3 to 6 years totaling $30,000 to $80,000. For the middle class in London's financial district, this is no small expense. But for an Argentine working-class family, can they not afford it? His father works in a steel factory, and his mother is a cleaner in a magnet factory. Chen Mo said Argentina's healthcare system reimbursed part of it, but it's far from enough. Newell's Old Boys initially promised to help, but with the club's financial difficulties, they didn't want to take it on anymore. For this kind of illness, the earlier the treatment starts, the better the outcome. Every night missed in a year could mean a final height reduction of a few centimeters. The cabin fell silent for a long time. Isabella finally spoke. So you want to bring him back to Nottingham? Chen Mo's tone was unyielding. The club will cover all treatment costs. His family will come to England, and we will arrange jobs for his parents. Chen Mo. The 8 players you bought before were because they could be worth tens of millions or even billions in the future. But a 10-year-old child with an illness, how can you be sure he can play professionally? Chen Mo did not answer immediately. He remained silent for about 10 seconds. Outside, the Pampas wilderness stretched to the horizon under the moonlight, occasionally illuminated by a few solitary lights like stars abandoned in the wilderness. Isabella, in these 3 weeks you've traveled half the globe with me. You've seen clothes playing in a dusty rural field. You've seen Berbatov in a Bulgarian slum with no decent shoes. You've seen a team training in the Brazilian 2nd Division while smoking, and Gilberto, who diligently warmed up alone in that team. You've seen the broken training ground in Guaira where there isn't even a barbed wire fence, and Lucio daring to sprint 50 meters with the ball on that muddy ground. You've asked me how much each person is worth, and I've given you a number each time. 30 million, 50 million. You think those numbers are already crazy. He paused for a moment. But this child is different. He is not an investment worth tens of millions. Then why? Chen Mo's gaze passed through the car window, looking into the distance, as if seeing a scene that only he could perceive. He is a god of football. Isabella was stunned. Over the past 3 weeks, she had heard Chen Mo evaluate countless players. A future top scorer, a World Cup-winning midfielder, a defender with a knife. Each evaluation was sufficiently crazy, but this time was different. When the four words "God of Football" came out of Chun Mo's mouth, they carried no commercial interest. It was something pure, almost reverent. "Are you serious?" Isabella asked softly. "Of all the things I've said in my life," Chun Mo turned his head and looked directly into her eyes, "this is the most serious." Rosario Lavajada Street. 1 o'clock in the morning. The taxi stopped in front of a row of low brick houses. This is a working-class community in the southern district of Rosario with narrow streets and dim streetlights. The walls were covered with Newell's Old Boys red and black slogans along with some faded political graffiti. "Are we going to knock on the door now?" Isabella said incredulously. 1 o'clock in the morning. "Tomorrow." Chun Mo said, "First, let's find a place to stay." "Thank God you finally said something a normal person would say." The next morning at 10 o'clock. Rosario's sunlight is drier than Buenos Aires. Chun Mo and Isabella stood in front of a deep brown wooden door. A middle-aged man opened the door. He was not tall, had a plain appearance, and his hands bore obvious calluses, marks of years spent working in a factory. Jorge Messi, Lionel's father. "Who are you looking for?" Jorge scrutinized the two well-dressed foreigners at the door with caution. In the southern district of Rosario, people dressed like this are either debt collectors or con artists. "Good morning, Mr. Jorge." Chun Mo said in Spanish, "My name is Chun Mo, and I'm from England. I am the chairman of Nottingham Forest Football Club." "Nottingham Forest?" Jorge blinked. This name is not unfamiliar to Argentinians. Consecutive European champions in 1979 and 1980, they also have a certain level of recognition in South American football. But that was 20 years ago. "Yes." Chun Mo smiled slightly. "I would like to talk to you about your son Leo." Jorge's expression changed. It became complicated, filled with vigilance and a hint of barely perceptible hope. "Please come in." The Messi family's living room was not large. A few pieces of old furniture, a portrait of the Virgin Mary hanging on the wall, and a few football posters beside it, Maradona Batistuta, and a Newell's Old Boys emblem. On the coffee table was a bottle of mate tea and several cups. Jorge's wife Celia peeked out from the kitchen, wiping her hands with a towel, curiously watching these two uninvited guests. "Have a seat." Jorge moved 2 chairs. Chun Mo sat down, his gaze sweeping through the living room. Then he saw it. The door leading to the backyard was half open. Outside on the cement ground, a small and thin boy was juggling a ball. He was too small, at least half a head shorter than children of the same age. So thin he looked like a stick, his arms so frail that one would worry they might break with a touch. Yet he was juggling the ball. Left foot, right foot, thigh, shoulder, heel. The ball seemed to be a part of him. It was a natural, seamless feeling, as if the ball was an extension of his body. As if he was born to do this. Chun Mo's breath momentarily stopped. Even from across a corridor, even if it was just juggling on a piece of broken cement, even if this was just a 10-year-old child suffering from illness, his talent was already displayed in full splendor. Chun Mo closed his eyes and silently recited. The eye of truth. Information surged in like a tidal wave. Player name Lionel Andres Messi. Age 10 years. Nationality Argentina. Current position forward, winger, attacking midfielder, multi-position, adaptability. Current ability value 42. Exceeds the upper limit of the scale. Core attributes, growth prediction. Dribbling, unquantifiable, marked as destiny level. Acceleration, unquantifiable, marked as destiny level. Center of gravity, control, unquantifiable, marked as destiny level. Vision 96, creativity 97, shooting 95. Football intelligence 99, decisiveness 98. Unlocked upon reaching adulthood. System note. Warning: this player's potential value exceeds the upper limit of the true IS level scale. The system cannot provide an exact value. Based on historical data modeling, this player is an extreme anomaly in the probability space. Approximate rating. Recommendation: at all costs. Current physical condition: growth hormone deficiency GHD, has not received system treatment. If no intervention, expected adult height 140 centimeters, career probability 5. If treatment starts immediately, expected adult height 169,172 centimeters, career probability 99. Psychological state: pure, passionate, fearful, fear of not growing taller, fear of not being able to play. Loyalty: childhood, highly malleable. Chun Mo opened his eyes. His hands trembled slightly. Not from nervousness, not from excitement, but because, among all the players he had scanned with the true eye since his arrival, none had yielded such result. Potential value exceeds the scale limit. Unquantifiable. Approximate rating. At all costs. Isabella noticed Chun Mo's anomaly. She turned her head and lowered her voice. "What's wrong?" Chun Mo did not answer. He merely looked at the small boy in the backyard, a complex smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. There was awe, gratitude, and a sense of admiration and mission, as if everything he had done, crossing half the globe to sign those 8 future stars, was all for this moment. To appear at this door at the right time. "Mr. Messi." Chun Mo withdrew his gaze and turned to Jorge. "I know about Leo's situation." Jorge's body clearly stiffened. Celia walked out of the kitchen, standing behind her husband with red-rimmed eyes. "His growth hormone deficiency." Chun Imo said calmly, I know Newell's old boys promised to help pay for the treatment, but have been delaying. Jorges Adams apple-bobbed slightly. How? Do you know? It doesn't matter. Chun Imo said what matters is what I am about to say. He leaned forward, hands clasped, his gaze earnest and firm. I want Leo to go with me to England, to the Youth Academy of Nottingham Forest. All of his treatment costs, growth hormone injections, regular checkups, all medical expenses, will be fully covered by the club. The living room was so quiet that one could hear the sound of a soccer ball landing in the backyard. Celia covered her mouth with her hand. Jorges' eyes widened as if he couldn't believe his ears. Oh. His voice trembled slightly. Oh. Shinmo's tone was unequivocal. Not only that. You and your wife can also go to Nottingham. The club will arrange housing and work for you. Leo's siblings, if they wish to go together, we will also make proper arrangements for their schooling and living. I won't let a 10-year-old child leave his family alone. He needs treatment and family. I can provide both. Isabella listened from the side, her pen long since motionless. She looked at Chunmo's profile, and suddenly, in the past 3 weeks, she had seen various expressions on Chunmo's face. Shrewdness during negotiations, certainty while evaluating players, coldness when bargaining, and shamelessness when persuading others. But at this moment, the expression on Chunmo's face was something she had never seen before. Serious to the point of being almost reverent. As if he was doing something he felt was more important than signing the previous 8 individuals combined. Jorge remained silent for a long time. He was a steel factory worker. His greatest pride in life was that little son who was more agile than anyone on the field. He also knew that if not treated, Leo might never grow tall. And the treatment costs weighed like a mountain on this. Newell's old boys said they would help, but every time they were urged for payment, they offered various excuses. Argentina's insurance system only reimbursed a portion, and the remaining gap was eroding this family's already meager savings every month. He had stared at the ceiling countless times in the dead of night, wondering if only someone would be willing to help, if only someone could see Leo's talent. But he never imagined that that person would be an Oriental who flew in from the other side of the earth. Mr. Chun, can I ask you a question? Please go ahead. Why are you doing this? His eyes were slightly red. Leo is only 10. He is small, thin, and much shorter than children his age. He is sick. He has not proven anything. Why would you go to such great lengths to take a child like this to England? The living room fell silent once again. The sound of a soccer ball hitting the concrete in the backyard echoed. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythm was steady like a heartbeat. Chun Imo turned his head, looking through the half-open door at the small figure. The boy was practicing dribbling. He had placed a few bricks as obstacles on the concrete ground, using the inside of his left foot to nudge the ball and the outside of his right foot to cut at his body's center of gravity, flowing like mercury. He was too short, too thin, too small. But the ball at his feet seemed to meld with him, as if it had a life of its own swirling around him. Chun Imo watched for a long time. Then he turned back to Jorge. Mr. Messi, I cannot explain to you why, but I can tell you. Your son will become the greatest football player on this planet. Without a doubt. Jorge was stunned. Celia's tears flowed silently. I know this sounds crazy. Chun Imo smiled. How could a 10-year-old boy with dwarfism possibly be the greatest player? But I have seen too many impossibilities. A Polish immigrant descendant in rural Germany, playing amateur league as a carpenter apprentice, became the World Cup Golden Boot winner. A boy from a Bulgarian slum, who couldn't even afford football shoes, became the most elegant forward in the Premier League. A nondescript defensive midfielder in Brazil's Serie B lifted the World Cup trophy. All these people are now on my team. And your son, Chun Imo said emphatically, will surpass them all. Surpass anyone of this era. So, Chun Imo's voice suddenly softened. It was the first time Isabella had heard such gentleness from him in these 3 weeks. For him, any cost is worth it. The living room fell silent for a full minute. That minute felt as long as a century. Then Jorge stood up and walked to the backyard door, calling out, Leo, come here. The small boy stopped juggling the ball, holding a soccer ball larger than his face, and trotted in. He glanced timidly at the stranger in the living room, instinctively shrinking behind his father. Yet his left foot remained planted on the ball. Even while standing in his own living room, his foot unconsciously fiddled with the ball. Chun Imo squatted down to meet. Hello, Leo. Yais. The little Messi's voice was soft like a mosquito's hum. Do you like playing soccer? The little Messi blinked his big eyes and nodded vigorously. The intensity of that nod was completely disproportionate to his thin, lanky frame. It was as if someone had asked him the most certain thing in his life. Do you want to play soccer in England? The little Messi tilted his head, looking confused at his father, before turning back to Chun Imo. Is England far? Very far, Chun Imo smiled. But there are big fields, great grass, and many talented players there. The little Messi looked down at the old peeling soccer ball under his feet. Then he lifted his head, his eyes shining bright. Are there new balls to play with? Yes. Can I play every day? Every day. The questions he asked were as simple as can be. But when Chun Imo heard them, it felt as though something had struck him hard in the chest. This was the 10-year-old Messi. He didn't care where England was, nor did he care what Nottingham Forest was. He only wanted to know one thing. Could he play soccer? Every day? That was enough. The little Messi turned to look. Jorge squatted down and hugged his son tightly. Tears finally fell from his eyes. He held his son. If you want to go, then go. Your mother and I will be with you. The little Messi buried his face in his father's shoulder and mumbled an mm. Isabella turned her head away, pretending to organize her notes. But Chen Imo noticed a few water stains on her. There was no transfer fee at all. Messi was not a registered professional player with Newell's Old Boys, but merely a trainee in their youth system. According to the regulations of the Argentine Football Association, 10-year-old children do not involve formal transfers. What Chen Imo needed to do was sign a youth training agreement with Messi's family. The core terms included 5 points. First, Nottingham Forest would cover all the growth hormone treatment costs for Lionel Messi until the doctor said it could stop. Second, the club would provide housing for Messi's family, and Jorge and Celia would be given jobs arranged by the club. Third, Messi would train at Nottingham Forest Youth Academy while ensuring he received a formal school education. Fourth, when Messi turned 16, both parties would negotiate the signing of the first professional contract. Fifth, if Messi's family ever wanted to return to Argentina, the club would never obstruct them and would cover the airfare. The fifth clause was added by Chen Imo deliberately. He didn't want this matter to look like a kidnapping. He wanted this family to clearly understand the door was always open and they could leave at any time. But he also knew they wouldn't leave, because he would offer this boy everything the best in the world. Jorge looked at the contract for a long time, word by word, as if reading a letter that could change their fate. His gaze lingered longest on the first clause, all treatment costs. These 5 words had weighed on this family through countless sleepless nights. Newell's had made promises before, but had gone back on them. Argentina's healthcare covered only a small part, which was barely enough. The monthly injection costs of over $1,000 felt like a dull knife cutting into this struggling family bit by bit. And now a stranger flying in from the other side of the earth said, "I'll cover it all." The moment he signed his name, Celia stood behind him, hands clasped together, her lips moving as if reciting a prayer. Perhaps she was thanking God. Chen Imo watched this scene and thought, it wasn't God who sent him here. This boy himself was a gift from God to the world of soccer. He was merely the one to sign for it ahead of time. As he walked out of Messi's house, the midday sun in Rosario shone down directly. Isabella put on her sunglasses and flipped to the last page of her notebook. So, her voice sounded off. This child is not included in that 72000 bill. Not included. How much will the treatment costs plus family placement expenses be per year? About 200 to 300 for 3 to 5 years. Adding the previous 8 people's expenses. The total investment will approach 900. About right. Isabella closed her notebook and took a deep breath. Chen Imo. When you signed the first 8 people, each time you said how much he is worth and how much he can be sold. But for this child, what you said was, she paused. For him, any cost is worth it. Why is it different? Chen Imo put his hands in his pockets and looked up at the glaring blue sky of Rosario. The sunlight was so bright that even squinting felt dazzling. The first 8 people were business. Good business, highly profitable business. But this child is faith. Isabella stared at him. Her mind raced, trying to apply her valuation model from the London financial district to put a price on the word faith. Unfortunately, she really didn't know how to calculate it. Then she slammed her notebook shut and said in a tone of complete resignation, fine. 9 people, total investment of about 900 plus annual medical bills of 200 to 3. You said their total future value, including Messi. Chen Imo tilted his head, thought seriously over. Isabella's sunglasses nearly slipped off her nose. How much did you say? 2 billion. It could also be 3 billion. His commercial value is immeasurable considering the speed of inflation. Isabella remained silent for 10 seconds. A full 10 seconds. Then she picked up the almost falling apart suitcase and rushed towards the taxi without looking back. I'm leaving. Back to England. If I don't leave now, I really might go crazy. Chen Imo watched her almost sprinting away, laughing out loud. In these 3 weeks, he had turned this elite woman from London's financial district into a walking powder keg that could explode at any moment. The taxi drove towards Rosario Airport. In the rearview mirror, the low worker housing gradually receded, finally becoming a blurry outline on the horizon. Chen Imo leaned back in the back seat and closed his eyes. He knew. Behind those ordinary brick walls, a small boy was excitedly running around the yard holding an old soccer ball. He still didn't know who he was. He didn't know that the name Messi would later be etched into the halls of fame of countless stadiums. He didn't know that one day the whole world would hold its breath for every touch he made. He only knew one thing. Someone told him he could play soccer every day, and that was enough. The 10-year-old Lionel Messi's entire dream was just that big. And what Chen Imo had to do was turn this dream into a reality so vast that the whole planet could not contain it. South American chapter cleared. The 900 stakes had all been placed on the table. Next stop home, back to Nottingham, to bring this group of geniuses from all corners of the world onto the same field. Then let all of England, all of Europe, and the whole world see clearly. Amidst the ruins, towering trees can still grow. In the dust, fireworks can still explode. In the arrivals hall of Heathrow Airport, the moment Isabella West's high heels touched the ground of England, she did something that was utterly incompatible with the elite persona of London's financial district. She crouched down and kissed the floor. Are you serious? Chun Imo stopped in his tracks with his suitcase. Isabella stood up. You wouldn't understand the psychological trauma of a civilized person being dragged through the South American wilderness for 3 weeks. The last time I didn't wash my hair for 3 days was during my university finals. You didn't wash your hair for 3 days during finals. I told you to shut up. Chun Imo wisely refrained from responding. A buzzing vibration came from his pocket. A 1997 Nokia displayed an incoming call from a Nottingham area code. Wait. No waiting, Isabella said without looking back. Isabella. No waiting. It's a call from the club office. Isabella paused her steps. Then she slowly turned around. You answer it. Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun. The anxious voice of the club's administrative assistant Philip came through the receiver. Thank God you finally answered. Where have you been for these 3 weeks? We've called you no less than 50 times. On a business trip. On a business trip. Sir, there are almost 200 faxes piled on your desk. The Fans Association's petitions have been sent 3 times, each thicker than the last. The last one was packed in a cardboard box. John Shipley, the sports editor of the Nottingham Evening Post, has called 12 times to interview you. I've blocked 8 of them. And for the remaining 4, he called the front desk directly. Get to the point. The point is Shipley's headline today is New Chairman Missing for 3 Weeks. Has the forest been abandoned? The fan organization has unfurled a banner at the entrance reading either explain or get lost. There are 7. No 8 agents pressuring for contracts, some wanting renewals, some wanting to terminate, and others threatening arbitration. Which 8? The sound of paper flipping. The agent of Kevin Campbell says you promised to discuss renewal terms before you took office, and after 3 weeks of silence, he wants to explore other opportunities for the player. Brian Roy's agent says the relegation clause triggered a salary adjustment, and Roy refuses to accept a pay cut. He wants a contract buyout. Alfinga Haaland, the hard-nosed midfielder who would later play for Leeds United and Manchester City, was still an ambitious mid-level player in the Nottingham Forest locker room at that moment. As for his son who would one day dominate the defenses of all Europe, he wouldn't be born for another 2 years. Haaland's agent mentioned interest from Leeds United asking if we are willing to negotiate a transfer fee. There was also Andrea Silenzi, Darren Freeman, Matthew Dawson, Chris Bart. Names were popping up one after another. Chun Imo quickly ran through them in his mind. Some were players under Premier League contracts signed before relegation, while others were obviously surplus personnel, no longer in the plans. After 3 weeks of neglect, the agents had all surged forward. Got it. The media's response to calls is that the chairman will hold a press conference within this week. Tell the agents that I will return to the office the day after tomorrow for unknown discussions. The day after tomorrow. Sir, the situation is really. The day after tomorrow. Chun Imo hung up. Isabella stood 3 meters away looking at him with an expression fit for an emergency patient. A mess. A mess. How messy? The kind where there are 200 faxes piled on the desk. Isabella closed her eyes. She opened them again. I only have one question right now. Go ahead. Is there hot tea on the train back to Nottingham? There should be. The 3-week South American quest was over. But that was just grinding for materials on the world map. The real battle lay in the main city. May 28, 1997. Nottingham City Ground. When Chun Imo pushed open the door to the chairman's office, he almost thought he had entered the wrong room. Papers were everywhere. On the desk, under the desk, on the chairs, on the floor, on the windowsill. Fax papers, letters, newspaper clippings, fan letters, lawyers' letters from agents, sponsorship, inquiry letters, registration documents from the English Football League, tax, demand notices, utility bills. There were also 3 cardboard boxes. The largest one was almost half a person high, hastily labeled with a marker, fan petition, batch 3. Philip was not exaggerating. Chun Imo picked up the fax papers piled on the chair and tossed them onto the sofa before sitting down. He picked up the most conspicuous document on the desk, the Nottingham Evening Post, May 27th, front page. New chairman missing for 3 weeks. Has the forest been abandoned? Subtitle, Chun Imo's only action since taking office was selling the top scorer, then disappearing. Will the lights at City Ground shine again? The entire body of the article had a sour undertone of bias. The gist was an unknown Chinese businessman on his first day in office orchestrated a coup in the locker room to oust Van Hooijdonk, disappeared after pocketing $4.5 million. The Fans Association's multiple requests for a meeting have all been rejected, and the club's daily operations are essentially on autopilot. The article concluded with a quote from an anonymous fan representative, "We need to know where the $4.5 million. If this person is here to drain the club, we will not sit idly by." Chun Imo put down the newspaper. He spent $7,200 to sign 9 players with a future total value exceeding $1 billion. If this is called draining, club chairmen around the world would be lining up to beg him to do just that. A knock sounded at the door. Isabella walked in. She had changed into clean clothes, her chestnut curls, freshly styled, restored to 70 or 80% of their elegance. She was holding 2 thick folders and a laptop. You look much better. Isabella plopped down, spreading out the folders. Let's skip the small talk. Get to the point. I calculated the accounts on the plane and train. Let's start with the good news. The 4.5 million from Van Hooijdonk's transfer has all come in. Celtic paid in full, probably fearing you would change your mind. Subtracting the total expenses of the South American trip, the transfer fees amounting to 7,200. The budget for Messi's first year, including treatment and housing, is estimated at 4,000, and travel expenses for 2 people across 5 countries for 3 weeks is about 1,400. She circled a figure heavily with her pen. I don't want to go into detail on this item. You just need to know that the repair cost for the hot water heater exploding at the Bulgarian hotel at 3 in the morning is also counted on our heads. That really wasn't my fault. Total expenses are approximately 8,14000. Subtracting 8,14000 from 4.5 million. The usable funds balance is approximately 368,600 pounds. Chun Imo nodded. Sounds okay. Sounds okay. Now tell me the bad news. She flipped open the second folder labeled 97-98 Season Budget Framework Draft. Club's daily operations, stadium maintenance, training, base salaries for all non-player staff 1.2 million to 1.4 million per season. Then there are player salaries. The big chunk. She turned to the next page. A table appeared with player names in the left column and weekly salaries in the right. These are contracts signed before relegation. Isabella's voice was very flat. Salaries at the Premier League level. After relegation, some contracts have relegation clauses automatically reducing salaries by 20 to 30, but not everyone has them. The previous management had a few contracts written without relegation clauses to retain players. She circled a few names with a red pen. Brian Roy. Weekly salary of 1,200, 2 years left on the contract, no relegation clause. Kevin Campbell, weekly salary of 8,600 after relegation. His agent refuses to accept a pay cut, threatening arbitration. Darren Freeman, weekly salary of 5,500, 2 years, no relegation clause. Andrea Silenzi, weekly salary of 7,000 after relegation, played 9 times last season, no goals, and only 47 minutes in 3 substitute appearances. Chun Mo calculated in his mind. Each minute on the field costs nearly 800. The Senna he signed in South America can be bought out for 1,000 and can play for an entire season. Chris Bart, weekly salary of 4,500. Matthew Dawson, weekly salary of 4,000. Alfinga. Let's talk about Haaland. Weekly salary of 6,000, 1 year left on the contract. Leeds United is interested. In 1997, Leeds United, coached by George Graham, was in a rebuilding phase and needed tough midfielders. A player like Haaland who could play well and was a butcher was exactly what Graham wanted. Historically, Haaland indeed joined Leeds United at this point in time. Continue. Isabella pushed the table towards him. The players I marked in red, Roy, Campbell, Freeman, Silenzi, Bart, Dawson, along with 2 others in similar situations, total 8 players. The total weekly salary exceeds 5,000 a month, and for a season, 1.04 million. The salaries of these 8 players account for nearly 40 of the total team salary. Chun Imo leaned back against the chair. 8 people consumed 40% of the salary. Meanwhile, the 9 players he signed in South America had a combined weekly salary of 6,500 pounds. That's less than half of what Brian Roy alone earns. Your new players won't get on the field, Isabella said, her tone calm and unwavering. There are registration limits in League One, and the wage expenditure has already reached a dangerous proportion of the club's income. Unless you clear out at least 3 or 4 high-salary players, your newly signed players will face actual obstacles in registration. If we don't clear out the high-salary surplus players before the summer transfer window closes, the new players won't be able to play, and we won't have the funds to pay salaries mid-season. So Mr. Chun, what do you plan to do? Chun Imo remained silent for about 10 seconds. Then he opened the drawer, took out a list of first-team players, and tossed it onto the desk between the 2 of them. Let's start the clear-out. Chun Imo leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the desk. This team has too many surplus players. We need to free up salary space. Isabella immediately sat up straight, opened her notebook, and prepared to take notes. Go ahead, who are they? First, Brian Roy. Put him on the transfer list with a price tag of 500,000. Roy. Isabella looked up her pen, pausing for a moment. He earns 12,000 a week and his contract still has 2 years left. His agent hinted to us the day before yesterday that he wouldn't accept a pay cut and wanted to leave for a lucrative signing fee. Then don't give him freedom. Chun Imo scoffed. His technical abilities are definitely overqualified for League One. Mid to lower tier Premier League teams will surely be interested. We can negotiate at 400,000. If his agent insists on arbitration to force us to terminate the contract, then we'll drag it out. The arbitration period lasts at least 3 months. Once the summer transfer window closes, he won't be able to go anywhere and will have to obediently stay and play in League One. At that point, the initiative will be in my hands. Isabella nodded, quickly recording. Got it. Next, Kevin Campbell. Chun Imo continued, with a price tag of 600,000. Campbell is a top striker in League One. Oh, are you sure? I already have Van Nistelrooy, Klose, and Berbatov. There's no starting position for him in the new system. Chun Mo remained calm. But he's different from Roy, he still has feelings for the club. Talk to him first. If he's willing to take a pay cut to be a substitute, we keep him. If not, we sell. Understood. Darren Freeman, Andrea Sirenchi. I don't want to see these two at the first team training base. Isabella frowned. Freeman earns $5,005 per week and Sirenchi earns $5,000 after the relegation. Their contracts aren't up yet, especially Freeman, who still has 2 years left without a relegation clause. Do you want to terminate their contracts directly? The club doesn't have that much money for severance pay. Terminate contracts. The club is practically broke. Where would we find money to pay them severance? Put them all on the transfer list. Sell them for whatever we can get. Even if the transfer fee is just a few thousand, or even zero, as long as there's a team willing to take them and remove their salaries from our ledger. Contact those lower league teams, or those in dire need of substitutes. If we can't sell them, then loan them out, and let the next team cover the wages. In any case, get rid of these two high salary, low performance burdens as soon as possible. If they don't leave, put them in the reserve team. He didn't wait for Isabella to finish calculating, quickly listing the last 3 names: Chris Bart, Matthew Dawson, Jason Lee. All to be cleared. Especially Jason Lee, make him leave immediately. This guy could cause trouble in the locker room at any moment. Keep a few young players for rotation. Chun Mo's tone softened as he emphasized one name. Stuart Pearce must be retained. Pearce is 35. He can't be measured by age and statistics. We've signed so many foreigners. With the language barrier and cultural differences, they need a local benchmark like Pearce to stabilize the situation. Maintain his current weekly salary of $6,000. The plan was settled. Isabella quickly compiled a summary table on the last page of her notebook. Clear out 7 players. Expected recovery of over $1 million. Expected termination expenditure $30,000 to $50,000. Release weekly salary space about $5,000 per week. New player registration 8 pending. She pushed the notebook in front of Chun Mo. Look clearly. If the revenue from the clear out is less than $60,000, our cash flow will break mid-season. At that point, we won't even be able to pay salaries. The league committee will directly deduct points and freeze the transfer window. This is a life and death line. Chun Mo glanced at it, but remained silent, instead bending down to grab a thick stack of A4 papers from a nearby box and tossing them onto the desk. At the top was printed Nottingham Forest Fans Union, followed by a dense array of signatures. Compared to cash flow, we have an even more pressing life and death line. Chun Mo pointed to the date above. The fans' ultimatum demands an explanation for Van Hooydonck's transfer fee and the plans for the new season. 7 days deadline of 5 days have already passed. Isabella's expression changed slightly. 2 days left. Oh, what do you plan to do? The day after tomorrow morning, gather all the people on the clear-out list and their agents. He'll talk to them one by one. Chun Mo leaned back in his chair, casually picking up the Nottingham Evening Post from the desk. The day after tomorrow afternoon, hold a press conference. What will you tell the media? Isabella found it absurd. Tell them you spent $72,000 to sign 8 players no one has heard of, and then say, trust me, they'll be worth $1 billion in the future. Chun Mo put down the newspaper, revealing a smile she had become very familiar with over the past 3 weeks. Every time this smile appeared, it meant he had a crazy plan in mind. I will tell them the part of the truth they need to hear. Chun Mo looked directly at her. I want Nottingham to believe in me again. Isabella stared at him for a few seconds. Then she bowed her head, quietly tidying up the documents on the desk. I'll head back now. Isabella stood up, hugging the files to her chest. Tomorrow I will pull out the original contracts for these 7 players and check the termination clauses. The day before tomorrow, I'll give you the best proposal before your negotiations. Thank you for your hard work. I will make up for the vacation I owe you later. Isabella reached the door, grasped the doorknob, and suddenly stopped, turning her back to him as she spoke. Chun Mo, when you spent hundreds of thousands on these unknown players, during the multinational negotiations just after deciding to clear out 7 first-team players, you never hesitated. Not once. She twisted the doorknob. It's as if you already knew all the outcomes. The door closed and the sound of her high heels gradually faded away. Chun Mo sat alone at the desk, casually pushing aside the petition with thousands of signatures. The day after tomorrow morning, 7 negotiations. The day after tomorrow afternoon, hold a press conference. He had to resolve these troubles within 2 days. On May 30th, 1997, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Nottingham City Stadium chairman's office. Isabella arrived 40 minutes earlier than Chun Mo. She arranged 7 original contracts in order of salary with corresponding summaries of breach penalties, player performance data over the past 2 years, and her overnight preparation of the optimal escape plan beside them. Each plan was accompanied by a handwritten card marked with 3 colors. Green, soft negotiation with emotion. Yellow, hard negotiation requiring pressure. Red, dead pig, doesn't fear boiling water type, ready to tear faces. Chun Mo glanced at them and raised an eyebrow. When did you do all this? From 11 last night to 6 this morning. Isabella expressionlessly took a sip of black tea, the dark circles under her eyes like she had been punched twice. Alright, enough chit-chat. The first one arrives at 9:15. At 9:15, Brian Roy's agent, Graham DeVRO. Red card. DeVRO was a seasoned veteran, and the first thing he did upon sitting down was place the lawyer's letter on the table. Mr. Chen, my client does not accept a pay cut, nor does he accept being put on the transfer list. There is no demotion clause in the contract. This is an oversight by your predecessor management and should not fall on the player. Brian hopes to leave as a free agent and receive full compensation for the remaining contract period. Chen Mo shot him a glance. Mr. DeVRO, are you aware of Nottingham Forest's current financial situation? This is not something I need to concern myself with. The cash in the club's account is insufficient to cover the full compensation you are requesting. It's not that we don't want to pay, it's that we cannot. You can go to arbitration, but until the arbitration result comes out, Brian cannot go anywhere. If he misses the summer window, he can only train physically at Nottingham. Which Premier League team do you think will wait until his arbitration is finished to sign him? Or do you think that by Christmas those buyers will still be around? DeVro's smile froze for a moment. Chen Mo pushed a document over. The club will place him on the transfer list, and we are willing to cooperate with any interested buyers for negotiations. If the transfer is successful, Brian gets a new job, and we won't have to make a scene. It's a win-win. If you insist on arbitration. Chen Mo tilted his head. The club will cooperate with the arbitration process, but during this period Brian will be moved to the reserve team. You can't do that. The contract states the club has the right to adjust the player's training arrangements according to competitive training needs. Chen Mo tapped the original contract. Moreover, let me say something unpleasant. If this club really goes bankrupt, you won't get a penny in compensation. The creditors ranking before you in bankruptcy liquidation could stretch across the Trent River. The office fell silent for 5 seconds. DeVRO put away the lawyer's letter. I need to discuss with Brian. The sooner the better. Chen Mo stood up, extended his hand. The summer window waits for no one. At 10 o'clock. Kevin Campbell. Green card. Campbell came alone without an agent. This surprised Chen Mo slightly. Campbell sat down, hands clasped on his knees like a student waiting for a teacher to scold him. Kevin, I know you have feelings for Nottingham Forest. This is my hometown team. Campbell said in a low voice. I grew up here. So I'm telling you the truth. I've already signed 3 new forwards. The system will undergo major changes completely different from the style you're used to. Are you saying? There's no position for me. No starting position. Chen Mo did not evade. But if you're willing to take a pay cut to $3,005, I guarantee you'll have at least 2 to 3 chances to play each month. You are a product of Forest youth training, and the locker room needs veterans like you. Campbell fell silent. $3,005, more than half a cut. But he also knew that League One teams could not offer Premier League salaries. Staying here was an emotional matter, not a business one. What if I don't accept? I will place you on the transfer list. With your abilities, mid to lower Premier League teams will want you. Campbell stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the empty stands of City Stadium. Let me think for 2 days. No problem. At 10:45. Darren Freeman. Yellow card. Freeman's agent was a minor player and started off trying to play the emotional card, saying Freeman had served the club for many years. Chen Mo interrupted directly. Mr. Freeman played 14 times last season, starting 3 times. Average running distance was 7.2 kilometers, second last in the first team. Pass success rate of 68, a level of a League One substitute. Weekly salary is $5,005 with no demotion clause and 2 years left on the contract. Chen Mo pushed the datasheet over. The club can no longer afford this contract. Just as the agent was about to speak, Chen Mo raised his hand to stop him. 3 options. First, you find your own club and will cooperate with the transfer without setting any thresholds. You can negotiate for a relatively decent signing fee. Second, the club will help you get on the transfer list, and if someone bids, you can leave. Third, stay, but I will move Freeman to the reserve team. By the way, the club's finances have reached their limit. If the cash flow breaks during the season, the salaries of reserve players may be delayed. This was said very diplomatically. In plain language, it means, if you stay, your salary will likely be in arrears. The agent's face changed. Is this a threat? This is financial reality. Chen Mo raised his hands. Isabella, show him last quarter's financial report. Isabella handed over a document stamped with the accountant's office seal. The lost figures were shocking. The agent flipped through 2 pages, and his face turned green. Well, think about it. Give me a response by this Friday. Chen Mo stood up to open the door. After Friday, I will assume you've chosen the third option. From 11:30 to 1 in the afternoon. Silly Bart Dawson, Jason Lee. For negotiations, Chen Mo's rhetoric was almost cold. The club has no money to compensate you, that's a fact. You can go to arbitration, but during the arbitration period you'll be training with the reserves. Won the arbitration. Congratulations, you'll be queuing to get money from the bankruptcy liquidation of a relegated League One team. Better to hurry and find a place where you can still play while the summer window is still open. Jason Lee was the only one who exploded on the spot. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Who the hell do you think you are? An Oriental person came to England and treated us who have bled for the club like garbage." Chen Mo sat in his chair unmoved. "Mr. Lee, you have publicly questioned the tactical arrangements of 3 coaches in the locker room. I have 4 records of your disciplinary actions. You have bled for the club, and the club has also paid fines for your red. It's even. At 1:20 in the afternoon. The last one, Alfinga Holland. Holland came alone without any. The Norwegian had a rugged face, and after sitting down he got straight to the point. Leeds United wants me to Graham. I know. Chinemo said. How much transfer fee do you want? 15,000. Holland nodded. Reasonable. He stood up, shook hands with Chinemo, and the entire interaction lasted less than 3 minutes. Good luck. Only Chinemo and Isabella were left in the office. She opened her notebook and quickly summarized. Roy undecided, likely to accept being put on the transfer list, expected recovery of 4,000 to 5,000. Campbell undecided, may accept a pay cut to stay if he leaves, expected recovery of 5,000 to 6,000. Freeman likely to find his own club, leaving for 0 transfer fee. Save weekly salary of 5,500. Silence same as above, 0 transfer fee, or a symbolic 1,000 to 2,000. Save weekly salary of 5,000. Bart Dawson on the transfer list will sell for money. Jason Lee expected to leave on his own. Holland Leeds United 1,500 transfer fee can be completed this week. She drew a line and wrote down the summary. Ideal situation, recover about 1 million, release weekly salary of about 4,800. Worst case scenario, recover 6,000, release weekly salary of about 3,500. In either case, the salary space for registering new signings is sufficient. She closed the notebook and looked at Chinemo. 7 negotiations, 4 hours. You didn't agree to give a penny and there's no money. Chinemo shrugged, justifying himself. I can't give what doesn't exist. Isabella stared at him for 3 seconds, then looked down and smiled. On May 31st, 1997, at 6:40 in the morning, Chinemo was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Isabella's voice came through the receiver. Go by today's Nottingham Evening Post. Now. He went downstairs and bought a copy at the newsstand on the corner. The headline on the front page read, The Great Purge. Is the new chairman planning to turn the Forest team into a hollow shell? According to exclusive reports, the newly appointed chairman Chinemo has issued eviction notices to 7 first-team players, including the team's top scorer Brian Roy and local forward Kevin Campbell, within the past 48 hours. Multiple agents have confirmed to this paper that the club has adopted a hardline stance in negotiations, refusing to pay any form of compensation and using the threat of demotion to the reserves. Meanwhile, the decision made by Chinemo to sell the team's sole figure Van Hooijdonk has yet to be adequately explained, and the whereabouts of the transfer fee remain a mystery. An unnamed player's agent stated he treats this team as his toy. The office window faced the south parking lot. Chinemo stood behind the curtain, looking down. At least 300 people blocked the club's front entrance. Banners stretched from the iron gate of the parking lot to the bushes across the street. Sell the top scorer, drive away the old veterans, Chinemo, get out of Nottingham. The shouts came through the double. The president of the Voice of Trent River raised a megaphone to read a statement. Give Chinemo 72 hours to disclose the whereabouts of the Van Hooijdonk transfer fee and the plans for new signings for the upcoming season. The door was pushed open. Isabella rushed in. The news was leaked by Jason Lee's agent. I know. Isabella's tone rose slightly. Then you should also know that if those people downstairs continue to cause a scene, the local police will intervene. By then it will be on BBC local news. The protests of a League One team's fans won't make it to the BBC. Isabella placed her hands on the edge of the desk and leaned forward. Chinemo, you should hold a press conference immediately. At least announce the names of a few new signings. Let them know you are not dismantling the team, but rebuilding it. You can't let everyone think you've done nothing. Chinemo raised his head. What do you want me to tell them? Tell them I signed a carpenter playing in the regional league in Germany. Tell them I bought a Bulgarian forward to replace Van Hooijdonk. He pointed a finger at the desk. Isabella, do you believe that yourself? If you don't believe it, why should those 300 people downstairs believe it? Isabella bit her lip. She understood he was right. Throwing out a bunch of names no one has heard of would only fuel great. So what do you plan to do? Just stubbornly hold on. Wait. Chinemo leaned back in his chair. Wait for the preseason friendlies. Let the results speak for themselves. The fans won't give you that much time. So what I need is not a press conference. Chinemo interrupted her. I need someone they trust to help me through this period. Isabella paused. Who? You guessed it. She opened her mouth, but then closed it again. She took a step back, pointing at him. You planned this. Keep Pierce, give him 6,000 a week, no less. You not only need him to stabilize the locker room, but also to shield you from the fans. Chinemo did not deny it. The office fell silent for 2 seconds. A knock on the door broke the silence. The door opened. Stuart Pierce stood at the entrance. The 35-year-old defender wore a faded Forest training kit. I went down to talk to them. Pierce walked in. When I got to the training ground, I saw a crowd blocking the parking lot, so I went to take a look. The president of the Fans Association, Tony Brennan, is an old acquaintance, having been with the Forest team through thick and thin for decades. He has been buying season tickets since '87. What did you tell him? Chinemo asked. I told him as long as I'm Stuart Pierce, this team hasn't been abandoned. Give the new chairman some time. The shouting outside had indeed lessened compared to 10 minutes ago. Did they accept it? Isabella asked. Most of them dispersed. Pierce hesitated. But before Brennan left, he said one thing. What? Watch the team's first game. If they lose, don't blame us for being rude. After Pierce finished speaking, he turned to leave. He paused at the door. Mr. Chun, I don't know if those players you signed will work out. But I've wagered all the credibility I've built over the years playing for this club. Don't let me down. The door closed. The office remained quiet for a while. Isabella sat back in her chair, rubbing her temples. When's the first friendly? July 12th. Chun Mo opened the schedule. Mansfield Town. That's 6 weeks away. That's enough. Isabella didn't say anything more. She opened her notebook and wrote at the top of a new page. July 12th, oh, a battle of life and death. Closing the notebook, she stood up. I need to handle the paperwork for Holland's transfer to Leeds United. She walked to the door and placed her hand on the doorknob. You owe Pierce a favor. I know. You also owe me 14 days of annual leave. The door closed. Chun Mo sat alone behind the desk. He picked up a pen and circled July 12th on the schedule. The last few fans downstairs also dispersed, and the parking lot returned to silence. 6 weeks. 9 players from 3 continents who were strangers to each other and spoke different languages. He had to mold them into a team. On Monday morning, he made a list of tasks that must be completed within 6 weeks: new player registration, health reports, work visas, training facility arrangements, tactical system establishment, and confirmation of the preseason friendly match schedule. Each item was accompanied by a prerequisite, a signature from the head coach. The problem arose. Nottingham Forest currently had no head coach. The previous head coach, Frank Clark, resigned 3 days after the relegation, leaving more decisively than Van Hooydonk. The club issued a statement that was diplomatically worded, implying a mutual parting of ways. Translating this into plain language, he left. The interim coaching position was previously held by assistant coach Les Walker. But Walker also left last week, following in Clark's footsteps. The remaining coaching staff included 1 fitness coach, 1 goalkeeping coach, and 2 youth team coaches. No one could make tactical decisions, no one could set the starting lineup, and no one was willing to handle this hot potato. Chun Mo flipped through the registration rules manual for the English Football League in his drawer. Article 14, Clause 3 stated clearly all participating clubs must designate a person with a valid coaching qualification certificate to act as the head coach of the first team and complete the registration before the season's deadline. He closed the manual. Picking up the phone, he dialed Isabella. I need you to help me with something. What is it? Help me calculate the market price for a head coach in League One. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. Are you looking for a coach? I'm calculating expenses. 20 minutes later, Isabella walked into the office with a folder. I made a few calls and inquired about the market. The median annual salary for a League One head coach is approximately between $80,000 and $120,000. For experienced ones who have led teams to promotion, it starts at $150,000. For those with a bit of fame like Graham Taylor's level, at least $200,000 or more, plus a full coaching team, assistants, analysts, fitness coaches, an additional $100,000. How much cash do we have available? After deducting operational reserves, new player registration costs, and player salary advances, Isabella flipped a page. We have about $900,000 available. This $900,000 needs to last until the first share of the television broadcast revenue comes in after the season starts, probably in October. In between, there are training facility maintenance fees, medical expenses, travel costs. If you spend $200,000 to hire a coach, we would have to take a loan from the bank first. What about the $80,000? Coaches at this price come in 2 types. One is a rookie who just got certified and has never coached any professional teams. The other type just got fired and is eager to find work, but these people usually have poor performance with their previous teams. Chun Mo thought for a moment. He pulled out an envelope from the drawer and tossed it in front of Isabella. Isabella opened it. Inside was a UEFA B coaching qualification certificate. Certificate holder Chun Mo. Issuing authority the Football Association. Issue date November 1996. Isabella stared at the certificate for 5 seconds. Then she looked up. When did you take this? At the end of last year. A level certificate is only sufficient to coach leagues below the 4th level. League 1 is the 2nd level. The league rules state an effective coaching qualification certificate. Chun Mo leaned back in his chair. It doesn't specify which level must be. That's because normal people wouldn't take a level certificate to coach in a professional league. If you find a clause in the rules that explicitly prohibits this, I won't do it. Isabella's lips pressed into a tight line. She lowered her head and flipped through the registration rules manual page by page. There's no explicit prohibition. Then that's fine. No, it's not. Isabella's voice suddenly rose half an octave and the manual was slammed down on the table, her knuckles turning white. You're the chairman. I know. You'll have to be the head coach at the same time. Exactly. As chairman and coach, do you know how the outside world will portray you? Something like the Orientals treat English football as child's play. Can you still laugh? Not being able to afford a coach isn't funny, but forcing it, and then failing to pay salaries leading to league penalties, now that's a true joke. Isabella took a deep breath. Listen to me. I can help you negotiate, find a young coach with an A-level certificate offering $50,000 a year, or even $40,000. A coach for $40,000 a year. Do you expect them to use the players I personally selected? Isabella fell silent. This statement hit the nail on the head. The players Chun Mo signed are currently obscure, but he clearly knows their technical characteristics, positioning habits, optimal positions, and growth curves better than anyone. No coach in the world understands this team better than him, because he handpicked each player based on the information and letting others set the tactics. That would be a true waste. Chun Mo. Isabella's voice returned to calm. Are you sure you can do it? Certain. Do you know how fans will react if the first match is lost? A Chinese chairman doubling as head coach fields a bunch of unknown foreign players and then loses the game. Just imagine that scene. Chun Mo thought for a moment. So we can't lose. Isabella gave him a deep look. Then she picked up the coaching qualification certificate and walked towards the door. What are you doing? Going to the league registration office to file the paperwork. As she reached the door, she paused. By the way, what? The annual leave you owe me has increased from 14 days to 21 days. The door closed. Chun Mo sat back at his desk and picked up the 6-week plan list again. In the column that read requires head coach's signature, he picked up the pen and signed his name after each line. In June, Nottingham, the sun was glaring. On the training ground, the fitness coach was leading a dozen players in recovery. Pierce was leading at the front. Several newly registered faces were scattered throughout the group, with varying accents and skills, not even exchanging glances with each other. Chun Mo stood at the sidelines, hands in his pockets. The fitness coach saw him and jogged over. Mr. Chun, are you here for an inspection? Not for an inspection. Chun Mo raised the whistle hanging around his neck. From today onwards, I am your head. The training ground fell silent for 3 seconds. Everyone looked a bit dazed. What is he saying? Did we all? At Colbyton Park's training ground, Chun Mo arrived at 9:30 in the morning. 2 standard training fields, the grass trimmed more neatly than in the city stadiums. A 2-story building bore the sign Nottingham Forest Youth Training Academy. The head of youth training, Bob McNeil, was already waiting at the entrance. In his 60s, with short gray hair, a stopwatch, and a whistle hung around his neck, clinking together. Mr. McNeil nodded as a greeting. Mr. McNeil, I received notification that you would be watching the training. The U18 versus U21 match starts at 10. The two walked side by side towards the training field. McNeil did not seem inclined to speak. Chun Mo was not in a hurry. When they reached the sidelines, McNeil finally spoke up. Mr. Chun, I have been working at this youth training base for 11 years. I came in during the era of Brian Clough. Chun Mo nodded. The kids I trained have gone on to play in the first team and at other clubs. Although they are not many, they are all genuinely trained. I know. McNeil stopped and turned around. How many players has the first team signed now? 7, 8, 9. I have over 30 kids here. The youngest is 16. The oldest is 20, training from 7 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon. They do not need work visas nor translators, and they do not need to adapt to the British weather and diet. They are. Chun Mo looked at him. That's why I'm here. McNeil was taken aback. I came today to see if there are any players who can go straight into the first team. McNeil opened his mouth only to swallow back what he was about to say. He had apparently prepared a longer speech, but the other party's brief statement extinguished all his enthusiasm. At 10 o'clock, the match began. U18 versus U21, a standard half-field attack and defense drill. Chun Mo stood by the aluminum bench at the sidelines holding a notebook, but hardly wrote anything. He didn't need to write. The junior scout radar quietly operated in his mind. Each player within his field of vision had a set of numbers hovering above their heads. Ability score, potential score, key attributes. As precise as a game interface, but visible only to him. Most numbers were disappointing. Ability score 48, potential score 62. Ability score 51, potential score 65. Ability score 46, potential score 58. Not even reaching the standard of a substitute in League One. Maybe after 3 more years they could meet the criteria, but certainly not now. Chun Mo's gaze scanned the field twice before settling. A center back from the U21 team, standing about 1.85 m, not particularly muscular, but broad-shouldered. He wasn't fast, but each time an opposing forward received the ball, he was already half a step ahead in positioning. Data popped up in his mind. Ability score 61. Potential score 75. Defensive positioning 72. Heading 74. Tackling 69. Marking 71. Passing 52. Speed 58. Offensive awareness 41. His defensive attributes were solid. Unfortunately, his growth potential was limited. Chun Mo remembered his name. Craig Armstrong. Another player appeared. A fast-running fullback. When the ball came to his side, his sprinting speed to receive, it was noticeably faster than others in his group. Ability score 58. Potential score 72. Speed 76. Stamina 74. Endurance 71. Crossing accuracy 49. His speed and stamina were sufficient. His crossing was atrocious, but what Chun Mo needed was not Beckham, but a workhorse who could run the full 90 minutes and hold the flank. Andy Reid. The third person came on in the second half. The U18 substitute goalkeeper was substituted on at 17 years old. His saves were clean and decisive, his judgment for high balls was accurate, and he had decent speed getting down. Ability score 52. Potential score 70. Reaction speed 73. Hand shape 68. Aggression 55. His abilities were still somewhat lacking. but his reaction speed was quite impressive for his age. This kid's name was Danny Carter. Free players. Shin Mo closed the notebook. After the match, McNeil approached. So did you find any players you liked? 3 players. Shin Mo reported the names. Armstrong, Reed, Carter. McNeil's eyebrows. Armstrong, he repeated. Are you sure? What's the problem? The kid's defense is decent, but his footwork is too rough. In the U21 internal matches, he had the highest pass error rate. I don't need him to pass the ball, Shin Mo said. I need him to stand on the back line and clear every ball that comes into the penalty area. McNeil was silent for a few seconds. What about Reed? His crosses are lacking, you saw that too. He can run. That's enough. Carter is only 17. A backup goalkeeper, I don't expect him to start, but someone has to sit on the bench. McNeil crossed his arms and studied Shin Mo for a while. Do you really know how to read the game? What do you think? McNeil didn't answer that question, but he uncrossed his arms, and that gesture alone was an answer. I'll go notify the 3 of them. In the locker room, the 3 young players stood in front of Shin Mo. Armstrong, the tallest, stood in the middle, unsure of where to place his hands. Reed kept rubbing his fingers. Carter still had his gloves on, looking a bit stiff. Starting tomorrow, you'll train with. Your task is simple: hold your positions and pass the ball to the person in front of you. Can you do that? Armstrong was the first to speak. We can do it. Reed nodded in agreement. We can do it, coach. Shin Mo turned to leave. McNeil leaned against the door frame, his expression complex. Mr. Shin, it's the first time in 11 years that a chairman personally came to the youth training base to select players. Shin Mo didn't respond. The previous owners, McNeil paused, they might not even know where Colbyton Park is. On the return trip, Shin Mo mentally arranged the lineup. Center backs Lucio Cordoba. Substitute Armstrong. Sufficient. Defensive midfielders Senna Gilberto Silva. Sufficient. Right back Reed can manage. Not good enough, but he can hold his own. Left back. Pears can step in, but the season is long and his age may not hold up. Goalkeeper. Current number 1 has an ability score of 67.0 average for League 1. Carter is too green, can only be the 3rd goalkeeper. Free positions, 2 gaps. Buying players. The budget is already stretched thin. Only 1 option left. Free loans. Shin Mo leaned back in his seat, mentally flipping through a list of names and data. There are a few candidates that need to be contacted quickly. Outside the car window, the sunlight of Nottingham in June glinted on the Trent River, shimmering like scattered gold. At 2 in the afternoon, Shin Mo returned to the chairman's office at the city stadium. Isabella was checking next month's bills. The club's chief scout David Skinner was sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Skinner was an old hand from the Clark era. He held a thick stack of player reports in his hand. Shin Mo walked over and pushed the stack of reports aside. David, put these down. Skinner was taken aback. Mr. Shin, this is the list of players I scouted in League 2 and League 3 over the past half month. We don't have time for a slow assessment. The transfer window is tight. We need players who can perform now, as well as young talents with potential. Most importantly, we have no money. He wrote the first name on the whiteboard. Steve Finnan. Following it was a location, Nottinghamshire. Skinner's eyes widened. Nottinghamshire. Our local rivals. Finnan plays right back there, and is 21. Shin Mo ignored his surprise. He's a tireless player who can run up and down the flanks for 90 minutes. His defense is solid, and his crossing is precise. Nottinghamshire is still struggling in League 2, and their financial situation isn't much better than ours. David, you need to go next door this afternoon. I want to loan him with a buyout clause. The buyout fee cannot exceed £300,000. Skinner, what if they refuse to let him go? Tell them that if they don't let him go, Finnan's contract expires next year, and we can sign him for free without spending a penny. Shin Mo turned around and wrote down the second name. Andreas Kopka. Isabella looked up with a slight frown. He's the main goalkeeper for the German national team. He's 35 and just became a free agent, Shin Mo said. He hasn't had a pleasant time at Marseille. 35 is still a couple of years for a goalkeeper. He needs an absolute starting position to maintain his form for next. We can offer him that position. Isabella, you are in charge of contacting his agent. Keep the salary within $5,000 a week, and we can give him a starting bonus. Isabella wrote down the name in her notebook. Shin Mo's marker continued to move on the whiteboard. The third name, Esteban Cambiaso. Who is that? Skinner asked, puzzled. A 17-year-old Argentine midfielder. He is currently in the youth training camp of Real Madrid. Skinner gasped. Mr. Shin, are you asking us to poach someone from Real Madrid? He isn't getting first-team opportunities at Real. Shin Mo's tone was calm. A 17-year-old needs playing time more than anything. He performed excellently in the recently concluded U20 World Cup. He is a top-notch, versatile midfielder prospect. Real Madrid's first team is filled with stars, leaving no room for him. Go negotiate a loan or a very low buyout fee. Tell his agent to come to Nottingham Forest, and I will make him the core of the team. Skinner wiped the sweat from his forehead. Shin Mo did not stop. He wrote down 3 names in succession: Carlos Machina, Cesar Navas, Rafael Marquez. All 3. Machina, 18 years old, plays for Sevilla's B team in Spain, and he can also play in midfield. Navas, 17 years old, is in Malagu's youth team in Spain. These 2 can be taken with a very low youth training compensation fee. David, you are flying to Spain tomorrow. Securing those two won't cost much. The last one, Marquez, is 18 years old and plays for Atlas and under 100,000 euros. We can buy him out directly. His passing ability and defensive awareness make him the backbone of defense for the next decade. The office was so quiet that the only sound was the air conditioner running. Skinner looked at the 6 names on the whiteboard. 3 center backs, 1 right back, 1 goalkeeper, and 1 midfielder. All were precise solutions to the current gaps in the team's roster. Mr. Chun, Skinner finally spoke. Where did you find these names? Some are in the youth team, some are in South America. Our scouting network doesn't cover those areas at all. That doesn't matter. Chun Mo threw the marker on the table. What matters is bringing them back. The new season starts in 6 weeks. The first preseason match is on July 12th. I need them all in place by early July. Skinner stood up and put his stack of reports into his bag. I understand, Mr. Chun. I will immediately book a flight to Spain. After Skinner left, only Chun Mo and Isabella remained in the office. Isabella closed her notebook. Cambiasso from Real Madrid and the German goalkeeper Kopka. These two are the hardest to handle. Are you sure they are willing to come to the second tier of English football? Players seek 2 things above all. Chun Mo sat back down in his chair. Money or playing time. We can't offer money, but we have plenty of starting positions. Go handle it. And if there are difficulties, I will call personally. Isabella nodded and turned to leave. Over the next 5 days, Nottingham Forest's fax machine hardly stopped. The first good news came from the city. Nottinghamshire's financial crisis was worse than expected. They urgently needed cash to pay the players' weekly wages. Skinner didn't even go in person. Isabella made just 1 phone call. Nottinghamshire agreed to Finnan's loan request. The loan period is 1 year. The buyout clause is set at £250,000. Finnan himself was very willing to join a League One team. He didn't need to move, he simply changed training bases. The gap at right back had been filled. The next afternoon, Skinner called from Spain. The progress was surprisingly smooth. Sevilla's B team did not pay enough attention to Machina. They accepted a compensation fee of £50,000. Navis from Malaga's youth team was even cheaper with a nominal fee of £15,000. 2 highly promising young center-backs were successfully secured. Chunmo immediately arranged for the legal department to draft work visa applications. On the 4th day, news came from Mexico. Atlas agreed to release Rafael Marquez. The transfer fee was €80,000. This price is practically a gift for a future world-class center-back. Marquez's agent was full of longing for European leagues. The negotiation process was smooth. The real resistance came from Cambiasso and Kopka. Real Madrid's youth training director dismissed Nottingham Forest's offer. They were unwilling to sell a member of the U20 World Cup champions cheaply to a relegation team in League One. Chun Mo personally called Cambiasso's agent. He's 17 and needs to play professional matches. Chun Mo got straight to the point on the phone. Staying in Real Madrid's B team means he can only play in Spain's 3rd division. He could play all 46 league matches for the first team. Tell him if he wants to be a top midfielder, he must step out and gain experience. The agent was moved by Chun Mo's straightforwardness. After 2 days of back and forth, Real Madrid finally agreed to the loan proposal. No buyout clause was attached, and Real Madrid would even cover half of Cambiasso's salary. This was exactly the result Chun Mo wanted. Acquiring a top midfielder for free for a year was enough to help the team through the current difficulties. The last piece of the puzzle was Kopka. The agent of the German veteran was indeed hesitating. 35-year-old Kopka was not lacking options. Several teams in the Bundesliga were also interested in him. Chun Mo picked up the phone again. This time he called Kopka personally. Andreas, this is Chun Mo. I am the chairman and head coach of Nottingham Forest. Kopka was somewhat surprised on the other end of the line. I know what you're concerned about, Chun Mo said without small talk. The League One doesn't seem attractive enough for you. But will those teams in the Bundesliga guarantee you a starting position every match? They will only see you as an experienced substitute. With me, you are the absolute #1 goalkeeper. If you want to participate in next year's World Cup in France, what you need is stable playing time, not sitting on the bench and collecting a high salary. Kopka was silent for a long time. I need to bring my goalkeeper coach with me, Kopka finally spoke. No problem, Chun Mo readily agreed. For £1,500 a week, plus a clean sheet bonus. Deal. With that, all 6 names were finalized. June 15th. Less than a month remains until the first preseason match. Chun Mo stood in the chairman's office of the city stadium with 6 freshly signed transfer and loan documents laid out on the desk. Isabella entered with 2 cups of coffee, placing one in front of Chun Mo. Finnan will undergo his medical examination tomorrow. Kopka will arrive next Monday. The work visas for the 4 young players are being expedited and are expected to be approved within 10 days. Isabella looked at Chun Mo. Finally, we have assembled a complete starting lineup. And a few substitutes. Chun Mo corrected her, taking a sip of. The lineup has been completed. Forwards Van Nistelrooy, Berbatov, close. Midfielders Ronaldinho, Senna, Gilberto Silva, Cambiasso, Machina. Defenders Lucio, Cordoba, Pierce, Marks, Navis, Finnan, Craig, Armstrong, Andy Reid. Goalkeepers Kopka, Danny Carter. This is a dream team that could potentially shock the world of football in the future. But for now they are just a bunch of overlooked young talents and washed-up veterans. The players are all set, Isabella reminded him. But you still have one major issue unresolved. Chinemo, language. Isabella pointed at the stack of documents. How do you plan to communicate with them on the training field? Chinemo set down his coffee cup. That's the next task. Find a translator, Chinemo said. We don't have the budget for a full-time translator anymore. Isabella interrupted him mercilessly. Then go find international students at Nottingham University. As long as they can convey my tactical intentions, that's all that matters. Chinemo walked to the window, looking out at the empty street. This multinational team was about to gather for there was no time for adjustment. No time for mistakes. The preseason match on July 12th would be the first test of all his decisions. If they lost, the protesting crowd downstairs would double. He turned and walked toward the door. I'm heading to the training base. To do what? To prepare some welcome gifts for those young players. Chinemo opened the door and walked out. The real coaching work was just beginning. He had to mold this group of geniuses into a cohesive unit. Nottingham Forest had no way back. June 20th, 1997. Colbyton Park Training Base. The mornings here were always shrouded in the mist rising from the Trent River. Chinemo stood at the edge of training ground, a basket of brand new footballs at his feet. This was his first training session as head coach, and also the first collective appearance of this multinational team. A few young people stood at the sidelines looking uneasy. They were volunteers temporarily recruited by Isabella from Nottingham University, one majoring in German, two in Spanish, and one in Portuguese. These international students clutched tactical boards and dictionaries, appearing more nervous than the players on the field. At 8:50, a rented minibus stopped at the entrance of the base. The door opened, and a group of young players with varying skin tones and bewildered expressions gradually got off the bus. 17-year-old Ronaldinho was the last to step out. He wore a baggy hoodie, carried a worn sports bag, and revealed a set of signature big white teeth. Yet there was a hint of unease in his eyes. This was his first time leaving his hometown of Gremio, crossing the ocean to cold England. In front of him, Van Nistelrooy wore a somewhat stern expression. He was brought over after making a name for himself at Heerenveen, expecting to join a Premier League club, not this place. Klose stood at the edge of the crowd, looking the least conspicuous, like an apprentice who had gone to the wrong place. Everyone gathered round. Chinemo blew the whistle hanging around his neck. The sharp sound pierced through the mist. The players slowly gathered, forming an irregular semicircle. Chinemo pointed at the translators behind him. From left to right, German, Spanish, Portuguese. They will translate my words simultaneously. Now I will only state the rules once. Chinemo looked around. His gaze lingered on each youthful but talented. Among this group were future World Cup champions, future Ballon d'Or winners, and future top scorers in Europe. But on this morning in 1997, they were merely labeled as cheap and unknown wanderers. First on the training ground, football is the only language. Second, my whistle is command with no room for negotiation. Third, regardless of where you played before, here you all start from scratch. As the translators relayed the message, a subtle commotion arose among the crowd. Senna and Gilberto Silva exchanged glances. These two Brazilian midfielders remained the most composed. In contrast, the young Lucio appeared eager to prove himself, his aggressive eyes fixed on Chinemo. Now let's begin warming up. Chinemo waved his hand. Jog around the field 4 laps. The fitness. Chinemo stood in place, observing everyone's running form. Stuart Pearce appeared behind him. The veteran captain wore dark coaching attire today, but did not join the run. As an assistant coach, his task was to observe this group of outsiders. Chin, do you really think this will work? Pearce looked at the disorganized group of players, his brow furrowed. They can't even call each other by name. That Brazilian kid just now running along thought he could dribble past everyone. He was referring to Ronaldinho. Even during warm-up runs, the kid's footwork was astonishingly agile. Names don't matter, Pearce. What matters is their understanding of space. Look at Lucio, he keeps observing his teammates' positions while running. And that Dutchman, his running path maintains the most energy-efficient straight line. Pearce snorted. I only see a bunch of gibberish. After the warm-up ended, Chinemo began the first targeted training session, focusing on passing and receiving. It was very basic, even somewhat tedious. Groups of 3 performed triangular passing drills. Chinemo deliberately mixed nationalities. Klose, Ronaldinho, Finnan. It was a strange combination. The precision of Germany, the agility of Brazil, and the solidity of England. 5 minutes into the training, problems erupted. Ronaldinho's pass had a strong spin, landing in a highly deceptive manner. Such passes were commonplace on the streets of Brazil, but for Klose, it was sheer madness. Klose was used to receiving flat, moderately paced passes. Time and again he misjudged the ball, causing him to stop it too far away. On the other side, Finnan's pass was too strong, forcing Ronaldinho to make an exaggerated touch to relieve the stop. Chinemo blew the whistle again. He walked over to this group, and the translator quickly followed. Chinemo looked at Ronaldinho. Shall Luo reduce that unnecessary spin? On the English lower league pitch, the muddy grass will only add to that uncertainty. He then turned to Klose. Milo, don't just stand there rigidly waiting for the ball. Observe his footwork, predict his passing route, and move early. Xiao Luo stuck out his tongue, revealing a playful smile, while Close nodded seriously. The training continued. The scene remained chaotic, but Chun Mo could feel that a subtle connection was beginning to form. It was the intuition that belonged to top-tier talents. The afternoon training focused on half-field offense and defense. Chun Mo divided the players into two groups. Offensive group Ronaldinho, Van Nistelrooy, Berbatov, Close. Defensive group Lucio, Cordoba, Machina, Pierce. Midfielders Senna, Gilberto, and Cambiasso rotated in and out. It was a visual feast, but a tactical disaster. Lucio directly carried the ball from the center-back position into the front field during one defense. He bulldozed through Finnan, who tried to stop him. "Get back!" Chun Mo shouted from the sidelines. "Lucio, you're a center-back, not a forward." Lucio stopped the ball, bewildered, and before the translator could speak, he already read the anger in Chun Mo's expression. He awkwardly jogged back. However, in the next attack, Berbatov exhibited another extreme. The Bulgarian elegantly stopped the ball, and then stood still for a full 3 seconds to observe. In those 3 seconds, Cordoba dashed in front of him like lightning and intercepted the ball. "Stylish guy, this is Nottingham, not the Opera House." Chun Mo's voice echoed across the empty training ground. "English defenders won't give you 3 seconds to..." Berbatov elegantly shrugged, clearly finding the pace here too rough. Pierce shook his head at the side. "Boss, they each have their own ideas. It will take time to form a cohesive unit." Chun Mo remained silent, quickly jotting notes in his notebook. What he saw was not chaos. He saw a collision of talents. Lucio's advancing ability was key to the future tactical system. Although Berbatov's sense of rhythm was slow, he could serve as a pivotal point. Cordoba's awareness of positioning filled the gaps left by Lucio's aggression. What they needed was not to be taught how to play football, but to be guided on how to play together. After the training ended, Isabella leaned against the office door, holding a clipping in her hand. "Your training session today caused quite a stir outside." She handed the newspaper to Chun Mo. The sports section headline of the Nottingham Evening Post read, "The Babel Tower of the City Stadium, Chun Mo and his multinational circus." The article mocked Chun Mo for hiring international students as translators. This young chairman clearly treats the professional league as a language school. "We even suspect that when the opponents launch an attack, Chun Mo might have to consult a dictionary first to see how to direct the defense." Chun Mo casually tossed the newspaper into the trash can. "Let them write. How well are the tickets for the first warm-up match selling?" "Thanks to Topers, 8,000 tickets have been sold." Isabella sighed. "But among those 8,000, at least 7,000 are waiting to see you make a fool of yourself." Chun Mo walked to the window, gazing at the Trent River under the setting sun. "Even watching a joke requires a ticket. As long as they pay, I don't mind putting on a big show for them." For the next 2 weeks, Colbyton Park became a closed fortress. Chun Mo declined all media interviews. He increased the training sessions to 3 a day. At 6 in the morning, physical training. At 10 in the morning, tactical drills. At 3 in the afternoon, scrimmage. The intense training left the players with no energy to complain about the language barrier. In a state of extreme fatigue, instinct replaced thought. Chun Mo began to establish a system of visual signals. The red markers represented defensive positions. Yellow markers represented quick counterattacks. He didn't need a translator to explain what high pressing was. He just needed to stand on the sideline waving his arms like a madman, directing the players where to run. The midfield group made the fastest progress. Senna and Gilberto Silva displayed astonishing chemistry. These two Brazilian defensive midfielders seemed to possess some innate synergy. Whenever Senna pressed forward, Gilberto always appeared immediately behind him to provide cover. Cambiasso served as the metronome in front of this defensive line. The 17-year-old Argentine prodigy exhibited a calmness beyond his years. He began to attempt directing Finnan and Pierce's movements using broken English. "Steve, stay. Stuart, back. Stuart, come back." Although his pronunciation was awkward, the effect was significant. However, the issues remained acute in the forward line. Van Nistelrooy and Berbatov were both players who relied on midfield support. Berbatov was accustomed to dropping back for the ball, while Van Nistelrooy preferred to wait in the box for the killer strike. The overlapping activity zones of the two frequently collided. During a group scrimmage, they crashed into each other while competing for the same position. The ball flew out of bounds. Van Nistelrooy angrily waved at Berbatov. Berbatov looked displeased as he argued with Van Nistelrooy about whose positioning was at fault. "That's good noise. I'm not afraid of them arguing, I'm afraid of them not reacting." Pierce observed Chun Mo, surprised by his dedication to work. Over the past 2 weeks, he witnessed how this Eastern man worked. Chun Mo practically lived at the training ground. His office light was always on until dawn. He was studying the data on every opponent as well as the habits of each player. "Do you think they can play a match now?" "Not yet." Chun Mo looked at the players entangled on the field again. "They haven't experienced real pressure. Mansfield Town may be a lower division team, but their style is very tough. That traditional English long ball tactic will be a nightmare for this group of technically skilled players." July 1st. There are 11 days until the preseason match against Mansfield Town. Chun Mo held his first coaching staff meeting in the chairman's office since taking office. Not many people attended. Stuart Pearce, player and assistant coach. Goalkeeper coach Hans Leitner, brought by and one person whom Chun Mo dug out from the list of coaches dismissed last season, Ian Bowyer. Bowyer was 4-3, a reserve team coach from the Clark era. Is the coaching staff just the four of us? Pearce leaned back in his chair. Including McNeil from the youth training, 5 of us. Chun Mo drew a diagram of a football field on the whiteboard. That's enough. He picked up a marker. Ian, you're in charge of opponent intelligence. For the 24 teams in League One, I need reports on each team's main formation, set-piece routines, and core player characteristics 48 hours before each match. Bowyer nodded. No problem, I've dealt with these teams for over a decade. Pearce, you're in charge of defensive discipline on them. Those South American kids are willing to listen to me. Whether they want to or not, they have to listen. Hans, goalkeeper, maintaining Kopka's form and polishing Carter's fundamentals is all up to you. Chun Mo faced the whiteboard. I will define the tactical system. He marked the formation on the diagram 43-12. Pearce furrowed his brow. 4,300. Bowyer was also stunned. What a retro formation. Chun Mo wrote down 4 names on the back line: Finan, Lucio, Cordoba, Pearce. 3 defensive midfielders: Cambiasso, Senna, Gilberto Silva. Attacking midfielder: Ronaldinho. Center forwards: Van Nistelrooy, Berbatov. 3 core principles. First, regain possession within 6 seconds after conceding a goal. If not regained, the entire team retreats to their half. Second, when building from the back, Kopka, Lucio, and Cordoba must all have the ability to pass the ball out from. Third, the speed of transition in attack. From winning the ball to completing a shot, it should not exceed 15 seconds. Bowyer stared at the whiteboard for a long time. Mr. Chun, have you seen the pitch in League One? After November, some pitches are basically mud pits. Are you asking 2 20-year-old Brazilian center backs to short pass out of a mud pit? So we start training now? Waiting until November will be too late. Bowyer fell silent. Pearce stared at the formation for a long time. I'm at left back. Do you have any objections? I'm 35. Kopka is also 35. Chun Mo glanced at him. Your task is to stabilize the left flank, pass the ball to Senna. Can you do that? Pearce nodded slightly. After a week of training, the team's chemistry and coordination improved significantly. July 7th. Internal scrimmage. First team against substitutes and youth training team. 10 minutes into the first half, the trend became clear. The substitutes' offense was completely stifled in midfield. The combination of Senna and Gilberto in double defensive midfield was clean and efficient, with one pressing to tackle and the other sealing off passing lanes. Cambiasso made wide-ranging runs. He always appeared at the first support point after a tackle. At the end of the first half, the score was 4-0. Van Nistelrooy scored 2, Berbatov 1, and Ronaldinho 1. Halfway through the second half, half the team was swapped out. Reed replaced Pearce at left back, while Navas partnered with Max at center back. Makita played as a defensive midfielder. In that half, he completed 23 passes with a success rate of 91%. This team's cohesion is already enough for competing in League One. July 8th. 4 days remain until the preseason match against Mansfield City. Chun Mo stood by the training field, having completed the last set of set-piece drills, and marked a check on his notebook. The cohesion in the attack is at 70% and 80% on defense. 3 sets of set-piece tactics have been practiced, which should suffice. Pearce walked over, wiping the sweat from his brow. The intelligence on Mansfield City has come in. They play a 442 formation, relying on long passes and crosses. The center forward is 188 centimeters tall and enjoys competing for header second balls. The 2 fullbacks will push forward to cross. The midfield is solid but slow to turn around. Chun Mo nodded. Lucio will mark the center forward, while Cordoba will handle the second balls. Senna and Gilberto will block the midfield, denying them a second chance to pass. Pearce hesitated for a moment. The bench is too thin. Chun Mo remained silent. This is a fact. The quality of the starting 11 represents a significant advantage in League One, but the bench only consists of Armstrong, Reed, Carter, Machina, Navas, and Max. Just 6 players. He needs a utility player. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chun Mo returned to the office and activated the junior. This system has limitations on the rewarded functions. It can only scan for free agents within a radius of 200 kilometers who currently have no contracts. Chun Mo had used it a few times, and most of the results were retired veterans or semi-professional players filtered out from youth training, offering little value. But today the radar detected a green dot 120 miles northwest of Nottingham. Chun Mo opened Darren O'Donoghue, a 21-year-old Irish player released by Aston Villa 3 months ago. Position: midfielder, left back, right back. Current ability rating is 64. Potential rating is 74. Core attributes: stamina 79, tackling 73, passing 68, positioning 71, and no special tags. Mental state: frustrated, self-doubting, eager to prove himself. An ability rating of 64 is already a competent substitute level in League One, and he can play both midfield and the 2 fullback positions. This is just what he needs. A workhorse utility player. Chun Mo picked up the phone and called Skinner. Darren O'Donoghue, the Irish kid released by Villa, find out where he is now. Skinner returned the call 40 minutes later. In Birmingham, reportedly training alone in the park every day. He was released by Villa due to a coaching change that cleaned out young players, and he has no agent. Tell him to come for a trial tomorrow. Just like that. Aren't you going to watch game footage? No need. On the morning of July 9th, Darren O'Donoghue appeared at the entrance of Corbett's Park. Chun Imo had him play a 45-minute match with the substitutes. O'Donoghue covered a large running area tackled cleanly, and his first choice after receiving the ball was always the simplest pass. He played as a defensive midfielder in the first half, then was switched to left back in the second half, by Chun Imo seamlessly transitioning. After training, Chun Imo offered him a one-year contract with a weekly salary of $800. Isabella teased from the side. Transfer fee 0 weekly salary, $800. Your average cost of signing players is getting lower and lower. The bench doesn't need stars, but players who can step up without faltering. On the lineup sheet, the last empty spot was filled. That same afternoon, Chun Imo drove to a row house 3 miles east of downtown Nottingham. This is the house rented by the club for Messi's family, a 2-bedroom apartment, a 15-minute walk from the youth training base. The door was opened by Celia. Mr. Chun. She greeted him in somewhat broken English, then switched to Spanish. The weather here is so different from Rosario. Jorge poked his head out from the kitchen. The heating works well. The house is nice. He paused and added, work is arranged as well. He reports to the facilities maintenance department at the stadium next Monday. Celia's cleaning work at the youth training base has also been confirmed. The working hours coincide with Leo's training schedule, so you can leave together. Celia lowered her head, her voice very soft. The hospital gave Leo his first injection yesterday. The doctor said, the plan is feasible, and he needs to stick to it for 3 to 5 years. Don't worry about the costs. I know. Celia looked up gratefully at Chun Imo. Young Messi was not at home. He is at the youth training base, Jorge said. Training ends at 3, he told Mr. McNeil that he wanted to practice a bit longer and would return before 5. Chun Imo drove to the Corbett's Park youth training area. Before reaching the edge of the field, he heard McNeil's voice coming from behind the wire fence. This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be happening. The old man stood outside the U14 training field, his hands on his head, as if he had seen something unbelievable. On the field, a small-sided game of 6 against 6 was underway. The ages of the 11 children ranged from 13 to 14 years with heights generally above 165 centimeters. The 12th child was a whole head shorter. Messi was positioned towards the right side of the center circle. A blond boy 20 centimeters taller than him pressed up to challenge. Messi gently nudged the ball through the opponent's legs with the inside of his left foot and circled around from the right. The second defender came up. Messi shifted his weight and turned left. The third, the fourth. He dribbled past 4 players and surged into the penalty area. Facing the goalkeeper, he gently passed the ball to an unmarked teammate, allowing the teammate to push it into the empty net. McNeil heard footsteps and turned to see Chun Imo rushing over in 2 strides. Where did this kid come from? The old man's voice trembled. He had been at Corbett's Park for 11 years, having seen thousands of youth players. But he had never seen such an extraordinarily gifted child. Chun Imo watched the boy on the field who had just restarted play and was receiving a pass with his heel. Argentina. Take good care of him. He will be the future of our team. Shouts from the children could be heard behind. Another goal was scored. July 11th. The day before the preseason match against Mansfield City. Chun Imo reviewed the opponent's intelligence report submitted by Bowyer in the office. Isabella entered the room. Tomorrow's tickets have finally sold out, totaling 13,100. That's 3,000 more than expected. The media has been harsh on you, and many people want to come and see the spectacle. She placed a fax on the desk. The preview for tomorrow's sports section of The Guardian has been obtained in advance. The headline reads, Nottingham Forest's absurd experiment when the chairman thinks he's Ferguson. Also, the BBC local station has requested a post-match interview. Chun Imo, if you lose tomorrow, we won't lose. I mean, if Pierce has guaranteed you with his credibility and the media is waiting to write your obituary. If we lose, the fans' fury might get out of hand. Isabella, they're just a bunch of nobodies that no one has heard of. No one believes in them. But I know how high their ultimate achievements can be. He turned around. So tomorrow's match is not just a warm-up game. It's just the starting point for everyone. July in Nottingham is rarely sunny. The first preseason match of the Forest finally arrives amid anticipation. Chun Imo stands beside the coaching bench while Isabella sits in the substitute area next to him. Today there are 13,100 fans in attendance. Last season the average attendance was less than 7,000. This is the highest turnout in several seasons. However, these people are not here to support the team. There are several banners hanging in the stands. Chun Imo, get out of Nottingham. We don't need a circus. Let the vampire die. On the south stand there is another banner. Craft won't let this happen. The sound system bursts into a walking music. At least 9,000 are booing. The players from both teams walk out of the tunnel. The Mansfield Town players are wearing yellow away kits, smiling. A friendly match between a lower league team and a higher division team winning is a surprise. Losing is normal. The Nottingham Forest players follow behind. Ronaldinho looks up at the home fans in the stands. The 17-year-old Brazilian has faced insults at Grêmio but that was in Portuguese, a language he understands. The boos in English are different. He can't understand the content, but he can feel the hostile emotion. Pierce walks at the front, waving to the stands. Among the boos, someone shouts, "Pierce, why are you hanging out with a greedy van?" Pierce remains unfazed. Chunemo stands at the edge of the technical area. The pitch had been watered 2 days ago, the surface slightly damp, preventing slipping. The wind comes from the southwest at a speed of 3 to 4 meters. After switching sides in the second half, the tailwind is favorable for long passes. The referee blows the whistle. The ball is kicked off from the center circle. Senna passes horizontally to Gilberto, who returns the ball to the center back, a standard backfield play to initiate the match. But before Lucio can make his first pass, Mansfield's forwards press up. Jack Russell. At 1 meter 88 and 92 kilograms, he is a typical English target man. He doesn't chase the ball, he chases people. Less than 10 seconds into the kickoff, he has already closed in on Lucio, using his body to block most of the passing angle. Lucio is forced to pass back to Kopka, and the goalkeeper kicks it long, surrendering possession. Mansfield's tactical intent is evident from the very first second. High-pressing long ball tactics, utilizing Russell's aerial dominance for the first touch, while the two wingers fight hard for the second ball. The oldest, most brutal, and most effective style of play in English lower leagues. The right winger receives a clearance from the back and directly sends a 40-yard diagonal ball towards the left-back area of the Forest. The ball draws a high arc in the air, passing over Pierce's head. Russell makes a diagonal run from the middle, his 1 meter 88 frame sprinting like an out-of-control small truck. Cordoba fills in defensively from the middle. The Colombian stands at only 1 meter 75, but with a low center of gravity and a stable base. He does not chase Russell, but anticipates the route, squeezing Russell's receiving space to the limit. Russell receives the ball with his back to the goal, unable to turn or pass, and can only lay it back to the holding midfielder. The first wave of attack is neutralized, but Chinemo has already stood up. He sees Lucio's positioning the horizontal distance to Cordoba stretched to nearly 20 yards, and the gap in the entire defensive line is too large. If Mansfield's back pass had not gone to the holding midfielder, but rather directly into the gap, it would have been a very dangerous unknown opportunity. Lucio's old problem has resurfaced. Body in the back line, but his mind is already in the opponent's half. The 7th minute. Mansfield organizes an attack down the left flank. The winger makes a cross near the baseline, heading for the back post. Lucio and Russell leap simultaneously. Lucio jumps earlier than Russell, predicting the landing point, and heads the ball out of the penalty area. The ball is received by Mansfield's midfielder Lomas. Lomas meets the ball and strikes from 35 yards out. The shot isn't fast, but its angle is tricky, heading straight for the top right corner of the goal. The 36-year-old German goalkeeper stretches his body to the limit in midair, deflecting the ball off the crossbar. A corner kick. The shout from the 13,100 fans in the stands is entirely for Mansfield. They are excited that they almost broke through the home team's goal. The 11th minute. Mansfield's midfielder intercepts the ball in the Forest half and launches a counterattack. The ball is played to the right side, and the opposing winger sprints with it, Finnan closely marking, always maintaining half a body's advantage. The opponent suddenly stops, uses his left foot to pull back, and with his right foot, makes a quick move, instantly reversing the half-body advantage. The cross rolls into the penalty area, skimming the grass. Cordoba is there. Lucio is not. Chunemo sees clearly 3 seconds ago. Lucio made a beautiful interception and instinctively pushed the ball forward, advancing all the way to near the midfield line. In front of him, Etienne Cambiasso and Ronaldinho are all available for support, and he doesn't need to advance. In the penalty area, Cordoba faces 2 forwards alone. The Colombian anticipates the landing point, heading the ball clear before Russell can stretch his foot. Lucio turns his head. Stay in your position. If you cross the halfway line again, I will substitute you. Lucio runs back with his head down, and Chunemo can tell he is not satisfied. The first 15 minutes. Possession: Forest 38, Mansfield 62. Shots 0-3. Corners 0-2. The 18th minute. The turning point begins with an inconspicuous detail. Senna completes a textbook interception at the top of the center circle. They've started to adapt, Chunemo says. Who? Isabella asks. Senna and Gilberto. Chunemo points at the midfield. Look at Lomas' position. Mansfield's holding midfielder Lomas is preparing to pass the ball to the right winger. Senna quickly moves forward, sweeping with his right leg, accurately blocking the passing line. Gilberto Silva stands 3 yards behind Senna. He uses his chest to cushion the ball, then plays it with the inside of his left foot to Cambiasso. Nice. Chunemo claps his hands. This is how you break them. Mansfield's midfield supply line is cut off. The drills from training are finally showing in the match. Senna marks the main threat, and Gilberto protects the second ball. From the 19th to the 26th minute, Mansfield attempts to deliver the ball forward from the back 7 times, all failing. Senna's defensive coverage is vast, moving laterally more than 25 yards. Every time the opposing players look up, he is there on their passing line. Gilberto does not chase the first ball, but focuses on the second. After forcing the opponents to change the passing direction, the ball always falls within Gilberto's control zone. Pierce, playing as left back, begins to relax his play. Stuart looks very comfortable, Isabella says with a smile. Of course he's comfortable. Chun Mo leans back in his chair. For the past 2 seasons he has played in the Forest where there is no midfield defense at all. A 35-year-old defender has to face 2 or 3 attackers alone. Now the ball can't even reach him. Possession has risen to 57%. Isabella looks at the technical statistics. Chun Mo glances at the visiting team's technical area. Mansfield's head coach Steve Parkin is pacing back and forth. Pass. Run. Parkin shouts loudly at the players on the field. He's getting anxious, Chun Mo says. He must have studied our roster. Isabella replies, but his information is pitiful. He definitely didn't expect these South American players to be this aggressive. Cambiaso received the ball positioned slightly to the right of the center circle. In the first 20 minutes, this 17-year-old Argentine was consistently receiving, observing, and passing the ball, keeping the midfield organized with no more than 2 touches. Look ahead. Find the gaps. Chun Mo waved from the sidelines. Cambiaso received a cross from Gilberto and looked up. Between Mansfield's 2 defensive lines, Ronaldinho was standing in that deadly gap. The ball was passed. A low-through ball zipped through, tearing open a gap of less than a yard between 2 midfielders of the opposing team. Ronaldinho stopped the ball with his right foot. The opposing left center back aggressively closed in. Ronaldinho pulled the ball back with the sole of his right foot and executed a swift 180-degree turn. The ball went between his legs, and he had already maneuvered behind the defender. The left center back missed the tackle and stumbled, nearly falling. The Brazilian turned to face the goal. The right center back came charging in, attempting a sliding tackle. Ronaldinho lightly flicked the ball with the outside of his left foot, letting it roll past the opponent's stud. He gracefully leaped, evading both the defender and the ball. The opposing defensive midfielder Lomas hurriedly shifted to cut off the advancing route. Ronaldinho halted, pushing the ball to the right with the outside of his right foot, while his upper body suddenly swayed to the left. Lomas was momentarily deceived, leaning slightly to one side. In that instant, Ronaldinho pulled the ball back with his right foot and accelerated past Lomas on his right. The crowd erupted into a huge gasp of astonishment. The deafening boos which had been present for some time mysteriously vanished. Ronaldinho charged towards the edge of the penalty area. Van Nistelrooy was on the right, Berbatov on the left. However, he passed the ball sideways to the trailing Cambiaso, who then accelerated into space. Cambiaso made a long pass to Finnan on the right, who attempted a cross, but the ball was intercepted by a defender. Beautiful. Chun Mo applauded vigorously. Isabella remarked, he dribbled past 3 players. Is this what you call top-tier talent? This isn't even an appetizer. The Mansfield defense began to waver. Just 3 minutes later, Berbatov received the ball slightly to the left in midfield. Surrounded by 3 defenders, the Bulgarian elegantly turned and used the outside of his foot to pass the ball to Ronaldinho in front of him. Ronaldinho met the ball with a direct over-the-top chip. The ball traced a bizarre arc in the air, perfectly clearing the entire opposing defense and landing in the huge gap on the right flank. Van Nistelrooy sprinted at full speed. He arrived at the landing point simultaneously with the opposing right center back. The center back attempted to clear with a header, but Van Nistelrooy used his robust body to push the opponent aside, perfectly cushioning the ball with his chest. The ball landed and bounced. Van Nistelrooy half-turned, lifted his right foot, and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball went through the goalkeeper's legs and slammed into the net. Vanny charged towards the corner flag area, clenching his fists and letting out a furious roar to the heavens. Chun Mo sat back down in his chair. Aren't you going to celebrate the goal? Isabella nudged him. It's just 1 goal, what's there to celebrate? There's some movement in the East Stand. Isabella turned her head. In the corner of the East Stand, hundreds of Nottingham local fans stood up, applauding vigorously. They were here to witness a spectacle. Yet that recent combination play, the imaginative chip pass followed by a domineering shot, made them believe that this team might truly have potential. Mansfield grew anxious, pushing up the entire line in an attempt to counterattack. A long ball soared towards the penalty area. Lucio was blocked by the opposing striker, heading the ball to Cordoba, who misjudged it, and the away team's winger made a volley. The 36-year-old Kopka palmed the ball out of the goal line. Senna seized the second ball, controlling it steadily. Chun Mo's brow furrowed tightly. Lucio, he bellowed on the field, what are you thinking? Mark your man, stick to him. Lucio raised his hand and lowered his head, running back to his defensive position. Chun Mo turned and walked towards the technical area beside the bench, waving his hand to signal Berbatov to come over. What's up, boss? In the first half, you and Vanny overlapped positions 3 times, crowding into the same area to receive the ball. Do you know what that means, Oi? The middle is congested. The opposing 2 center backs only need to mark 1 point. You're making it easier for them. Berbatov frowned, about to speak, but Chun Mo continued. Vanny's strength lies in being a killer in the box. He needs that core area. Don't go contesting that position with him. Chun Mo emphasized the left flank on the tactical board, then drew a line towards the back post area. You need to run here. When the ball goes to the right, you should drop back here to support. and create the play. When the cross comes in, you charge towards the back post. Vanni occupies the near post, you occupy the far post, forcing the opposing center-backs to split their attention. Your skills are refined enough, you don't need to crowd in the center of the box to threaten the goal. Create space, both you and Vanni will receive more balls. Do you understand? Understood. When Vanni pulls to the left, you need to immediately cut into the middle to fill his position. You two should alternate positions, not stand side by side. Whoever creates space, the other should fill in. I got it, boss. He turned and ran back onto the field, his pace noticeably quicker than before. The first half was nearing its end. Cordoba intercepted the ball at the edge of the penalty area and passed it to Senna. Senna distributed it wide, and Pierce sent a diagonal long pass directly to Finnan on the right flank. Finnan accelerated with the ball, skillfully bypassing the away team's left back, reaching the byline to deliver a cross. The cross was flat and flew over the small penalty area at waist height. Vanni moved. He feigned a run towards the near post, drawing away the center back, then suddenly changed direction and dashed towards the back post. He stretched his leg and flicked the ball. The ball struck the ground and bounced into the bottom corner. The halftime whistle blew. 13,100 spectators quietly watched as the players exited the field. No one cursed the vampires, and no one shouted for them to leave. In the locker room, Chun Imo pushed the door open, and the players who had been conversing fell silent instantly. The halftime score is 2-0. You all think it was perfect, don't you? Lucio, the Brazilian defender, raised his head. You crossed the halfway line 3 times in the first half. On the last occasion, you left Cordoba to face 2 forwards in the penalty area. I saw the space to advance, boss, Lucio defended through the translator. In this system, you are the last line of defense. You rushed forward. Who will cover the gap behind you? Chun Imo showed no mercy. If I see you running around aimlessly in the second half, you'll sit on the bench immediately. Lucio lowered his head. Chun Imo turned to the midfielders. Senna, Gilberto. Well done. But in the second half, Mansfield will fight for their lives, and they will disrupt you with fouls. Secure the ball and pass it a little faster. Cambiaso. Keep looking for the 2 forwards ahead, and avoid those ineffective sideways passes. Chun Imo scanned the room and tossed the tactical board aside. In the second half, the opponents will greet you with the roughest of fouls. This is just a warm-up match, but it's also your first battle in England. Don't panic, keep the ball under our control. In the second half, the battle resumed. Just as Chun Imo had anticipated in the changing room, the head coach of Mansfield City had evidently issued a strict order at halftime. As soon as the away team players entered the field, they escalated their actions to the unique, brawling level typical of lower-tier English leagues. In the 48th minute, the away team's midfielder Lomas delivered a sliding tackle that took both the ball and Cambiaso down. However, the 17-year-old Argentine prodigy seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, lifting the ball just half a second early, elegantly leaping over the incoming tackle and skillfully bringing the ball under control. Don't get entangled with them. Pass it, Chun Imo shouted from the sidelines. The South American players began to showcase their true terrifying prowess. Senna and Gilberto built a wall of size in the defensive midfield. Mansfield's long balls often barely crossed the halfway line before being firmly intercepted or disrupted by these two. After being scolded by Chun Imo, Lucio obediently stayed in his own half. His formidable physical presence prevented the away team's striker Russell from winning a single aerial duel in the second half. In the 55th minute, the effects of the tactical adjustments manifested as a deadly blow. Berbatov no longer rushed into the box to contest with Van Nistelrooy, but instead retreated to the vacant space on the left flank. There he received a through ball from Cambiaso. The 2 defenders from the away team immediately rushed over, attempting to use their bodies to throw him off balance. But the Bulgarian displayed the grace of an artist. With his back to the defenders, he pulled the ball back with his right foot, gently tapped it with his left, and turned as if dancing the waltz. Facing a defensive line formed by 4 defenders ahead, Berbatov subtly flicked the ball with the outside of his. This pass, imbued with mesmerizing spin, instantly tore apart the narrow gap of less than half a meter between Mansfield's center back and fullback. At the end of that gap, Van Nistelrooy surged forward like a heavy tank at full throttle, overpowering the opposing right center back and penetrating into the penalty area. Unionon with the advancing goalkeeper. Van Nistelrooy calmly pushed the ball into the far corner with his. After scoring, Van Nistelrooy turned and ran towards Berbatov, pointing at the Bulgarian, who had provided him with a brilliant assist. Berbatov merely waved his hand lazily, as if that stunning backheeled pass was just a casual flick made during practice. The boos from the stands had completely vanished. In their place was a chorus of uncontainable awe. In the 63rd minute, Colbinton Park experienced its magical moment. Ronaldinho received a direct pass from Senna after a steal just outside the penalty area. He dribbled the ball with his feet, a signature passionate smile on his face. Mansfield's left center back and defensive midfielder lunged towards him, simultaneously attempting to close down. The Brazilian deftly nudged the ball to the right with the back of his right foot. As the defenders shifted their weight, his ankle seemed boneless, instantly pulling the ball back in the opposite direction, like a cow's tail. The two defenders collided under the immense inertia, falling awkwardly onto the grass. Ronaldinho sidestepped into the gap and took a lob shot. The ball soared into the air, tracing an exaggerated arc, perfectly bypassing the goalkeeper's outstretched fingers and landing in the absolute dead corner of the upper right side of the goal. A thunderclap erupted from the ground. At this moment, the 11300 Nottingham fans in the stands who had come to witness a spectacle fell into a deathly silence. 2 seconds later, someone shouted, and then the South Stand erupted with an almost instinctive roar of joy. It was a primal homage to the pure art of football and the raw talent on display. These fans, accustomed to the rough, long balls of England, had never witnessed such agility and oddity in manipulating the football. Chun Imo stood on the sidelines watching the celebration of little Luo being piled on by his teammates and let out a long sigh. In the 70th minute, Chun Imo made a substitution. He replaced the fatigued Berbatov with Miroslav Klose. Get in there and break through their defense completely. Chun Imo patted the German striker's shoulder. Just 8 minutes after Klose entered the field, he showcased what a textbook header looked like to all the fans. Piers made a run down the left flank, delivering a powerful cross. The center-back of Mansfield was already positioned to clear, but Klose soared high as if propelled by springs from behind him. His jumping height was astonishing, seemingly suspended in the air. Meeting the incoming ball, the German launched a header towards the goal. Bang! The ball smashed into the net like a cannonball. When the main referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the match, the score was frozen at a jaw-dropping number. A subtle shift appeared in the stands. Initially, only a few scattered applause erupted from the eastern stands. Gradually, the applause spread like an infectious disease. From the western stands to the northern stands, and finally to the southern stands. Waves of applause echoed above the city stadium. Although there were no synchronized cheers, yet the applause no longer contained any mockery. In the front row of the southern stands, the loyal fan leader of Nottingham Forest, the overweight Brennan, who had always gritted his teeth at Chun Imo, was intently staring at the players on the field, who were giving each other high fives. He was tightly clutching a stack of flyers originally intended to be thrown onto the field in protest against Chun Imo. The brothers around him were watching him. Brennan did not throw the flyers away. He merely stood there in silence, his lips pressed tightly together, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He retained his last bit of stubbornness, but a certain defense line within him had clearly begun to crumble. Outside the players' tunnel after the match, Isabella hurried to Chun Mo's side, her smile radiant and lively. You really should see the faces of those reporters. The BBC local station reporters are blocking the way outside, demanding an exclusive post-match interview with you. Go on, Mr. Chairman, this is your best opportunity to slap them in the face. I don't have time to educate them. Let Stuart handle it. Isabella was taken aback. You're refusing an interview. This is a golden opportunity to turn the tide of public opinion. Chun Imo turned his head, looking at Stuart Pearce, who was walking over. Stuart, the media outside is yours to handle. 5 minutes later, in the press conference hall, facing the cameras and a crowd of stunned journalists eager to dig for more sensational stories, Stuart Pearce sat steadily in front of the microphone. Mr. Pearce, regarding this 50 victory, do you have anything to say about those South American and European players we've never heard of? Does Chairman Chun Imo really understand football? This is just a preseason match. It doesn't signify much. The league is the real test. He paused for a moment, recalling the countless all-nighters Chun Imo had spent in the office over the past half-month, as well as the talented players on the field today. However, this team deserves a little more time from you. In the latter half of July, Nottingham was immersed in the revelry of consecutive victories. The opponent is a standard mid-tier team in the English Championship, Stockport versus Preston. Facing Stockport is like a repeat of the first warm-up match. Ronaldinho on the field is like a high-level player accidentally entering a bronze league. With his Nalu passes, flicks, and over-the-top tricks, he toys with the English defenders who can only run straight. The final score was set at 40. However, at the post-match press conference, Stockport's coach, though defeated, was stubborn. Nottingham's style of play is indeed flashy. That Brazilian kid dances like he's performing a samba. He smirked coldly, his gaze provocative. But in the championship, his playing style won't last more than 10 matches. Today is just a warm-up match. My defenders held back their tackles. When it comes to the real league, everyone will come at his fancy legs. This is England. The fancier you play, the quicker you get injured. At that moment, his words were seen as mere expressions of frustration. But just 3 days later, Chun Imo and his multinational team would experience the weight of that curse. On July 22nd, facing Preston. If the last match was football, this one was an entirely different scenario, akin to a lumberyard. From the very first minute, the field was filled with the dull sounds of muscle clashes and rough pulls. Preston's defense received a strict order: whenever Ronaldinho gets the ball, take him down along with it. In the first 20 minutes, he was brought down 6 times. The referee acted blind throughout, showing no intention of issuing yellow cards. Is this playing football? This is outright assault. On the bench, Isabella exploded, waving frantically at the fourth official. Don't you referees have a whistle? Chun Imo said nothing, but his gaze fixed on the field had turned icy. He knew this was the reality of the championship. In the 60th minute, disaster struck. Ronaldinho had just used a delicate flick to evade a defender in midfield when Preston's right center-back came flying in from the side. With the sole of his shoe exposed, he made no attempt to pull back. Accompanied by a scream, the 17-year-old Brazilian prodigy clutched his right ankle, writhing in pain on the grass. Chinemo sprang up from the coach's seat. The team doctor sprinted onto the field with a medical kit in hand. Chaos ensued on the pitch. Gilberto and Senna rushed towards the offending center-back with players from both sides pushing each other fiercely. In the end, Ronaldinho was carried off on a stretcher. The match concluded hastily at 11, but no one cared about the score anymore. In the medical room post-match, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. "It's a mild sprain," the team doctor said as he applied an ice pack to Ronaldinho's swollen ankle, letting out a long sigh. "There's no damage to the bones or ligaments. 1 week of rest plus rehabilitation, and he can resume training." Upon hearing this, Ronaldinho lay in bed surprisingly grinning, with his signature gap-toothed smile. But Chinemo was not smiling. If a high-level talent was wasted before it could be realized, it would all be for nothing. Rules had to be established. The next morning in the tactical analysis room, Chinemo circled Ronaldinho's active area on the tactical board and knocked it twice. The championship is not a greenhouse. Chinemo scanned the entire room. Those defenders only have two thoughts in their minds: destroy the ball or injure the opponent's ankles. Expecting the referee to protect. Dream on. He picked up a red pen and marked 2 red dots behind Ronaldinho. Cambiaso Senna. Present. The two midfielders immediately looked up. "From today on, we will establish a core bodyguard mechanism. Whenever Ronaldinho has the ball in a 30-meter radius, one of you must be within 5 meters of him. Cambiaso will support, Senna will clear the rubbish." Chinemo issued a strict order: "I will not allow him to be trapped in prolonged back-to-goal situations. Ronaldinho, you either pass the ball immediately or you receive the ball and accelerate directly. Don't just stand there as a target." After laying out the tactics, Chinemo turned to look at the corner. "Stuart, now you teach these South American lads what the survival rules are in England." Pierce stood up. "In England, if you get kicked, do you just roll on the ground and cry, eh? The referee will just find it disgusting and tell you to get up quickly." The translator quickly translated this into Spanish and Portuguese. "Don't complain. In the next tackle him out of bounds, taking him and the ball with you. You need to let those bastards know that if they kick us, they will pay with blood. An eye for an eye, that's the English way." As soon as the words left his mouth, chairs in the conference room started moving as Cordoba Lucio Cambiaso. One after another stood up, their gazes all changed. Chinemo scanned the faces that had finally been ignited, a barely noticeable smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. This is how it should be. A team with no few willing to stand up for their brothers cannot hold the line. The transformation to adapt to the cruel environment of a championship was still ongoing. In the afternoon at the Colbyton Park training base, the players stood on the sidelines, collectively stunned by the scene before them. Chinemo had the sprinkler system turned on to the maximum, drenching the field for a full 3 hours. The once even grass now squelched with mud with each step. "Boss, what's going on?" Finnan swallowed hard. "Welcome to England in November." Chinemo, wearing rain boots, stood in the mud. In winter, more than half of the away games in the championship are like this muddy pit. Only on this kind of surface can you truly understand whether your fancy skills can hold up. Fitness coach. Today, all confrontations will be settled in the mud. As the whistle blew, players tumbled around in the muck. Passing required double the effort, and changing direction could lead to slipping at any moment. Senna and Gilberto, those muscular powerhouses, thrived, while the technique-oriented players struggled. Yet on the sidelines, one person stood still. Berbatov looked down at the mud splattered on his new shoes, then glanced at his teammates who were pressing like mad dogs in the mud, his face written with disdain. He walked up to Chinemo. "Boss, I don't run meaningless back-and-forth sprints. This will ruin my rhythm." Pierce beside him exploded with anger. "In England, a player who doesn't participate in pressing is a tumor. What nonsense are you talking, you lazy Bulgarian? Get back to the mud." Pierce shouted angrily, pointing at the field. Chinemo reached out and firmly stopped the rampaging Pierce. He calmly met Berbatov's seemingly indifferent eyes. "Dimitar, are you sure you can play a 90-minute match without even messing up your hairstyle, yet still manage to score or provide a killer assist?" Berbatov slightly lifted his chin, without hesitation, "Of course." "Good." Chinemo turned. "Special permission, you can skip the muddy sprints and practice your touches and shooting on the clean field nearby." Berbatov nodded and walked away without looking back. Pierce's eyes were about to pop out. "You're just going to spoil. Are there no rules anymore? If he doesn't run, who will run for him? Senna will run for him, Gilberto will defend for him, Finnan will create space for him." Chinemo watched the elegant silhouette of the Bulgarian juggling the ball. "Stuart, remember, he doesn't need to run around like a dog everywhere. He just needs to stand there, and when everyone is stuck in a deadlock, with one touch, end it all." On the late night of August 8th, only one window in the office building of Colbyton Park remained lit. Chinemo sat alone at his desk, his gaze fixed on the translucent pale blue display that only he could perceive. Main quest: begin the new season with 5 consecutive victories. Progress 0-5. Reward one-time access to the Advanced Scout Radar, Team Chemistry 10. Failure penalty fantasitele will suffer an anterior cruciate ligament tear with an expected absence of 812 months. Staring at the glaring blood-red punishment notice, Chen Mo felt his throat go dry. He lit a cigarette, drew a long drag, and the smoke unfurled through the dim office. In the reality of that timeline, Fanny had indeed endured a career-shattering ACL injury before joining Monlian. That catastrophic operation nearly ruined the king of the penalty area's career. And now the system had hung the sword of Damocles above him. It had dragged those future superstars who should have shown in Hujia Beijia and Agia Strait onto the 1997 Ingjia stage. Such an audacious rewiring of fate would inevitably provoke a recoil from the inertia of history. 5 matches. Chen Mo rubbed his throbbing temples and looked at the starting lineup pinned to the wall. We cannot afford to lose a single one. August 9th. Nottingham Forest faced off against Welling United at their home ground. In the locker room before the match, a clear 43-12 formation was drawn on the tactical board. In this match, we will deploy 3 defensive midfielders in the center. Chen Mo heavily circled a few names on the tactical board with a marker: Senna, Gilberto, Silva, Cambiasso. The 3 South American lads immediately looked up. You need to take charge of sweeping, protecting, and linking play from the defensive midfield position. Chen Mo's gaze swept over them. The pace in League 2 is rapid with many fouls. Cambiasso, you will be responsible for the first pass. Senna, Gilberto, intercept anyone trying to intrude into our 30-meter area outside the threat zone. Little Ronaldo, Chen Mo called out. The Brazilian youth flashed a wide smile. You will play as an attacking midfielder, and it'll give you the most freedom. The team's offense needs you to orchestrate it. As the core of the team, you have the freedom to shoot at will. If you see an opportunity, go for it boldly. Finally, Chen Mo looked towards the attacking line. Van Nistelrooy, you'll be at the forefront serving as the team's stronghold. Scoring is your only duty. Berbatov. Chen Mo glanced at the Bulgarian who was leisurely adjusting his shin guards. You need to roam behind Van Nistelrooy. Use your imagination to create more opportunities for the team. Understood. Got it, boss, Berba replied languidly. The match began. As Chen Mo had anticipated, Welling United, being seasoned veterans of League 2, set up a formidable 541 formation without hesitation. In the first 30 minutes, Forest completely controlled the rhythm of the game with possession reaching an astonishing 70% at one point. However, the Welling United penalty area was filled with tall defenders, and Van Nistelrooy was tightly marked by 2 English centre-backs, each standing at 1.9 meters. His instinct in the box could not be utilized due to the lack of space. The fans in the stands began to grow anxious. The preseason victories had raised their expectations to new heights. Yet this match seemed to revert to the norm. The magic had worn off. In the 38th minute of the match, Cambiasso intercepted the ball in midfield and made a precise ground pass to Berbatov, who had withdrawn to the edge of the penalty area. Berba received the ball with his back to the defenders. Welling United's defenders quickly surrounded him, but it seemed the Bulgarian was unaware of the impending danger. He continued to control the ball, leisurely slowing the team's attacking tempo. What is he doing? Isabella on the bench exclaimed anxiously past the ball. Those lumberjacks are about to tackle. This was Berbatov's signature thinking time. Just as the opposing centre-back slid in for a tackle, and the other 2 were closing in, Berba made his move. He suddenly exerted force with his calf and flicked the ball away with his toe. The ball slipped through the only gap between the 3 defenders, timed perfectly. Meanwhile, Van Nistelrooy had somehow escaped his entanglement and appeared ghost-like in the vacant space on the left side of the small box. He struck the ball with a clean and decisive shot. The ball slipped through the goalkeeper's armpit and found the back of the net. Beautiful. Chen Mo enthusiastically waved his fist from the sidelines. Isabella covered her mouth, watching the sluggish Bulgarian slowly make his way back. It suddenly dawned on him what Chen Mo had said during training. He doesn't need to run. He just needs to stand there and touch the ball with 1 foot to end everything. This is the moment of genius. In the second half, trailing by points, Report was forced to push forward, which gave the Forest team more space up front. This was the rhythm of the game that Ronaldinho loved most. In the 67th minute, Senna made a strong interception at the back, directly launching a long pass to Ronaldinho. The Brazilian youth received the ball on the left side of the field, facing Report's right back and the defensive midfielder, who came to assist. He feigned to the right with an upper body movement, using the outside of his right foot to nudge the ball outward. The weight of the 2 opposing defenders instantly shifted as they were deceived to lean right. In that split second, Ronaldinho's right ankle twisted unnaturally, using the inside of his foot to whip the ball sharply back to the left. The cowtail dribble. The 2 defenders, caught in their own inertia, clumsily collided with each other. Ronaldinho surged into the penalty area calmly, pushing the ball into the far corner as the goalkeeper rushed out. The city stadium was in a complete uproar. Over 10,000 fans stood up applauding as this group of Englishmen, accustomed to long passes and aerial duels, was thoroughly captivated by the artistry and imagination of this football. As the final whistle blew, the score settled at 20. Chen Mo let out a sigh of relief. Ding. Main quest progress updated 15. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Chun Mo's taut nerves relaxed slightly. But just as he was about to turn and head towards the player's tunnel, Isabella tugged at his sleeve. Chun, look over there. Isabella pointed to the media seats in the west stand. Chun Mo followed her finger, and among the many local reporters dressed casually and carrying cameras, two unfamiliar men in well-tailored dark suits stood out as incongruous. They weren't carrying cameras, instead they held thick notebooks and were quickly jotting down something. Just now, when Xiao Luo scored, Chun Mo vaguely saw them pull out a speed meter and a positioning record board. They don't look like journalists, they resemble scouts or business representatives from some major clubs. Isabella furrowed her brow. They've been watching Ronaldinho and Van Nistelrooy throughout the match. Chun, have we exposed ourselves too early? If the Premier League giants are already waving their checkbooks to poach players. Chun Mo smiled. Not at all. He adjusted the hem of his suit. Right now no one realizes the value of these players. At most they see them as promising talents. But soon all of England and even all of Europe will understand their worth. By then the initiative will be in our hand. After the match at Colbyton Park, a dusk engulfed the contours of the field, leaving only the lights of the three-story office building still shining. When Isabella pushed the door open, Chun Mo was standing by the window. On the table lay an extra edition of the Nottingham Evening Post, The Brazilian Magician of the Forest, a football talent never seen in the English League. I found them. Those two people. One is named Martin Ferguson, the other is Steve Rowley. That's right, he's the younger brother of Alex Ferguson. Isabella flipped through the folder. The chief scout of Manchester United. He has been scouting talent for Old Sir since the early 1990s. Beckham, Scholes, Giggs. Every member of Manchester United's golden generation was discovered with his influence. The other one, Steve Rowley, is the European Regional Scout Director for Arsenal. He is the core intelligence officer under Wenger. Rowley is a key part of the new scouting network that Wenger established after taking office. Vieira, Petit, and Elka. All these French signings involved Rowley in the early scouting process. Chun Mo slowly sat back in his chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. Manchester United and Arsenal. Both appearing in the opening match of the English League. You really give me face. Stop being stubborn. Isabella pushed the documents forward. I contacted our informant in London. Rowley hasn't left Nottingham tonight. He booked a room at the Crown Plaza in the city centre with a checkout date of the day after tomorrow, which means he will at least watch one more training session. What about Martin Ferguson? He has already taken the train back to Manchester. But my people saw him make a phone call at the station lasting over 15 minutes. Isabella paused for a moment. Given Martin's work habits, the only person he would talk to for more than 10 minutes is one person. Old Sir. The office fell silent for a few seconds. Chun Mo stood up and walked to the huge whiteboard against the wall. The board was filled with players' photos and data cards connected by red and blue lines that illustrated a complex web of tactics. His gaze fell on the central photo of a grinning 17-year-old Ronaldinho. Who were they focusing on today? Mainly Ronaldinho. Secondly, Van Nistelrooy. Isabella leaned back in her chair. To be honest, I'm not surprised. That goal he scored after that fancy dribble today could easily be among the top 10 of the season in the Premier League. A 17-year-old Brazilian doing such moves in the English League is something that no scout could possibly. What about Van Nistelrooy? Van Nistelrooy is a different case. His current profile is just a young midfielder from the Dutch youth system. There isn't much information available in the database. Scouts might think he's a decent player, but not to the point where a club like Manchester United would immediately pull out their check. The real danger is Ronaldinho. Isabella looked directly into Chun Mo's eyes. He's too dazzling. That kind of talent cannot be hidden. After a few matches, scouts from all over England will swarm in. At that point, while we can obstruct the scouts' eyes, we cannot stop the players' hearts. Chun Mo did not respond immediately. He turned back to his desk and pulled out a contract document from the drawer. The cover was printed with the Nottingham Forest crest and a line in Portuguese. Ronaldinho's contract is currently a 3-year deal with an annual salary of £60,000, and there is a buyout clause of £3,500,000. Isabella gasped. £3,500,000. Shouldn't that buyout clause is too low? If Manchester United or Arsenal really want him, £3,500,000 is just the price of a case of bottled water for them. I know. This contract was a stopgap measure when I signed him. At that time Ronaldinho was still in Brazil and Grêmio didn't value him. Getting him at this price was already a miracle. Chun Mo opened the contract and pointed to the signature section on the last page. But take a look here. Isabella leaned in closer. There were 2 signatures in the signature section. One was Ronaldinho's messy cursive, and the other was much neater. Roberto de Assis Moreira. Isabella read out this name. Ronaldinho's elder brother. He is also his agent, his guardian, and the person he trusts most in the football world. Chun Mo closed the document. At this point in time, Roberto is more important than Ronaldinho himself. A 17-year-old child, even a prodigy, wouldn't think about transfers, contracts, or career planning on his own. But Roberto would. In the original timeline, Ronaldinho's journey from Grêmio to Paris Saint-Germain and then to Barcelona was orchestrated behind the scenes by Roberto. This man is shrewd and strong-willed, but he is also fiercely protective of his brother. Where is he now? Isabella asked. In Nottingham. I arranged for him to stay in an apartment by the River Trent, just 3 kilometers from the club's training base. Chun Mo picked up the phone on the table. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, arrange for him to come to the office. What do you want to discuss with him? Discuss the rules. The next day at 9:55 in the morning, Roberto de Assis Moreira arrived on time. He was half a head taller than his brother with a lean build, dressed in a well-fitted dark blue polo shirt. Unlike his brother's natural ease, Roberto exuded a kind of sharp tension. He had once been a professional player, having played for Grêmio for a few years. But a serious knee injury ended his playing career, and since then he poured all his energy into his brother. In his eyes, Ronaldinho was not just his brother, but the entire Assis family's hope for a turnaround. Isabella greeted him at the door. Mr. Moreira, Chairman Chun is waiting for you inside. Please. Roberto politely nodded and followed Isabella into the office. Roberto, sit. Thank you. Roberto sat down, relaxed, his eyes scanning the tactical board on the wall, the folders on the table, and several British newspapers on the windowsill. He was someone who habitually gathered information in any environment. How is Ronaldinho's ankle recovering? Chun Mo spoke in Portuguese. Roberto was slightly taken aback. He did not expect this Chinese man to speak Portuguese so fluently. It's recovering well. The team doctor says he can return to regular training in 3 or 4 days. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chun. Just call me Chun. All right, Chun. Roberto, I didn't come to talk about the ankle today. I guessed as much. Roberto's lips curled slightly. Is it about those 2 men in suits in the stands during yesterday's match? Chun Mo raised an eyebrow. You noticed them too? I was in the stands, just able to see that row of media seats. Roberto's tone remained calm. They have been recording since the match started. I have seen too many of those people when I was at Grêmio. Chun Mo nodded. This person was indeed not simple. So who do you think they were there to watch? My brother. Anyone else? The Dutch striker, but mainly my brother. Chun, I am a straightforward person. You called me today to ask whether I would consider letting Ronaldinho leave because of the appearance of those scouts. Chun Mo smiled. You are indeed very straightforward. Then I will be direct as well. Chun Mo stood up and walked to the whiteboard, pointing at Ronaldinho's photo. Roberto, your brother is the most talented player I have ever seen. No exceptions. I know what kind of person he will become in the future. That's why I brought him from Brazil to England. It's because here he can have everything most suitable for his growth. Roberto remained silent, but a subtle change flickered in his eyes. Chun Mo turned around and picked up the contract document from the table. The buyout clause in this contract is £1,500,000. We both know that this number is equivalent to being unprotected in the eyes of the Premier League giants. He gently placed the contract in front of Roberto. If Manchester United came knocking with £2 million today according to the contract terms, I couldn't stop you. But I want you to see something. Chun Mo pressed the remote control on the table. The projection screen on the office wall slowly descended. A montage video began to play. The footage showcased highlights from the preseason and the opening match. But unlike the televised broadcasts, these images came from tactical cameras that Chun Mo had specially set up at high positions in the training ground and stadium. The video was not showcasing Ronaldinho's spectacular goals and dribbles. Instead, it demonstrated how the entire team created conditions for him before every brilliant performance. Cambieso's first pass in midfield precisely found Ronaldinho's most comfortable receiving area. Senna and Gilberto constantly roamed, clearing all counterattack threats behind Ronaldinho, allowing him to advance without worry. Van Nistelrooy's off-the-ball movement at the front consistently drew the attention of at least 2 opposing center-backs, opening up space for Ronaldinho to receive and break through. Pierce and Finnan's overlapping runs on the flanks widened the pitch like wings. Every moment of Ronaldinho's brilliance was not isolated. They were the most dazzling gear in a precision instrument, but without the engagement of other gears, that gear, no matter how bright, would only spin idly. The video ended. Chun Mo turned off the projector. Roberto, your brother is 17 this year. His talent is enough to make any team in the world go crazy for him. But talent does not equate to achievement. Throughout the history of football, there have been too many gifted youths who ultimately faded into obscurity. Do you know why? Roberto fell silent. Because they were thrown into environments that were unsuitable for them before they were ready. Chun Mo's voice was not loud, but each word resonated deeply with Roberto. What could a 17-year-old Ronaldinho do if he went to Manchester United now? Sit on the bench and watch Giggs and Beckham play? Could he fight physically with a bunch of English youth players in the reserve league? Ferguson is a great coach, but he wouldn't change his tactical system for a 17-year-old Brazilian boy. At Manchester United, Xiao Luo would only be a future investment, a potential player who would have to wait 3 years for stable playing time. But here, Chun Mo pointed outside to the training ground. He is the core of the team's attack. He has unlimited freedom to shoot. The entire tactical system is built around his characteristics. He can play full 90 minutes in every match, honing his talent in real combat. This is his stage, not someone else's bench. Roberto's fingers unconsciously rubbed the rim of his coffee. This was his habitual action when he was deep in thought. He remained silent for a long time. Finally, he lifted his head. Chin, what you said is not something I haven't thought about. But you must also understand my position. Roberto's tone remained restrained, but beneath it surged a protective instinct belonging to an elder brother. Ronaldinho is not just your player. He is my brother. I watched him grow up playing with a worn-out ball on the streets of Porto Alegre. My mother worked 2 jobs on the bus every day just to save money to buy him a decent pair of shoes. My knees are ruined and all my dreams are on him. So when someone comes to him with more money and a bigger stage, you can't blame me for being tempted. Because it means my brother and my family can live a better life. This is not betrayal, it's instinct. The office fell silent once more. Chen Mo did not rush to retort. He understood the heavy family responsibility. In another timeline, he had once been that young man desperately struggling to change his family's fate. He walked back to his desk and took out another document from the drawer. This is a new contract proposal. Chen Mo pushed the document in front of Roberto. I will not raise the buyout clause at this stage, as it would make the outside world think we are guilty. What I want to do is something else. Roberto opened the document, his gaze quickly scanning the key terms, his pupils contracting sharply. Loyalty bonus clause. Yes. If Ronaldinho plays for Nottingham Forest for 2 full seasons, he will receive an additional 3,000 one-time loyalty bonus. After 3 full seasons, an additional 5,000. At the same time, I will include a tiered buyout clause in the contract. The buyout clause will remain at 1.5 million for the first year, but from the second year onward, it will automatically increase based on the team's league ranking and the player's individual statistics. If the team is promoted to the Premier League, the buyout clause will jump directly to 15 million. Roberto's fingers paused on that line of numbers. 15 million pounds. In the 1997 transfer market, this figure was enough to buy half of the teams in the English First Division. Even Manchester United and Arsenal wouldn't pay such a high price for an 18 or 19-year-old player. Are you so confident about being promoted to the Premier League? Roberto raised his head. If I weren't confident, I wouldn't have brought your brother from Brazil to face the rain in England. Roberto, let me say one more thing. Your brother is not fighting alone here. You see, Cambiasso, Senna, Van Nistelrooy, Berbatov, Lucio, each of them will become world-class players. I brought them together not to just muddle through in the First Division. Nottingham Forest will be promoted to the Premier League. Then I will take this team to the European stage. By that time, your brother won't need to go to Manchester United or Barcelona to prove himself, because the whole world will come to Nottingham to watch him play. And as the starting point of all this, as one of the earliest core players of the team, the status and rewards that Ronaldinho earns here cannot be obtained by being a substitute in any top club. Of course, I am not imprisoning anyone. If one day Ronaldinho feels that he has gotten everything he can from here and wants to go to a bigger stage, I will not stop him. And what I can offer him is more than any club on this planet. Roberto closed the contract proposal and pressed his hands on the cover, not immediately expressing his stance. He looked deeply at Chinemo. You are the strangest club chairman I have ever met. Most owners only care about how much money players can make for them. It seems you care about other things. Chinemo smiled, but did not respond. I will take the contract. Roberto stood up, but I can answer the question you didn't ask earlier. What question? You want to ask me if anyone has contacted me proactively after those scouts appeared? Chinmo's smile faded. Yes, Roberto replied calmly. This morning someone claiming to be from a London sports agency called me. He said there was an English Premier League club interested in Ronaldinho and wanted to meet me in London for detailed discussions. He didn't specify which club, but the number had a London area code. The air in the office seemed to freeze. I didn't go, Roberto said. Roberto walked to the door, his hand on the doorknob, pausing for 2 seconds. Because my brother has been telling me how happy he is to play for this team since he returned to the apartment last night. He said Cambiasso's passes always find the position where he wants the ball the most. He said Senna and Gilberto protect him like bodyguards. He said Van Nistelrooy is the first to thank whoever assists him after scoring a goal. He said this place is different from Gremio. At Gremio, he was just a talented kid. Here he is treated as the core. A 17-year-old child if he genuinely feels happy and needed. Roberto turned his head, and the shrewd exterior of his gaze cracked open, revealing the softness belonging to an elder brother beneath. Then I have no reason to take him away. At least not now. The door closed gently behind him. Chinemo sat alone in the empty office, staring at the unsigned contract proposal on the desk, remaining silent for a long time. He picked up the intercom on the desk. Isabella, help me check a London sports agency. This morning someone contacted Roberto Moreira using a London area code. I need to know who is behind this call. He hung up the phone. Chinemo walked back to the window. Outside on the training ground of Colbyton Park, several figures were still practicing. He saw Ronaldinho doing a 1-2 with Cambiasso within the half field. Every time the Brazilian boy completed a brilliant run, he would turn back and give a thumbs up to the Argentine, his face adorned with that signature, dazzlingly radiant smile. That kind of smile cannot be faked. It is the purest joy of a 17-year-old child doing what he loves most. Chun Imo watched for a long time. Then he pulled the curtains, returned to his desk, and opened the tactical analysis report for the next opponent. The cover bore the opponent's badge and a bold heading: second round of the English First Division away match against Bristol City. 5 consecutive victories. Only 4 more matches to go. The sword of Damocles still hung overhead. Van Nistelrooy's cruciate ligament and everyone's fate were tied to that invisible thread. There could be no room for error. At 3 in the afternoon, dark clouds loomed over Ashton Gate Stadium. The torrential rain had been pouring for 6 hours, showing no signs of stopping. The once green pitch had now transformed into a quagmire. The center circle and the edges of the penalty area were filled with puddles. Stepping into them meant mud would engulf one's ankles. However, the Bristol City fans in the stands were as energized as if they had received a shot of adrenaline. "Welcome to real England, you softies," bellowed a burly man in the front row, mocking the Nottingham Forest team. In their eyes, this team, which relied on South American players to play beautiful football, was like fragile glass that would shatter upon contact. In the mud technique. Samba. It's all nonsense. Muscle clashes and long balls are the only truths of League One. As soon as the whistle blew, the game commenced. Bristol City immediately dispensed with any pretense and launched a high ball right from the start. The opposing center-back, without even glancing, swung his leg and sent a 60-meter-long pass crashing towards Nottingham Forest's penalty area like a cannonball. A typical English brute style of play, the assistant coach sneered, trying to bypass the midfield and physically dominate our South American players. In the rigid stereotypes held by these old hardliners in England, South American players were synonymous with flashy footwork and collapsing at the slightest touch. But today they were about to meet their match. In the 12th minute, Bristol City again sent a long ball forward. The 192-meter-tall English striker firmly blocked Lucio, preparing to chest the ball down. As the ball was about to descend, a yellow and black figure barreled in from the side. It was Gilberto Silva. This usually quiet Brazilian defensive midfielder suddenly unleashed an astonishing core strength. He sprang from the mud like a bamboo shoot, forcefully pressing down on the opposing striker's head and sending the ball crashing out of the danger zone. Holy cow! What kind of inhuman leap was that? The home fans in the stands were left dumbfounded. But this was just the beginning. The ball flew out of the penalty area, landing in the 30-meter zone. Another burly midfielder from Bristol City rushed up, swinging his leg for a powerful shot. But right beside him, Marcos Senna had already arrived. He transformed into a ground-hugging heavy tank, sliding 3 meters through the mud. With both body and ball, he executed a hardcore slide tackle against his opponent. "Well done. We need this kind of intensity." Chun Imo applauded vigorously from the sidelines. This was the confidence behind Chun Mo's insistence on using a double South American pivot. Outsiders believed South American players could only show off their skills, but in Chun Mo's eyes these two were nothing but thugs cloaked in technical finesse. They not only possessed top-notch anticipation, but also embodied the fierceness and cunning of street football from South American slums. The one-sided defensive strangulation was officially underway. For the next 20 minutes, Bristol City's midfield was completely silenced. Playing high balls, Gilberto came equipped with an anti-air missile system covering every first touch. Going for ground penetration, Senna transformed into a meat grinder. Wherever there was danger there, he was with his reckless slide tackles. Together these two erected an insurmountable barrier in the mud. Bristol City's crowd brawling style was nothing but a free meal in front of these two muscle-bound demons. What the hell? Are these two really Brazilians? They're even more ruthless than lumberjacks. The opposing coach furiously smashed his tactical board in frustration on the sidelines. With the defense steady, the counterattack signal was instantly sounded. In the 34th minute, Senna intercepted the ball again. He forcibly turned in the mud and passed the ball to Cambiasso. The Argentine youngster remembered Chun Mo's stern command to stay steady and avoid recklessness. He glanced at his surroundings, abandoned the short pass, and struck a low half volley. The ball skimmed along the muddy surface with precision, finding the advancing Ronaldinho. Ronaldinho felt utterly stifled today. On this dilapidated pitch, let alone showcasing his skills, even performing a simple bicycle kick would result in a split. But not only was he a technical wizard, but he was also a tactical genius with a high football IQ. Faced with the incoming pass and two defenders pouncing like hungry tigers behind him, Ronaldinho completely abandoned the textbook approach. Without pausing, he met the ball and smoothly flicked it with the outside of his right foot. "Watch behind you." The Bristol City goalkeeper sensed danger. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ronaldinho's touch, which had unlocked a godlike perspective, sliced through the opponent's clumsy defense like a scalpel. And Ruud van Nistelrooy, the Dutch assassin who had long ingrained reverse movement into his DNA, had stealthily slipped behind the opposing center-back. In the mud, the 188-meter-tall Englishman struggled to turn around, finding it more challenging than an elderly man attempting to do a U-turn. Van Nistelrooy easily shook off the defense and stormed into the penalty area. Facing the goalkeeper rushing out, he lifted his foot for a ruthless shot. The ball splashed a spray of mud rolling into the net by the far corner. Beautiful. That pass was divine. The commentator exploded in excitement from the broadcasting booth, with Xiao Luo's maxed-out vision and Van Nistelrooy's ruthless finish. But the starting point of it all was Senna's reckless slide tackle. This Nottingham Forest team can not only dance the most flamboyant samba, but can also engage in a knife fight in the mud. After scoring, Van Nistelrooy suppressed the urge to slide on his knees. Doing so on this muddy ground would surely ruin his appearance. He turned and rushed towards Xiao Luo, hoisting the Brazilian genius onto his shoulders. Immediately after, Senna, Gilberto, and Cambiasso all sprinted in, the big men tightly embracing each other in the pouring rain. After the change of sides, the match had completely devolved into a battle of attrition in the mud. The heavy rain turned the pitch into a swamp. Every sprint drained their stamina, and every jump felt as if their legs were weighed down by sandbags. Chun Imo stood at the sidelines frowning. Although they were leading, he could see the entire team's stamina rapidly depleting. In the 60th minute, after a mad dash back to defend, Xiao Luo was bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Cambiasso's coverage area visibly shrank. Even the seemingly tireless Gilberto was beginning to drag. With back-to-back matches, if they exhausted their energy today, they'd all be wheeled out for the game against Grimsby in 3 days. Substitutions immediately. Chun Imo turned to issue orders. Close, Autumn, hurry up and warm up. In the 65th minute, Chun Imo made 2 substitutions. Close replaced Xiao Luo to add a high point in the attack. Berbatov dropped back slightly to take on some organizing duties. The versatile Odham replaced Cambiasso, completely beefing up the midfield's defensive strength. Everyone retreat. Hold on to this 10. In the final 30 minutes, Bristol City pushed forward completely. Lucio and Cordoba turned into mud-covered figures, gritting their teeth as they repeatedly headed the ball away. At the moment the final whistle blew, the Forest team was too exhausted to celebrate, with several players collapsing in a starfish position in the puddles. Listening to the system notification in his mind, Chun Imo felt a sense of relief wash over him. After retreating through the heavy rain and mud of Bristol all night, the bus from Nottingham Forest returned to the Colbyton Park base at 3 in the morning. The players were so exhausted that they barely had the strength to shower, dragging their leaden legs back to the dormitory like soulless zombies. That brutal melee in the mud not only drained their physical stamina, but also pushed several South American players to the brink of extreme muscle fatigue. However, Chun Imo did not sleep. At 8 in the morning, Isabella entered the chairman's office with 2 cups of espresso and a thick stack of fax documents. I have found out the details, Isabella said, the red veins in her eyes betraying her fatigue. The London area code that contacted Roberto is registered under a shell company named Thames Sports Consulting. The office is located in a dilapidated office building in Fulham. Chun Imo took a sip of his coffee, his gaze sharpening. Fulham. Chelsea's white glove. That's right. The legal representative of this company is named Colin Hutchinson. On the surface, he appears to be an independent agent, but in reality, he's the personal advisor to Chelsea's current chairman Ken Bates, and the underground operator behind Chelsea's recent recruitment of foreign players across Europe. Chun Imo set down his coffee cup, tapping his fingers on the table. In 1997, Chelsea under Gullett's leadership was busy with continentalization, frantically hoarding technical foreign players. That old fox Ken Bates clearly sensed the value of this batch of South American talents from Nottingham Forest and intended to use the white glove to make private contact and poach them. Had Roberto not confessed yesterday, this hidden threat would have exploded, severely affecting Ronaldinho's men. Chun Imo stood up, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Isabella, notify the security department. From today, the Colbyton Park base is under full lockdown. Full lockdown. Yes. All media interviews are prohibited, and all fan open days are cancelled. Hang opaque windbreak cloth on the barbed wire surrounding the training ground. Without my personal signature, not even a fly is allowed into the base. Tell the guards that if they see anyone with a long lens or a suit sneaking around, they should release the dogs. He had to establish an impenetrable information firewall between the team and the outside world. At least until the team firmly rooted itself in League One and demonstrated dominance, he needed to sever all dark hands reaching for these geniuses. Having dealt with the external threats, Chun Imo immediately turned towards the tactical meeting room. There a heated argument about tactical arrangements awaited him. Boss, this is too risky. In the tactical room, assistant coach Pierce looked at the starting lineup Chun Imo had drawn on the tactical board, strongly opposing. 3 days later, in the 3rd round of League One, Nottingham Forest would host Grimsby at home. However, on Chun Imo's tactical board, the heroic players from the last match, Ronaldinho, Cambiasso, Gilberto, and even the goal-scoring hero Van Nistelrooy, were all removed from the starting lineup. In their place were substitutes and youth academy players like Close Machina and Andy Reid. That's a complete rotation of 7 main players. Pierce was flushed with urgency. Although Grimsby is a newly promoted team, they play very fiercely. In England, a winning lineup cannot be changed. If you rotate so extensively, should the home game go south, the media will immediately launch their attacks against you. Chun Imo calmly brought up a fitness report. Stuart, take a look at this. In the last muddy battle, Gilberto ran nearly 13,000 meters. Ronaldinho was fouled 5 times by the opponents. Although he wasn't injured, his ankle can't handle the high intensity of playing every 3 days. Chunmo's gaze swept over the coaching staff. What is our goal? To achieve 5 consecutive victories at the start, to surge up to the Premier League. This is a marathon, not a sprint. He heavily circled several points on the if we do not rotate and force them to play, the team is likely to suffer widespread injuries due to fatigue. Don't forget, in the 5th round we have an away game against Bolton, which will be a real battle. I must ensure my core players are in top condition for that match. The looming punishment of Van Nistelrooy's torn cruciate ligament felt like a whip constantly cracking at Chunmo's nerves. He would not allow any risks of injuries due to excessive fatigue to exist. But can these substitutes hold up? Pierce looked at the unfamiliar name on the tactical board, especially that German giant Klose. He's only good at headers, but his footwork is simply terrible. Are you letting him replace Van Nistelrooy? He understood Pierce's concerns all too well. The current Miroslav Klose was not yet the World Cup's all-time leading scorer he would later become. He lacked even a modicum of professional match experience, resembling a carpenter who had taken up football late. But what Chunmo wanted was precisely his current qualities. Stuart football is not only about samba steps, there's also the German tank. Grimsby likes to compact their defense. Then we will crush their turtle shell. Without Ronaldinho, we want play through the ground. On the wings, Andy Reid and Finnan just need to deliver high balls into the box. Chunmo's tactical intentions were becoming increasingly clear. Klose doesn't need to seek footwork combinations like Van Nistelrooy. His only task is to stay in the box. His jumping ability, heading, and instinct for the first touch are world-class. In midfield, Machina will start. This kid has the fierce spirit of a bullfighter. He will work with Senna to sweep the midfield, though our defensive hardness is sufficient. Chunmo's tactical plan was simple, brutal, and highly tolerant of errors. It was a plan purely born for grinding meat and smashing doors. In the afternoons, Klose training ground Klose was practicing headers. He was like a tireless machine, repeatedly leaping high to powerfully smash the crosses from the wings into the net. He lacked the breathtaking talent of Ronaldinho and the languid elegance of Berbatov, but he possessed the most terrifying discipline and execution. Chunmo stood on the sidelines watching this taciturn German youth. Milo, Chunmo called to him. Klose ran over, wiping the sweat from his forehead, his gaze resolute. Boss, you'll be starting in tomorrow's match. Chunmo locked eyes with him. I don't need you to dribble past multiple defenders or drop back to create plays. As long as the ball is in the air, you must be the one to win the duel. Can you do that? Klose nodded vigorously. Trust me, boss, in the air, I won't lose to anyone. On August 15th, the City Stadium was packed. When the announcer read out Nottingham Forest's starting lineup, it caused quite a stir in the stands. The journalists in the press box were buzzing, with many already drafting outlines for articles titled "The Price of Arrogance: Forest's Coach's Extensive Rotation Leads to Bitter Consequences." However, when the whistle for the match blew, all doubts disappeared within just 15 minutes. This was a game entirely different from the previous 2 rounds. There were no flashy flicks or mesmerizing no-look passes. The Forest team showcased a ruthlessly cold, mechanical, and efficient side. Machina's extensive sweeping in midfield shattered Grimsby's attacks into pieces. Meanwhile, Klose showed all the English what a true bomber was. In the 22nd minute, Andy Reid delivered a 45-degree cross from the left. The ball arced high in the air. The 2 center-backs from Grimsby tightly held their positions, preparing to leap to clear it. But in that instant, a tall figure soared from behind them, like a sprout breaking through the ground. At the highest point, he exerted force with his waist and abdomen, heading the ball toward the goal. The football was directed diagonally against the flow. The goalkeeper was powerless to respond. After scoring, Klose performed a crisp and clean somersault towards the corner flag upon landing. BM. The commentator in the booth suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Incredible bounce. A powerful header. This obscure German lad has smashed open the opponent's goal in the most British of ways." On the bench, Chunmo stood with his hands in his pockets, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Those big clubs lurking in the shadows, hoping to poach him, and the media waiting to see him stumble during rotations, simply do not understand the terrifying nature of this team. This is not just a team of geniuses. Under Chunmo's orchestration, it has become a tactical monster with endless contingencies. The progress bar of their 5 consecutive victories is steadily advancing forward. Klose's goal in the 22nd minute was like a resounding slap, momentarily stunning the Grimsby players and silencing the media in the stands, who were waiting to see Chunmo's embarrassment. However, the English League One is never a greenhouse where a single goal can completely extinguish the suspense. As a newly promoted team this season, Grimsby exuded a reckless vibe of a barefoot bandit. After a brief moment of confusion, they quickly adjusted their tactics. Since they couldn't contain that German giant, they decided to bring the battle to the midfield. As the game reached the 35th minute, the situation became extremely tense. Without Ronaldinho's nimble breakthroughs and Cambiaso's orchestrating presence, Nottingham Forest's absolute control in midfield visibly diminished after extensive rotations. Although Machina was fiercely defensive, he was after all a defensive midfielder, and organizing attacks was not his strong suit. Andy Reid was being repeatedly harried on the left by two sturdy opponents, leaving barely any space for crosses. Bang! Another fierce clash of muscles. Machina collided hard with an opponent near the center circle. Both players fell to the ground, but the referee signaled for the game to continue. Look at Nottingham Forest's current situation. This is the price of extensive rotation. In the commentary booth, guest commentator Zhang Ji pointed out the issues sharply. In the first two matches, the Forest team relied on the technical prowess of South American players for a decisive advantage. Today, with a new lineup, although their defensive toughness remains, the cohesion of this arrangement is evidently lacking. Grimsby is now just tightening their formation, setting up a defensive wall, and ready to fight you in the mud. Exactly. Grimsby's coach is very smart, the main commentator added. They have cut off the connection between the flanks and the midfield. Close is now like an isolated island. If the Forest team cannot quickly score a second goal as their stamina wanes in the second half, Grimsby's counterattacks could be lethal at any moment. Chun Imo watched the unfolding situation with a slight frown. This is why he insisted on the rotation. Over the long season, key players cannot always be at their peak. The substitute lineup must learn how to survive and win in adverse situations. The halftime whistle blew with the score still 10. Inside the locker room, the atmosphere was somewhat gloomy. Young Andy Reid had several blood marks on his calf, gritting his teeth while spraying cold pain relief. Chun Imo approached the tactical board, picked up a marker, and emphatically pointed at the opponent's penalty area. Listen up, boys. Chun Mo's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable firmness. Grimsby will definitely set up their defensive wall more thoroughly in the second half. They want to drag us into a mud fight. Since they like to huddle in their shell, let's smash it from above. He turned to Andy Reid and the right wing Finnan. In the second half, don't attempt any complicated cut-ins or short passes on the flanks. As long as you cross the halfway line and see even a sliver of space, launch. Send a high ball. Aim for that 45-degree angle. Then Chun Mo's gaze fell on the German giant, sitting quietly in the corner sipping water. Milo. Klose immediately raised his head, his gaze focused like a carpenter, listening intently to the requirements of a blueprint. Do you remember the data report I showed you in the office? Chun Imo fixed his eyes on him. Your jumping ability, your core strength, your judgment of the first landing point. In this league, it's a top-tier dominance. This is not Chun Imo merely giving a pep talk. From the system scan, Klose's level potential and naturally maxed out heading ability were the strongest foundations for this aerial bombardment tactic. In the second half, the penalty area will be your workstation. Chun Imo patted Klose's shoulder, smashed those incoming balls into their net, like you're hammering nails. Klose said nothing more, just nodded firmly. Got it, boss. The second half began. Grimsby indeed retreated deeper as Chun Imo had anticipated, their two center backs and two defensive midfielders forming a wall of size that loomed at the front of the penalty area. But they quickly discovered that Nottingham Forest's style had changed. It was unreasonable, exceedingly unreasonable. In the 55th minute, Finnan, 15 meters from the baseline on the right, disregarding the position of the defenders, swung his right foot and sent a high arching cross into the penalty area. Grimsby's captain, a traditional English center-back, standing at 1.9 meters tall, firmly established his position, preparing to jump. But a black and white figure had already leaped into the air a second before he did. Klose's timing for the jump was terrifyingly precise. Like an experienced carpenter, the moment the ball left his foot, he had already envisioned the perfect parabolic trajectory in his mind. Not only did he jump high, but what was even more terrifying was his ability to hang in the air. While the opposing center-back reached the peak of his jump and began to descend, Klose was still suspended in midair. With his body arched to an extreme extent, his core power exploded instantly, and his header struck the ball like a heavy hammer. Bang! The commentator in the broadcast booth erupted with excitement, his voice instantly rising an octave. Oh my God! Look at the middle. Klose. It was as if a bomber had descended upon the city stadium. A header as imposing as Mount Tai. The center-back of Grimsby appeared like a mere wooden post under his absolute aerial dominance. After landing, Klose charged towards the corner flag, once more performing a graceful front flip that reignited the entire stadium. If the first goal was a stroke of luck, this second goal was sheer physical domination. The Grimsby coach, in despair at the sidelines, cradled his head. His pride, the ironclad defense, was shattered to pieces under the overwhelming aerial superiority. But this was not the end. Having opened his scoring account, Klose had fully entered his time of slaughter. In the 72nd minute, Andy Reid crossed from the left flank. This pass was slightly behind the ideal spot. Two defenders from Grimsby flanked Klose, attempting to obstruct his leap with foul play. Yet Klose displayed incredible flexibility. He did not leap forcefully. Instead, at the moment the ball began to descend, he deftly slipped through the gap between the two hulking defenders, meeting the ball with a powerful diving header. The soccer ball skimmed the grass, diving into the bottom corner of the goal. A perfect conclusion. Miroslav Klose. The commentator shouted, who says Nottingham Forest only has South American magic. This German bomber destroyed Grimsby in the most English way possible. 3 goals, 3 different header tech. This is the art that belongs to the center forward. The fans in the stands had completely gone wild. They chanted Klose's name, and those fans who had questioned Chun Mo's acquisition of an amateur carpenter just weeks ago were now nearly hoarse from shouting. On the bench, Ronaldinho and Van Nistelrooy jumped up together wildly applauding their teammates. Van Nistelrooy watched the German player on the field, who treated scoring like picking up grass, with excitement sparkling in his eyes. He knew that in this team, he was no longer the only finisher capable of scoring. Chun Mo stood on the sidelines, hands in his trousers pockets, listening to the cheers from the crowd, and let out a long breath, expelling the tension from his chest. We won. Not only did we win the match, but we also perfectly preserved the physical condition of the main squad. The depth of this team's bench, these gems he had unearthed from around the world, finally began to showcase the terrifying potential that could send shivers through the entire English football scene. When the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match, the familiar mechanical sound echoed in Chun Mo's mind as expected. Ding. Congratulations, host, on winning this match. Main quest achieved 5 consecutive victories at the start of the new season. Current progress, update 35. Warning, only 2 matches remain until the sword of Damocles falls. Chun Mo looked up at the glaring score of 30 on the scoreboard. Just 2 more matches. The tickets for the Premier League. Van Nistelrooy's knee. Everything was steadily progressing towards the blueprint he had envisioned. The joy of a triumphant 30 victory over Grimsby gradually faded on the midnight streets of Nottingham. The city stadium returned to silence, with only the lights of the chairman's office still shining. Isabella handed over an investigation report before leaving work. It highlighted a name: Colin Hutchinson. Chelsea's reach is faster than I expected. Chun Mo rubbed his forehead and leaned back against the chair. The task of achieving 5 consecutive wins assigned by the system was already 3/5 complete, but he knew better than anyone that in the world of football, the truly lethal knives are never found on the pitch. They are hidden in private clubs filled with neon lights, concealed within briefcases stuffed with cash, and buried in a series of late-night phone calls to player agents. Last time in the office, Roberto had confessed that someone claiming to be from a London sports agency had contacted him, saying an English Premier League team was interested in Ronaldinho and wanted to meet. Chun Mo had Isabella investigate. The outcome was unsurprising. The true mastermind behind that shell company was none other than Colin Hutchinson, the private advisor of Chelsea's owner Ken Bates. In the late 1990s English football, this kind of clandestine contact with players was colloquially known as tapping up, an unspoken rule among top clubs. They wouldn't directly send a fax to the club with an offer. Their tactic was always to bypass the parent club first, stunning the player's agent with hefty signing bonuses, luxurious homes, and high-end cars, and then coaxing the player to cause a training strike or demand a transfer. By the time the player had a falling out with the club, they would swoop in as white knights to reap a bargain. And Ronaldinho was the cornerstone of Nottingham Forest's entire tactical system. If Roberto, with his shallow awareness, truly fell for Chelsea's tricks, the grand blueprint for the entire team would collapse in an instant. At 1 a.m, in the upscale apartment district by the Trent River. This residential area was specifically rented by the club for South American foreign players, with tight security and a tranquil environment. Chun Mo stood alone at the end of the top-floor corridor in front of the apartment door of the Ronaldinho brothers. Who is it? At this late hour. The door opened a crack and Roberto, with his messy hair resembling a bird's nest, peeked out cautiously. Then he saw the person standing outside. The pair of eyes that had just been hazy instantly widened, and the panic flashing in his pupils was impossible to hide. Boss. What? Why are you here? Roberto unconsciously stepped half a step forward to block. How's his ankle recovery? Come to see him. Chun Mo spoke casually, as if only concerned about the player's injury, yet he stepped forward without hesitation, pushing past Roberto's shoulder into the entrance. He's already asleep. His ankle is much better, the team doctor said. He can train together the day after tomorrow, Roberto said, backing away, while frantically trying to block Chun Mo's line of sight. But Chun Mo had already entered the living room. A strong scent of cigars assaulted him. Chun Mo's gaze swept across the entire room. Some cut cigars, 2 unfinished glasses of whiskey, and an open, exquisitely printed full-color album. The cover depicted the night view of the Thames. The page that was turned showed a luxurious villa located in the affluent area of Knightsbridge, London, with a private swimming pool and an underground garage. The night view of London is indeed beautiful. But with Ronaldinho's current salary and that small buyout fee, he probably cannot afford the mortgage on such a villa. So planning to switch careers into real estate. Roberto's forehead instantly broke out in a dense layer of sweat. Boss, you misunderstood. This is just an ordinary magazine I picked up on the street, just flipping through. He tried to mask it with a smile. How many benefits has Colin Hutchinson promised you? £50,000 signing fee. 100,000. Or did he bundle this villa in Knightsbridge as well? Roberto's face turned pale, his lips trembled as he opened his mouth, finally managing to squeeze out a sentence. How would you know? I not only know it's him. I also know he called you 3 times this afternoon. Do you think that by secretly signing a preliminary agreement with Chelsea when the winter or next summer window opens you can take Ronaldinho to London to enjoy wealth and glory? Boss, I just wanted to secure a better life for Ronaldinho. We've been poor for too long. Fool, do you think Chelsea recognized Ronaldinho's talent? They're just taking a gamble. Gullet's position is currently in jeopardy. The Chelsea locker room is filled with big-name stars, each with their own. Are you throwing a 17-year-old who only speaks Portuguese and is as skinny as a stick into that muddy pond? He won't have unlimited freedom. No one will sweep the floor for him like Senna and Gilberto. As soon as he holds the ball for more than 3 seconds on the pitch, those butcher defenders in the Premier League will take him and the ball out in one sweep. And then what? Sit cold on Chelsea's bench for 2 years. Until the news stops mentioning his name, and he ends up being loaned back to Brazil like a piece of out-of-season discounted clothing. Is this the good life you envision for your brother? Roberto's breathing quickened. He was greedy, no doubt about it. But he truly loved Ronaldinho. The picture painted by Chun Mo might indeed become a reality. He himself was a football player and understood the operational mechanisms of the team all too well. Moreover, you seem to have forgotten the most crucial point. Ronaldinho has a legally binding long-term contract with Nottingham Forest. According to the regulations of the English Football Association and FIFA, any club bypassing the parent club to privately contact a player under contract is a serious violation. He pulled out a thin document from his trench coat pocket and waved it in front of Roberto. As long as I submit this investigation report along with your call records to the Football Association, Chelsea will face severe penalties. Colin Hutchinson will be fired. Chun Mo bent down, almost pressing his face against Roberto's. And you, Roberto, will have your agent license permanently revoked. As for Ronaldinho, he pronounced each word carefully, a global ban. For 2 years. Roberto's pupils constricted sharply. 2 years. A 17-year-old prodigy cannot play any official matches for 2 years. Chun Mo's voice was terrifyingly calm. You are not helping him. You are harming him. No. Roberto completely broke down. Boss. Mr. Chun. It was my foolishness. Ronaldinho knows nothing. He truly knows nothing. He told me yesterday that playing with Cambiasso and the others was the happiest thing in his life. Please don't report it. Please don't. Stand up. Wipe your face. You are Ronaldinho's brother. Don't act like a gambler who has lost everything. I came here alone at midnight without a lawyer or anyone from the Football Association. This shows I am still giving you a chance. Sit. Roberto sat down properly like a schoolboy being called to the office. As long as you keep Ronaldinho in Nottingham, honestly, you've seen the tiered bonus clauses on the contract. His future market value and salary will easily cover the mortgage for 10 villas in Knightsbridge. And Chun Mo paused. As long as you settle down, I will use the club's resources to help you establish your own agent. Roberto suddenly raised his head. His own company. No longer dependent on others. No longer at the mercy of others. The bait thrown by this Oriental was deadlier than that villa in Chelsea. In the 4th round of the English Championship, Nottingham Forest faced Reading away from home. In the first 3 rounds of the league, Nottingham Forest achieved 3 consecutive victories with ease. The winning streak brought not only points, but also a quiet arrogance that began to grow in the hearts of the young players. Just 5 minutes into the match, Reading's tactics were laid bare, the lumberjack strategy. Following the principle of letting the ball pass, but not the man, the match became fragmented and disjointed. As the core of the team's offense, Ronaldinho was subjected to the highest level of care. He was merely a 17-year-old child, his physique not yet fully developed. His slender frame proved inadequate against the brutish style of play in the English Championship. Within the first 5 minutes, he had already been taken down 3 times, both while dribbling and with the ball. How could a 17-year-old Brazilian prodigy endure such indignity? He was furious. He began to take matters into his own hands, which caused Chun Mo on the sidelines to furrow his brow. Don't mind him. Get the ball moving. Chun Mo shouted into the field. But the frustration of the young Brazilian could no longer be contained. Gifted and full of youthful vigor, how could he swallow his pride? In the 12th minute, Ronaldinho received the ball in midfield. Cambiasso had already made his run to a supportive position, while Senna was behind him ready to provide cover. According to the tactical plan, Ronaldinho was supposed to make a quick pass, now utilizing movement to create space. However, facing the Reading midfielder who had just tackled him, he stepped on the ball with his right foot and provocatively beckoned with his finger. The Reading midfielder's face turned ashen as he charged forward. Ronaldinho flicked his ankle lightly, performing a rainbow flick. In terms of footwork, these rough English Championship players could not possibly compare to the Brazilian. But is football truly just about skill? The Reading midfielder didn't even glance at the ball. He was all too aware of his slow turn and knew that another hard tackle would surely earn him a card. So at the moment the ball soared overhead, he expertly took a half-step sideways, his sturdy chest blocking Ronaldinho's path to goal. Not only that, but he also discreetly grabbed Ronaldinho's jersey, using the force of the collision to pull him down sharply. Ronaldinho stumbled, losing his balance. This is the survival rule of seasoned veterans in the English Championship. Let the ball pass, but the man must stay. Achieve the greatest gain with the smallest cost. Reading launched a counterattack immediately. A classic English long pass. It was supposed to be a harmless pass, but Lucio misjudged the drop point and mistimed his jump. The Reading striker surged out from behind him, controlling the ball with his chest, and charged straight in. Facing the advancing Korpic, he made a low shot. The match restarted. The situation not only did not improve, but instead worsened. Xiao Luo was completely trapped in a deadlock against the opposing defenders. He no longer observed his teammates' movements with the ball. His mind was filled with how to humiliate the defensive midfielder he had just faced. Stepovers nutmegs Marseille turns. His movements remained flashy, but under the pressure of 3 opponents and the muddy field, his error rate skyrocketed. Up front, Van Nistelrooy and Berbatov raised their arms begging for the ball, but they couldn't even catch a glimpse of it. Nottingham's offense became a stagnant pool. In the 38th minute, Xiao Luo was dispossessed while trying to dribble through midfield again. Reading launched a counterattack. Had it not been for Cordoba's desperate slide tackle to avert disaster, the score would have long been 20. Ronaldo. Taking advantage of the dead ball, Chun Mo rushed to the sidelines, pointing at the Brazilian youth's nose and shouting, "If you want to play street football, then go back to Porto Alegre right now. This is a professional arena." Xiao Luo was stunned. He looked at the furious coach, opened his mouth as if to argue, but Chun Mo had already turned and walked back to the coaching bench. The halftime whistle blew. Nottingham Forest walked off the field with their heads down, trailing 0-1. Chun Mo stood in the center of the locker room, casting a cold, terrifying glance over the entire team. 3 consecutive victories. Do you think you've already become champions of League One? Chun Mo's gaze was fixed on Lucio. He pointed at the Brazilian center back. How did you manage to miss that header? What were you thinking? Planning to celebrate at a bar tonight? And you? Chun Mo suddenly turned towards Xiao Luo in the corner. Xiao Luo looked up, his eyes still hiding a hint of defiance and resentment. Not feeling great, huh? Thinking that your opponent's actions were dirty and wanting to humiliate them with your skills. Chun Mo strode up to him, looking down from above and staring intently. Do you think you're showcasing your skills? No, you are proving that you are a brainless fool. The locker room fell silent. This was the first time Chun Mo had erupted with such anger towards the team's core player. Look at Senna. Chun Mo pointed at Senna, who was icing an injury. He blocked 3 dirty tackles for you in the first half. Look at Cambiasso, who ran an extra kilometer to create space for you. And Van Nistelrooy, who is battling 2 towering defenders in the penalty area. They did all of this so you could show off and then hand over the ball. Football is a game for 11 players. You have unlimited freedom to shoot because the tactical system supports. When you disregard the team, your so-called talent is worthless. Xiao Luo bit his lip hard. In the second half, I don't want to see any unnecessary touches. Pass, move, use speed and rhythm to wear them down. The best way to retaliate against your opponent is to score goals against them. Do you understand? Understood, boss. The entire team shouted in unison. The second half began. Reading believed Nottingham Forest would become anxious due to the deficit and press forward, and they were even prepared for counterattacks. But they were mistaken. The Forest seemed like a different team. Their attacking system in midfield finally began to function. Xiao Luo no longer obsessed over individual dribbling and reckless play. Cambiasso was clearly expanding his running range. Senna also began to make frequent forward runs, while only Gilberto remained steadfast in defense. The Forest's attack came alive. Cambiasso received the ball and advanced, passing it wide to Piers. Piers crossed from the byline, and Van Nistelrooy soared like a rocket, delivering a header that was like a mountain crashing down. Bang! The ball struck the crossbar and bounced out, but the agile Berbatov followed up swiftly. After scoring, Berbatov retrieved the ball from the net and turned to run towards the center circle. As he passed by Ronaldinho, the two exchanged a firm high five. The match had fully entered the rhythm of Nottingham Forest. No longer fixated on individual plays, Ronaldinho finally unleashed his core play style. His passes sliced through the Reading defense like a scalpel time and again. The Reading team began to retreat, entirely attempting to hold on to a draw. In the 89th minute, Ronaldinho received the ball at the edge of the penalty area. The 3 Reading defenders instantly compressed, forming an impenetrable wall. Everyone expected him to shoot from distance. Even the goalkeeper shifted his weight in anticipation. But Ronaldinho suddenly flicked his ankle, passing without looking, executing an extremely discreet ground-through ball. The ball skidded along the grass, slipping through the gap between 2 defenders' heels. Ruud van Nistelrooy successfully timed his run, immediately revealing his intent as he received the ball on the right side of the small penalty area. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, the Dutchman calmly executed a precise shot into the far corner. By the sidelines, Chun Mo clenched his fists tightly, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. The system notification echoed in his mind. Only one final step remained to lift the deadly curse of injury. The atmosphere on the bus returning from Reading to Nottingham was more exuberant than ever before. The reversal and last-minute victory brought not just 3 points, but also a qualitative transformation in the cohesion of this young team. Xiao Luo no longer wore headphones to immerse himself in his own world. Instead, he clustered with Cambiasso and Senna gesturing in a mix of broken English interspersed with Spanish and Portuguese to discuss positioning on the field. Chun Imo sat in the front row gazing at the rushing night scenery outside with a furrowed brow. They had achieved 4 consecutive victories. Only one more match stood between them, and lifting the curse of Van Nistelrooy's injury, but the 5th opponent was Bolton. Bolton was not only an established powerhouse in League One, but also a strong favorite for promotion. Their home ground, the Reebok Stadium, had always been a nightmare for visiting teams. What made matters more challenging was Bolton's rugged playing style. Their midfield was a meat grinder complemented by muscular defenders, epitomizing the traditional rough-and-tumble English football. Preparations began at the Colbert Park training base, marked by a tense 3 days of practice. Chun Imo seemed like a different person, exhibiting an almost obsessive strictness on the training ground. He demanded Van Nistelrooy to minimize his time receiving the ball with his back to the goal, insisted that Senna and Gilberto must contest the first ball defensively, and urged the entire team to quicken their passing. No entangling. One-touch passing. Chun Mo's whistle and shouts echoed across the training field. Pierce noticed Chun Mo's anxiety. He approached Chun Imo privately, saying, "Boss, you're too tense. This group of kids is in fantastic form right now. Although Bolton is tough, we may not necessarily lose." Chun Imo could only manage a bitter smile. He couldn't explain the sword of Damocles hanging over his head. August 23rd, Reebok Stadium. A light drizzle fell from the sky, and the grass was slick. Bolton set up in a 442 formation, with 2 center backs towering over 1.9 meters like iron towers standing in the penalty area. Their goal was clear: to suffocate Nottingham Forest's attacking fulcrum, Van Nistelrooy. From the very first minute, the match escalated into a heated battle. Bolton's tactics were brutally aggressive. Whenever Xiao Luo received the ball, 2 defenders would immediately close and not hesitating to commit tactical fouls. Van Nistelrooy received even more stringent treatment. Every time he contested for an aerial ball, Bolton's center backs would resort to numerous underhanded tactics in their bid to crowd him out. In the 15th minute, a scene unfolded that made Chun Mo's heart stop. Finnan crossed from the right, and Van Nistelrooy leapt high in the penalty area. Just as he was about to connect with the ball, a Bolton center back slammed into him from the side. Van Nistelrooy lost his balance and fell heavily onto the wet grass, clutching his right knee in pain. "Team doctor." Chun Imo shot up from the bench, his voice trembling with fear. Team Dr. Hans rushed onto the field with a medical kit. Chun Imo stood on the sidelines, gripping his shirt tightly, his palms drenched in cold sweat. The Bolton fans in the stands unleashed a deafening chorus of boos, accusing Van Nistelrooy of diving. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Hans sprayed cold freeze on Van Nistelrooy's knee, and then with Senna's support, Van Nistelrooy stood up, tried to take 2 steps, and gave a thumbs up toward the sideline. Chun Imo exhaled deeply, feeling his back soaked. Fortunately, it was just a contusion and not a ligament injury. "We can't keep playing like this." Chun Imo turned to Pierce and said, "Bolton just wants to take out our forward. Tell Luther to drop back and vacate the penalty area." Pierce immediately ran to the sideline to shout the tactical adjustments. The changes had an immediate effect. Van Nistelrooy no longer stubbornly engaged in a tussle with the opposing center backs in the penalty area, but frequently withdrew to the edge of the box to receive the ball. This tactic caused Bolton's defense to falter. The 2 towering center backs hesitated to follow him out, creating space for Xiao Luo and Berbatov to make runs. In the 32nd minute, the deadlock was finally broken. Senna executed an extremely fierce slide tackle in midfield, ending Bolton's attack. The ball rolled to Cambiaso's feet. The Argentine didn't hesitate for a moment, delivering a ground pass that found the retreating Van Nistelrooy. Van Nistelrooy received the ball with his back to the defender. The Bolton midfielder immediately pressed up. According to his usual habit, Van Nistelrooy would turn and shoot. But this time he remembered Chun Mo's instructions. He gently flicked the ball with the arch of his right foot, setting it up for Xiao Luo, who was making an overlapping run. Xiao Luo welcomed the ball and seamlessly executed a smooth touch, instantly shaking off his marker. Facing the advancing center back, the Brazilian teenager didn't seek personal glory, but instead chipped the ball toward the vacant space on the left side of the penalty area. There, Berbatov had already arrived. In midair, the Bulgarian showcased breathtaking agility and ball control, his right foot sketching an elegant arc in the air before unleashing a volley. Nottingham Forest took the lead in the away match. In the second half, a desperate Bolton launched a furious counterattack. They completely abandoned midfield organization, opting instead for long balls from the back to find their forwards. The match turned into a pure melee battle. Lucio and Cordoba faced an extremely severe test. Cordoba's Iron Heart label played a crucial role at this moment. Despite being only 1.75 meters tall, he stood firm against Bolton's 1.90-meter tall center forward, fearlessly contesting every aerial duel and managing to secure over half of the contested balls through his jumping ability and aggression. Lucio was firmly pinned back in the defense by Chun Imo. Although the Brazilian center back felt frustrated, he dared not defy orders and dutifully took on the dirty work of a sweeper. In the 70th minute, Chun Imo substituted Machina for the fatigued Ronaldinho, changing the formation to 442, fully tightening the defense. 17-year-old Ronaldinho was still too frail, his body not fully developed, yet so Chen Mo was increasing his body fat percentage with more nutritious meals. In the 85th minute, Bolton had their best opportunity of the match. They earned a free kick just outside the penalty. The ball was played into the box, and in the ensuing chaos, a Bolton forward attempted a close-range shot. The 35-year-old Cook showcased world-class goalkeeper reflexes, astonishingly diving to deflect the ball away. Gilberto Silva rushed in, clearing the ball with a powerful kick just before the opponent could take a follow-up shot. In the final 5 minutes, every second felt infinitely long. Chen Mo stood on the sidelines, his eyes fixed intently on the referee's watch. When the referee finally blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match, Chen Mo felt completely drained. Nottingham Forest struggled to secure 3 points away from home. The crisp sound of the system notification in his mind was like music to Chen Mo. The sword of Damocles that hung over him finally vanished completely. Van Nistelrooy preserved his cruciate ligament, and the team announced their powerful rise in English football with a perfect 5-game winning streak. In the locker room, the players celebrated wildly. Van Nistelrooy, bare-chested, poured ice water over Senna's head. Ronaldinho danced the samba on the table. Leaning against the door frame, Chen Mo watched this group of future superstars who would astonish the world, finally allowing a relaxed smile to emerge at the corners of his mouth. The foundation has been laid. The true storm has only just begun. The celebration of 5 consecutive victories came to an abrupt end on the morning after returning to Nottingham. The tranquility of the Colbyton Park training base was restored. Chen Mo sat in the head coach's office, bringing up the system panel. Advanced Scout Radar, it can accurately scan players worldwide with a potential value above 90, who perfectly fit the current team's tactical system, along with detailed reports on their weaknesses and hidden personalities. Usage 11. This is a top-tier tool capable of changing the fate of the club. However, Chen Mo glanced at it and tossed it into the corner of the system inventory. Because there was no money. The South American trip had exhausted the transfer budget, and the accommodation and medical expenses for Messi's family were an ongoing burden, combined with daily operations and the remnants of high salary burdens. The cash flow in the club's accounts had nearly run out. Even if he found a future superstar with the radar, now Chen Mo couldn't afford to buy him. This radar had to be saved for the summer transfer window of the next season. By then, the team would most likely have been promoted to the Premier League, and with the broadcasting revenue and sponsorship bonuses in place, he would have the capital to truly make waves in the transfer market. The top priority now was to play the cards he held to achieve a straight flush. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Mo asked assistant coach Pierce to bring Ronaldinho to the office alone. The 17-year-old Brazilian lad pushed the door open, looking a bit nervous. He had performed brilliantly in the first 5 matches, but had also been publicly scolded by Chen Mo in the locker room for being overly ball-hungry and impulsive. Sit. Chen Mo gestured to the chair opposite his desk. Little Ronaldinho obediently sat down. Chen Mo remained silent, instead pulling out a thick document from the drawer and pushing it in front of him. The cover of the document was embossed with several striking Portuguese words: analysis of the career trajectories of past Ballon d'Or winners. Ronaldinho was taken aback for a moment and opened the first page. It featured Marco van Basten, followed by Michel Platini, Roberto Baggio, and the last few pages showcased his idol Ronaldo. Each page meticulously recorded these players' data, honors, tactical positions at different ages, and how they led their teams out of adversity. Do you see any common points? Chen Mo asked. Ronaldinho flipped through for a while and shook his head. They could not only dribble past players, but also score beautiful goals. Chen Mo tapped the table with his finger. They made their teammates better. They won matches, won championships, and ultimately won the Ballon d'Or. Chen Mo leaned back in his chair, looking directly at Ronaldinho. In your 5 matches in League One, your performance has been good. Fans like you, the media, is starting to pay attention, and Chelsea even wants to poach you. But that's not enough. Your current playing style is just that of an outstanding performer on the pitch. If you encounter tougher opponents and denser defenses, such as a Champions League caliber midfield, your flashy moves may still beat players, but they could be a burden to the team's overall performance. Ronaldinho bit his lip. I will get stronger and run faster. That's just physical evolution. Chen Mo stood up, walked to the tactical board, and drew a red circle representing Ronaldinho with a marker. What I want is an evolution of football intelligence. Chen Mo drew several arrows around the red circle, connecting to the positions of Cambiasso, Van Nistelrooy, and Berbatov. You are the absolute core of this team, a free man in the front line. In Brazil, being a free man in the front line is usually a privilege reserved for accomplished football giants, signifying unlimited shooting rights, unrestricted movement, and a tilt in the entire team's tactics. In the attacking phase, you can run however you want. Cambiasso will assist you in organizing the attack. Senna and Gilberto will sweep and cover behind you, and Van Nistelrooy will draw the central defenders away, with the whole team revolving around you. Chen Mo's words quickened Ronaldinho's breathing. This was a tactical position that a 17-year-old boy could only dream of. But privilege comes at a cost. As the team's main core, you are not only the initiator and finisher of the attack, you must also be the first line of defense. Chun Emo stared into Ronaldinho's eyes. I don't care if you just dribbled past a few players a moment ago, or executed a bicycle kick. As long as the ball changes possession, as long as the ball is not at our feet, you must immediately press for recovery. I don't need you to be a powerful interceptor, I just need you to get close immediately to delay the opponent's time to release the ball. Even if it's just 3 seconds or 5 seconds. Those few seconds are enough for Cambiasso to position himself, and for Senna to form a blockade. If you can't do it or think that star players don't need to defend, Chun Emo put down the marker. Then you can sit on the bench and watch others play. The office fell silent with only the ticking of the clock on the wall audible. Placing the burden of defense on a Brazilian genius known for creativity and dribbling seems a waste in traditional football philosophy. But Chun Emo understood very well that the evolution of modern football is towards total attack and total defense. A core player who does not participate in high pressing will only become a tactical loophole in the high-intensity matches of the future. He needed to instill the discipline of modern football into Ronaldinho's bones 5 years ahead of time. Ronaldinho looked at the tactical board, and then down at the Ballon d'Or resume. The youthful desire for victory and thirst for greatness surged within him. He stood up looking straight at Chun Emo. I can do it. Very good. Chun Emo nodded. Every Ballon d'Or winner is not made overnight. The most important point is to know when and how to change. As long as they can become stronger, they will do anything. You must understand that to obtain the Ballon d'Or, you must conquer yourself. At 3 p.m, the whole team gathered on the training ground. In front of everyone, Chun Emo officially announced Ronaldinho's position as a free man in the front line. No one was surprised by this appointment, as everyone knew that the most technically gifted player on this team was this Brazilian with buck teeth. The system reward of team cohesion, 10 silently merged into the team at that moment. In the subsequent full-field confrontation, Ronaldinho's changes were visibly apparent. He still performed incredible touches and dribbles, still delivered imaginative through balls. But the Brazilian who used to stand still to complain or casually retreat disappeared. Ronaldinho was always the first to pounce on the opponent with the ball. His speed and agility were equally destructive on the defensive end. The opposing defensive midfielder was flustered by him and could only hurriedly release the ball. Senna, who had long awaited the passing route, easily completed the interception and followed up with a through ball. Ronaldinho turned and surged forward, passing without looking, and Van Nistelrooy blasted the ball into the net from inside the penalty area. From the loss of possession to the recovery to the interception and finally to the goal, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. The genius was transforming into a leader. This smiley Brazilian was infecting the entire team, following in his evolutionary footsteps. In the Corbeton Park training base, smoke wafted through the air. In front of the grill, Lucio was bare-chested flipping the beef. Senna and Gilberto were moving boxes of chilled beer onto the grass. Chun Emo stood under the shade of a tree holding a soda water, watching the weekend barbecue party unfold before him. Jorge entered the scene with 10-year-old Messi. Messi, wearing an oversized jersey and holding a soccer ball, appeared a bit shy. Leo, I heard you dribbled past a defender who was a whole head taller than you at the training camp. Cambiasso leaned in and ruffled Messi's hair. Messi nodded with a blush. Ronaldinho walked over carrying grilled meat, his gaze falling on the ball at Messi's feet. Want to show us a few tricks? Ronaldinho raised an eyebrow. Without a word, Messi flicked the ball with his toe. Alternating between his left and right foot, he juggled the ball, controlling it with his shoulder, and then executed a clever backheel pass, sending the ball straight to Ronaldinho. Oh! Ronaldinho's eyes lit up. He controlled the ball with his chest and performed a flashy leg over in midair before kicking it back. The two prodigies, one large and one small, began to play a keep-up game right on the grass. The surrounding players stopped their activities, cheering wildly. This kid is a monster, mumbled the old Captain Pierce while biting into a sausage. He is our future, Chun Emo said, gazing at Messi, who was surrounded with a look of satisfaction. After the flashy display, Ronaldinho ran to the sidelines panting and grabbed a water bottle. Ronaldinho, called Berbatov from the bench. Wiping his sweat, Ronaldinho turned back in confusion. That was some pretty nice technique. Berbatov pointed at the uneven grass. But in England, defenders will tackle you and the ball clean out of the way. Ronaldinho grinned, showing his trademark big white teeth. They'll have to catch me first. Berbatov stood up, placing his wine glass down. Pass me the ball, but with some force. Ronaldinho stepped back 2 paces and struck the ball with his right foot. Bang! A powerful shot whizzed away. Berbatov did not retreat. Instead, he moved closer. The moment the ball made contact with his foot, his ankle flexed precisely. The soccer ball stuck to his side like it had hit a pile of cotton. An exquisite release of force. Stopping the ball isn't for show, it's for the next move. Berbatov adjusted his collar. If you turn one more circle, the opponent's cleats will be upon you. Ronaldinho stood still, staring at the stationary ball, deep in thought. On the other side of the grill, Close sat on a picnic mat with only boiled chicken breast and broccoli in front of him. Milo, try this. Lucio handed over a skewer of dripping grilled beef. Close shook his head in refusal. Too high in fat, it affects my recovery. Then how about a beer? Finnan raised his cup. Alcohol will slow down my reaction time. Close replied expressionlessly as he chewed on the dry chicken breast. Sitting nearby, Van Nistelrooy looked down at Close's lunchbox and silently put down the grilled sausage in his hand. Are all Germans machines? Lucio murmured as he walked away. Chen Mo observed everything. Berbatov's calmness, Ronaldinho's agility, Close's discipline. This group of unnoticed geniuses was rapidly coalescing into a whole, trying to snatch them away from me. Not a chance. On Monday morning in the City Stadium chairman's office, £3 million to pack Lucio and Ronaldinho. Mr. Chen, for a nearly bankrupt League One club, this would greatly alleviate financial pressure. Mr. Hutchinson, Chelsea finished 6th in the Premier League last season, correct? Yes, we need excellent young players to fill our lineup. Hutchinson smiled proudly. Chen Mo leaned forward. So does your plan include secretly slipping undefeatable money to the agents of 17-year-old players? Hutchinson's smile faded. Mr. Chen, you can eat your meal however you like, but you can't speak recklessly. We are in compliance with all regulations. Regulations? To hell with your regulations. Chen Mo couldn't be bothered to waste words. He held the formal offer letter with Chelsea's letterhead in both hands. Tear. Under Hutchinson's gaze, Chen Mo tore the offer letter in half. Tear. Then he tore it into 4 pieces. With a flick of his hand, the shredded paper fell into the trash can beside the desk. That's incredibly rude. Hutchinson slammed the table and stood up. This is an offer personally signed by Chairman Ken Bates. You are rejecting Chelsea's friendship. I don't need the friendship of Stamford Bridge. Chen Mo leaned back in his chair, his voice cold and firm. Lucio and Ronaldinho are not for sale. You will regret this. Hutchinson chuckled. The players already know Chelsea's offer. Do you think they will happily stay in League One playing in the mud? Isabella, see him out. Chen Mo didn't even look at Hutchinson. Just wait and see. Hutchinson huffed coldly and stormed out. The office fell silent. Isabella frowned. Hutchinson wasn't wrong. We can't afford Premier League salaries, and once the players become unhappy, the locker room could spiral out of control. Unhappy. Chen Mo opened the drawer and tossed out a brown envelope. Go bring in the reporter from the Nottingham Evening Post, as well as the sports director from BBC Local. Isabella paused her actions. What are you planning? Entrapment, a reverse ambush. Half an hour later, a few reporters rushed in thinking Nottingham Forest was about to announce player sales. Chen Mo remained silent, directly grabbing the envelope and dumping its contents onto the table. Several high-definition photographs scattered across the table. The first one showed Hutchinson sitting in a London cafe with Lucio's agent with a contract laid out on the table. The second photo showed Hutchinson's assistant handing a thick envelope of cash to Ronaldinho's brother. The reporter from the Nottingham Evening Post took a deep breath. Illegal contact, improper inducement, backdoor dealings. Chen Mo interlocked his fingers under his chin. This is the true face of Chelsea, the Premier League giant. This is a huge scandal. Where did these photos come from? A BBC reporter leaned closer to the images. That's not important, Chen Mo replied calmly. What matters is that the legal department has already sent this material to the FA's disciplinary committee. The reporters began clicking their cameras in rapid succession. Mr. Chen, what do you hope to achieve? I want Chelsea to apologize publicly. I want the FA to punish them severely. That afternoon, this news spread throughout English football. The Nottingham Evening Post's front page boldly declared, Chelsea's dirty hands reach for the City Stadium. BBC reported the news of the FA's intervention. If found guilty of illegal contact, Chelsea would face hefty fines and even a transfer ban spanning 2 windows. In London, at Stamford Bridge, Chelsea chairman Ken Bates paced back and forth in his office. The photos clearly documented the facts. That evening, Chelsea was forced to issue a statement announcing that Hutchinson's actions were personal misconduct, and he was immediately suspended for an investigation. Later that night, in the training base office, Chen Mo called Lucio and Ronaldinho in. The 2 young men stood in front of the desk, heads down, fidgeting with their hands. Chen Mo looked calmly at the 2. I know you want high salaries and a grand stage. Chen Mo tapped on the table. Stay with the Forest and help me secure promotion. Next year I will give you contracts at the Premier League level. Lucio swallowed hard. What if we can't do it? If we can't next summer, I will personally find Premier League buyers for you. Chen Mo emphasized his tone. The 2 exchanged glances and Lucio straightened his back. Go train now. Chen Mo waved his hand. The farce had come to an end. Chen Mo understood that the only bargaining chip to keep this group of geniuses was continuous victories. Isabella walked into the chairman's office with a dark expression, holding a fax. The schedule has changed. The originally alternating home and away match schedule was forcibly disrupted. In the next 9 days, Nottingham Forest will play 3 away matches. On September 2nd, they will face Stoke City. On September 6th, they will play against Portsmouth. On September 10th, they will take on Sunderland. This is the FA's revenge. You tore up Chelsea's offer and leaked the evidence to the newspapers, embarrassing Ken Bates. This breaks the unwritten rule of internal resolution in English football. In the English professional league, it is common for top clubs to privately approach players from lower-tier teams. Teams that are poached usually can only accept the compensation fee and remain silent. Chun Imo not only refused, but also flipped the table. The FA, in order to maintain the so-called order within the circle, will inevitably use regulatory means to crack down on Nottingham Forest. 3 away matches in 9 days with a total bus journey exceeding 1,200 miles. Isabella drew the route on the tactical board. Stoke City's playing style is rough. Portsmouth is extremely far away and Sunderland is a strong contender for promotion. Our South American players have never experienced such a high-density away schedule. Physical exhaustion is inevitable, and if there are red or yellow card suspensions or injuries, the bench simply cannot hold up. Chun Imo did not refute. Complaining solves nothing. He brought up the system panel. The main quest reward for 5 consecutive wins at the start quietly lay in the item bar Team Cohesion 10. Without hesitation, Chun Imo chose to activate it. An invisible wave instantly covered the entire Colbyton Park training base. Cohesion is an abstract concept, but on the football field it represents the anticipation in passing, the complementarity in defense, and the unspoken understanding in positioning. In the afternoon training session, the changes were immediate. Pierce stood on the sidelines watching the half-field offense and defense of the main lineup, his eyes filled with shock. Ronaldinho no longer needed to frequently look back to check his teammates' positions. At the moment he received the ball with his back to the field, Cambiasso had already pushed forward to 3 meters on his left. Ronaldinho flicked the ball with his heel, and it rolled perfectly to Cambiasso's feet. The interchange between Van Nistelrooy and Berbatov became incredibly smooth. One would retreat while the other would inevitably make a run behind. The defensive cover of Senna and Gilberto resembled a net that could contract and expand. The distance between the two remained consistently between 10 to 15 meters, never overlapping, completely sealing off the space for penetrating through the middle. They play like they've been together for 10 years. Pierce concluded. Chun Imo quickly took notes. The greatest benefit of the improved cohesion was the reduction of ineffective runs. As the speed of the ball's movement increased, players no longer needed to sprint unnecessarily to compensate for positional deficiencies. This was the best weapon to cope with the grueling schedule and conserve energy. On September 1st, before setting out for Stoke City, Chun Imo pulled down the tactical board in the locker room, which displayed the new schedule. 9 days, 3 away matches. Some media say this is the broadcaster's arrangement, but we all know the truth. A few days ago, Chelsea tried to take Lucio and Ronaldinho for a small sum of money. I refused and threw their scandal to the newspapers. In England, this is called not knowing the rules. Small teams are supposed to obediently send their talents to the big clubs and live off scraps. The locker room fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. I am unwilling, so those high and mighty gentlemen are angry. Chun Imo bent his knuckles and struck the schedule firmly. They want to use this method to drag us down, using fatigue, injuries, and yellow and red cards to make us give up our early advantage. They want to prove that those who do not follow the rules cannot survive here. Since they want to play dirty, we will crush their rules with absolute strength. In these 9 days we aim to take all 9. I want all of England to see that Nottingham Forest will not only withstand the pressure, but will also stomp on their faces and score madly. Let's go. The next day at Britannia Stadium, the wind was strong and the temperature dropped suddenly. Stoke City is a typical English team, tall, strong, and rough in play. The head coach had already declared that he would give these South American lads a lesson in physicality at home. In the first minute of the match, Stoke's midfielder made a sliding tackle directly aimed at Cambiasso's ankle. Cambiasso did not stop the ball. Meeting the incoming ball, he gently pushed it with the arch of his foot. The ball was passed to Senna beside him, and he agilely jumped to avoid the tackle. Stoke City players pounced on the ball holder like hungry wolves, but they could not touch the ball. The power of Team Cohesion 10 was evident at this moment. The Forest players rarely held on to the ball. One-touch passing became the norm. Senna passed to Gilberto, who then passed to Berbatov, who with the outside of his foot accurately delivered the ball to Finnan running on the right. Throughout the entire process, Stoke City players were running after the ball, but did not even touch the surface of it. This is the tactical version of playing with a monkey. Letting the ball run rather than letting the players run is the way to maximally protect the players' energy. In the 15th minute, the Forest team struck a fatal blow. Stoke City's midfield was torn apart by continuous passing. Ronaldinho received the ball at the center circle, and the defending player immediately pressed closely. Ronaldinho launched a long pass directly. The ball drew a very low arc in the air, landing precisely in the gap between Stoke City's 2 center-backs. Van Nistelrooy made his move. His timing was perfect, successfully beating the offside trap. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, Van Nistelrooy flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot. The ball drilled into the far corner. 10. Stoke City fans fell silent. The goal came too quickly, too easily, and too devastatingly. The remainder of the match completely fell into the rhythm of the Forest team. Stoke City attempted to break through the defense with long passes and high balls. Cordoba was responsible for winning the first header, and with his full-level jumping and aggression from Ironheart, he repeatedly gained the absolute upper hand in the air against the English striker, who was a foot taller. Lucio was responsible for protecting the second drop point, and immediately passed the ball to the double pivots in front of him after gaining possession. In the 60th minute of the second half, Mo decisively made substitutions. Klose replaced Van Nistelrooy and Machina replaced Cambiasso. The formation contracted, focusing on counterattacks. In the 75th minute, Ronaldinho took a free kick from the left side of the front. He delivered a hidden half-high ball aimed at the near post. Klose appeared like a ghost at the drop point and headed for goal. The ball struck the underside of the crossbar and bounced into the net. 20. The match had completely lost its suspense. Stoke City players lost their composure in the last 15 minutes, their actions becoming increasingly reckless. But the Forest team maintained extremely high tactical discipline, passing the ball and never getting entangled. The final whistle blew. Nottingham Forest took 3 points from the first match of the grueling schedule without breaking a sweat. The bus drove away from Britannia Stadium into the night. Inside the vehicle, there was no noise from winning. The players took the time to rest with their eyes closed. Mo sat in the front row flipping through the post-match data report. Possession rate was 65, and the passing accuracy rate was 89. The high passing accuracy meant the team greatly conserved their energy. However, concerns remained. Team Dr. Hans submitted the physical condition report. Although the match heavily relied on one-touch passes, the poor pitch conditions in League One and Stoke City's frequent physical confrontations still left the players with high muscle fatigue. Isabella handed over a cup of hot coffee. Tomorrow morning, we will head to Portsmouth. 400 miles, and the players will spend most of the day on the bus going straight to the match the day after. Make sure the logistics team replaces all the bus seats with airline seats to provide more leg support. Contact the best hotel in Portsmouth and book the entire spa center. All recovery methods must be utilized without regard for cost. The FA's calculations were astute. Stoke City was just the first step in a war of attrition, and the fatigue from traveling to Portsmouth was the second. The final match against Sunderland would be the real killer blow. But he still had cards to play. Klose, Machina, and Autumn, the form of the substitute players, was steadily improving. The grueling schedule had just begun. At 2:17 in the morning, the fire alarm blared. The piercing sound jolted the players on the entire floor from their light slumber. Lucio dashed barefoot into the corridor, nearly colliding with Cordoba. The hotel front desk hurried over with an apologetic expression, bowing and saying it was a system error. The players grumbled as they returned to their rooms. At 4 in the morning, the fire alarm went off again. This time no one believed the false alarm nonsense anymore. Senna sat at the edge of his bed, wrapped in a blanket, his face ashen. From the next room came Lucio's voice, greeting the ancestors of the other party in Portuguese, full of energy comparable to away fans. At 6 in the morning for the third time. This time, even the fire alarm was too lazy to report. The hotel window exploded with a whole box of firecrackers crackling like a New Year celebration. Isabella made 3 emergency calls within 5 minutes. The police did arrive, wandered around the parking lot, and reported no suspicious individuals. Mo had not closed his eyes all night. Not because he couldn't sleep, but because he had no intention of sleeping at all. The underhanded tactics in England's lower leagues were 10 times dirtier than the tackles on the field. The antics of Wimbledon's crazy gang in the 80s, like dismantling the visiting team's locker room, heating, and stuffing tacks into shoes, were of a legendary caliber. Portsmouth's petty tricks were laughable, but the effect was undeniably real. At 7:30 in the morning in the hotel conference room, the players trickled in one after another. Ronaldinho was slumped over the table, his forehead resting on his arm, unable to lift his eyelids. Van Nistelrooy rubbed his temples, while Senna and Gilberto leaned back in their chairs, their eyelids drooping. They just want to make you angry. Mo scanned everyone's faces. An angry player will get a red card and do something foolish. In your current state, you'll collapse in the first half. No one refuted. They were all professional players, well aware of their own condition. Mo turned around and pulled aside the curtain on the tactical board. Below was a brand new starting lineup. 11 names, only 2 were the steadfast regulars from the previous matches. The other 9 positions had all changed. Klose replaced Van Nistelrooy as the sole striker. Messina substituted Cambiasso, playing as a defensive midfielder. Odham shifted to right back, while Finnan moved to the left flank. The center-back position listed 2 names, Cesar Navas and Rafael Marquez. Pierce was taken aback. In the corner, a silent young Mexican straightened his posture slightly. Rafael Marquez, 18 years old. Since joining, he had played only 2 reserve matches. He spoke little during training, always sitting alone in the far corner of the cafeteria during lunch. The South American players had their circle, and the European players had theirs. He didn't fit into either. But Mo had been keeping an eye on him. There was a particularly eye-catching statistic on the system panel, match reading 91. 12 points higher than Lucio. Higher than the veteran captain Pierce. In those 2 reserve matches, Marquez had not made any highlight plays like flying tackles or goal line saves. Yet the area he was responsible for had never been breached. The reason was simple. His positioning was precise, and his anticipation accuracy was exceptionally high. Marquez. Chinemo called him. The Mexican stood up. Today you will play as a center back. Sweeper. The sweeper has the greatest authority in the defense line, but also bears the heaviest burden. Navas will mark and you will cover and distribute the ball. Chinemo turned to the whole team. Portsmouth relies on speed and counterattacks. Their two wingers are fast, and the striker is aggressive, but their midfield organization is their weakness. Our strategy is simple ball control. Keep the ball at your feet. They're playing at home full of energy and stamina. We'll let them waste all their energy chasing the ball. Slow down the passing rhythm. Don't rush to play forward. Playing back in defense is not disgraceful. It will spread their formation and opportunities will naturally arise. Close. Your main task today is to be a pivot pulling the opposing center backs and creating openings for the two flanks. Close nodded expressionlessly. Running was as natural to him as eating. At 3 in the afternoon at Fratton Park, Portsmouth clearly did not expect Nottingham Forest rotation to be so extensive. They had spent the entire week preparing tactics specifically for Ronaldinho and Van Nistelrooy. Yet these two were sitting on the substitutes bench. In the first 10 minutes, Nottingham Forest's possession rate soared to 72. Marquez's performance was quite steady. He always received the ball calmly, distributing it steadily and accurately. Messina passed back to Navas. Navas played a horizontal ball to Marquez. Marquez then delivered a diagonal long pass, switching play to the left flank. The ball movement from the back was seamless. Portsmouth's coach was anxiously pacing on the sidelines, being toyed with at home by a group of substitutes who could endure that. In the 23rd minute, Portsmouth could no longer hold back. Both midfielders rushed towards Marquez. Just before being surrounded by the two, Marquez lightly nudged the ball back to the trailing Kopka. He was as composed as if strolling in his own backyard. Kopka launched a big kick and Klose won the first header in the center circle, flicking it on to Odom, who was surging down the right. Odham advanced the ball into the 30-meter area and unleashed a low cross. Klose had arrived at the edge of the small penalty area. All the attention of Portsmouth's two center-backs was on him. But the ball was not for Klose. The ball rolled past Klose and headed straight for the far post. Messina, the defensive midfielder, had burst into the penalty area from the flank, appearing in everyone's blind spot. A right-footed shot. The ball grazed the inside of the post and rolled into the net. 10. Messina scored his first league goal in his professional career, coming unexpectedly. The Portsmouth fans fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting into an even louder chorus of curses. But Nottingham Forest gave no chances. They maintained possession. Passing. Then possession again. Marquez made long passes, short passes, and threw balls from the back, each one being the most reasonable choice. Did Portsmouth want a counterattack? Fine, first get past Marquez. He didn't rely on speed, but on judgment. Before you even released the ball, he was already standing on your passing line. In the 58th minute, Portsmouth launched their most threatening counterattack of the match. The right winger broke past Finnan and entered the penalty area, faking out Navas before shooting. Marquez appeared. He merely sidestepped to block, and the ball struck his extended right leg, deflecting towards the corner flag. The timing, angle, and positioning were all impeccable. On the substitutes bench, Lucio turned to Cambiasso and asked, how did he know the ball would be struck that way? Cambiasso shook his head. I don't know, but I've seen some old defenders use this style in Argentina. In the 70th minute, Chinemo made substitutions. Andy Reid replaced the exhausted Messina, and Craig Armstrong substituted Odham. The substitutes, made up of all English players, came on to handle the final 20 minutes of strangulation. Portsmouth pressed forward desperately in the closing stages, but the defense built by Kopka and Marquez was impenetrable. The final whistle blew. 10. 3 away games in 9 days, 2 victories. The bus set off again into the night. The destination, Sunderland. The last match and the toughest one. Sunderland, the biggest favorite for promotion this season. The main players must return, but the issue of stamina remains. 48 hours of rest is still too short. The bus arrived in Sunderland at 1 o'clock in the morning. Chinemo said little, directly instructing the team, Dr. Hans, to arrange ice baths and physiotherapy. After 2 consecutive high-intensity away games, the muscle fatigue index of the main players was already approaching the warning line. 48 hours later, they would face Sunderland. This was the biggest favorite for promotion in this season's League One, and also the team's main competitor. In the past 2 seasons, Sunderland had only lost 3 times at home. Isabella handed over a cup of black coffee and sat down across from him. How many starters can play? A maximum of 6. Chinemo flipped a page of the report. Van Nistelrooy must rest. Cambiasso also needs to conserve energy, and Ronaldinho can play for half a game. 6 starters against Sunderland away. That's enough. Isabella didn't ask further. During her time working with Chinemo, she learned one thing: to trust. September 10th, match day. At Spectrum Stadium, 42,000 spectators. Sunderland fans began creating noise from the pre-game warm-up. Boos, whistles, and unbearable lyrics all targeted the nouveau riche team from Nottingham. When Chinemo posted the starting lineup, even Pierce was taken aback. Goalkeeper Kopka center-backs Max and Navas left-back Finnan and right-back O'Donoghue. Double defensive midfielders Senna and Machina. Left winger Andy Reid, right winger Craig Armstrong. Attacking midfielder Ronaldinho and sole striker Klose. Van Nistelrooy, Cambiasso, Lucio Cordoba, and Berbatov all sat on the bench. The whistle blew. Sunderland's coach stood on the sidelines looking at Nottingham Forest's starting lineup feeling overwhelmed. His pre-game tactic of high pressing aimed to cut off Cambiasso's passing routes while tightly marking Van Nistelrooy with two center-backs. Now neither of these players was on the field, but the arrow was on the string and had to be fired. They could only play according to their established plan. In the first 15 minutes, Sunderland pushed forward. The two wingers were extremely fast, with the left winger breaking through O'Donoghue's area 3 times in a row, delivering crosses that became increasingly tricky. The striker engaged in a fierce tussle with Navas in the penalty area, but the ball just wouldn't go in. Navas' defense was truly solid. He wasn't the type to rely on brute strength, but was always exactly where he needed to be. Although it was a newly formed center-back pairing, Navas and Max's coordination was remarkably harmonious. The two played as if they had partnered for many years, complementing each other perfectly. Sunderland fans began to grow anxious. Their team bombarded the opponent's penalty area, but couldn't break through this iron defense. What truly made the Sunderland coach restless was that Mexican player in the back. Max played in an extremely unconventional manner at center-back. He hardly contested, didn't dive in, and avoided unnecessary physical confrontations. But every time Sunderland attempted to pass forward, he would always appear 2 seconds early on the passing line, effortlessly intercepting the ball. In the 26th minute, Sunderland's defensive midfielder tried a through ball behind the defense. Max took half a step to the right and intercepted the ball. In the 31st minute, Sunderland's midfielder made a diagonal long pass to find the winger. Max anticipated well, bringing the ball down effortlessly. Fans in the stands began to criticize their players for poor passing quality. But Cambiasso, watching from the bench, saw clearly that it wasn't a poor pass, it was Max's anticipation that was too precise. He was already moving before the ball was kicked. In the 35th minute, Sunderland launched another attack in Forest's half, with the midfield player advancing the ball to 25 meters in front of the penalty area. Max didn't press forward, but took 2 steps back to block the passing angle. The opponent was forced to make a sideways pass. Senna stretched his leg to poke, intercepting the ball. The ball rolled to Max's feet. Max looked up to scan the field. He initiated a long pass. The ball's arc was low and fast, heading straight for the left flank. Sunderland's defenders were all positioned near the center circle, completely unprepared for what was behind them. By the time they reacted, the ball had already landed in the empty space on the left. Andy Reid sprinted forward to receive the ball. His first touch was slightly heavy, and the quality of the cross was average. Klose managed to get into position at the front post, but headed it over. This attack did not result in a goal, but the Spectrum Stadium fell silent. Everyone understood, even though Nottingham Forest was short-handed, they were not afraid at all. That Mexican defender made a long pass to transition the ball, and Sunderland's pressing completely failed. If you dared to push forward, the backfield was just an open field. Sunderland's coach immediately called for a timeout, pulling the two wingers back. The intensity of their high pressing immediately dropped a notch. This was exactly what Chun Imo wanted. On the sidelines, Chun Imo clapped his hands, signaling the whole team to compress their formation. Since Sunderland dared not press forward, they would play for control. Senna and Machina began to pass the ball back and forth in midfield, slowing the tempo to the slowest. Max dropped back to receive a return pass, occasionally looking up as if he was going to make a long pass, causing Sunderland's defensive line to instinctively retreat. One movement restrained Sunderland's entire defensive system. As the first half ended, the score was 0-0. In the locker room, players were hydrating, changing sock straps, and relaxing their muscles. In the 60th minute of the second half, Ronaldinho will come off and Berbatov will come on. Klose and Berbatov will form a dual forward line. Max will continue to play as a libero. Sunderland is now very conflicted. They are afraid to push up because of the long passes behind them, but if they pull back, they can't break into our penalty area. After the 70th minute, they will definitely become anxious. When they get anxious, they will make mistakes. One opportunity is enough. Ronaldinho raised his hand. "Boss, just give me one chance, and I can score." Chun Imo glanced at him. Ronaldinho grinned, his buck teeth gleaming. "Then score." The second half kicked off. Sunderland changed their strategy. Two midfielders took turns to harass Max to receive the ball, trying to cut off that deadly long pass at the source. Max's response was simple: he wouldn't receive the ball. Navas passed the ball to Senna to Machina, and Machina distributed it to the flank. Max wandered around the back like an outsider. But as long as he took 2 steps forward, the Sunderland midfielder marking him had to follow. Space opened up in the 53rd minute. Ronaldinho received the ball in the center, facing 3 defenders. He flicked the ball with the arch of his foot, passing it to Craig Armstrong on the right. He suddenly accelerated towards the penalty area. The Sunderland center-back hesitated. Should he follow Ronaldinho or mark Klose? Armstrong passed it back. Senna received the ball and made a through pass to the side of the penalty area. Ronaldinho had already arrived at that position. He took a shot in midair. The ball flew into the lower left corner of the goal, grazing the grass. 1-0. This was the brilliance of a genius. A moment of inspiration could decide the match. Sunderland began to play desperately, pushing their formation forward, pulling their defensive line to the center circle. Long passes and crosses from the flanks were all in play. In the 60th minute, Shin Mo made a substitution as planned. Berbatov replaced Ronaldinho, partnering with Klose as dual strikers. In the 72nd minute, Sunderland's corner kick attack saw their center forward heading the ball towards the upper right corner of the goal. The ball hit the post and bounced out. Max positioned himself in front of the goal line. He used his body to block the ball and cleared it with a powerful kick. A collective sigh of relief arose from the crowd. In the last 15 minutes, Sunderland became utterly desperate. Tackles became increasingly fierce, and the referee issued 3 yellow cards in quick succession to control the situation. Nottingham Forest retreated into their half, releasing the ball without lingering. Klose single-handedly exhausted the stamina of 2 Sunderland center-backs in the front line, protecting the ball every time he received it while waiting for his teammates to support him. Berbatov created 2 corner kicks during counterattacks, successfully draining precious seconds off the match clock. The final whistle blew. 1-0. 3 away games in 9 days, 3 victories, 9 points secured. A few hundred Nottingham Forest fans in the away stand cheered wildly as their scarves twirled in the night sky. In the locker room, Hans handed over the injury report. The players have experienced overall physical exhaustion and need at least 4 days of complete recovery. The league standings were updated. Nottingham Forest with 8 wins stood at 24 points, leading League One. Sunderland in second place had 18 points. A 6-point gap at the beginning of the season had already become a chasm. The FA's grueling schedule had not crushed Nottingham Forest. Instead, it had become a furnace for this team to forge itself into steel. Max's rise was an unexpected delight. A top-level libero center-back could elevate the entire defense to a higher level. More importantly, his passing ability provided the team with a second channel to launch attacks directly from the back. In future matches, opponents would not only have to defend against Ronaldinho's lightning-fast runs, but also against Max's long passes and transitions. 2 systems for ball distribution were enough to give any League One coach a headache. Next match at home. It was time to show the fans at City Ground just how far this team could go. The coach drove onto the Trent Bridge, illuminating the night sky of Nottingham with fireworks. Though it was merely the start of the English League with an 8-game winning streak for this long silent city that had once teetered on the brink of bankruptcy, it was akin to a long-awaited rain after a prolonged drought. The streets were packed with fans clad in red jerseys. Over 100,000 citizens flooded the streets, stretching from the train station all the way to the city stadium. In this small town of only 300,000 people, this meant that a third of the population was going crazy for the same team. Fans banged on the sides of the coach, waving homemade flags. Winning feels great, but it has come too easily. A group of young geniuses averaging just over 20 years old, who have never truly faced a tough challenge, began their journey by claiming 8 consecutive victories. The line between confidence and arrogance is often just a thread when it comes to young people. 2 days later at the Colbyton Park training base. Team scrimmages. The starting lineup faced off against the substitutes and reserves. Ronaldinho received the ball in midfield, and instead of executing a swift pass like in previous matches, he opted for a more elaborate maneuver against the defender Andy Reid. With his right foot, he executed 2 quick stepovers, then flicked the ball with his left foot and deftly tapped it back with the instep of his right foot. An extremely flashy cowtail move. Andy Reid was left on the ground, and Ronaldinho smiled, triumphantly ready to burst forward. Bang! A foot came sweeping in from the side and back, sending Ronaldinho and the ball flying. Cambiasso stood up expressionlessly. Foul. That was definitely a foul. Ronaldinho complained loudly, sitting on the grass with his hands spread out. In the English League, the referee simply won't call that. Cambiasso coldly stared at him. In a real match, you would already be lying on a stretcher. Your flashy moves delayed Senna's run and gave me the distance to recover. Ronaldinho pouted and got up, dusting himself off. 5 minutes later, the defense encountered another problem. The substitute's counterattack was intercepted by Lucio in midfield. After winning the ball, the Brazilian center-back charged forward like a derailed train, directly carrying the ball across the halfway line, surging towards the opponent's penalty area. He dribbled past 2 players and unleashed a powerful shot from the edge of the box. The ball soared high over the crossbar. Lucio held his head in frustration. However, he did not notice that the substitutes had quickly taken a goal kick. Craig Armstrong sent a long pass straight behind the starting defense. It was supposed to be Lucio's position, but it was now completely empty. Max stood all alone in the backfield, facing the 2 attackers Van Nistelrooy and Klose, utterly unable to respond. Van Nistelrooy easily slotted the ball into the empty net. After scoring, Van Nistelrooy did not celebrate, but pointed to the vacant right side of the defense. Max frowned and glanced at Lucio, who was jogging back. Stop! Chun Mo blew the whistle hanging around his neck and strode onto the field. The whole stadium fell silent. Ronaldinho. Chun Mo fixed his gaze on the Brazilian talent, Do you think the goal from the last match was beautiful, so you want to show off a bit more today? Ronaldinho kept his head down and said nothing. Football is a team sport of 11 players. If you spin around in place, your teammates will have to run an extra 10 meters to cover for you. Chun Mo's voice was not loud, but it carried a chilling tone. He turned to Lucio. And you, Lucio? You are a center back, not a forward. If you charge forward with the ball to shoot recklessly, who will cover for you? Does Max have 3 heads and 6 arms? Lucio retorted. I saw space ahead, and we have enough strength to suppress them. Strength? Chun Mo scoffed. An 8-game winning streak has made you think the English league is nothing, right? You all think you can win even with your eyes closed, don't you? He pointed to the barbed wire outside the training base. Those reporters outside are currently elevating you to the heavens, saying you are the Brazilian team of the English league, claiming that you are a technical poverty alleviation project. But let me tell you, as soon as you lose a match, as soon as you show even the slightest crack, those rough English defenders will pounce on you like wolves and tear you to shreds. Put away your ridiculous pride. You are nothing, you are just a bunch of kids playing in a lower league. Today's training ends here. Everyone run 10 laps around the base. If you don't finish, you won't get lunch. Chun Mo turned around and walked back to the office without looking back, leaving the players exchanging glances. The veteran captain Pierce sighed and was the first to head for the track. It is good for young people to be spirited, but when that spirit rises too high, it marks the beginning of destruction. The side effects of the winning streak began to manifest. Tactical discipline slackened and blind confidence prevailed. If not addressed promptly, the next match could spell disaster. Afternoon. Chairman's office. Chun Mo sat on the leather sofa, reviewing the players' statistics on the tactics board. The door creaked open. Isabella walked in and locked the door behind her. Chun Mo raised his head, sensing the unusual atmosphere. What's wrong? Isabella said nothing but walked to the desk and tossed a thick leather-bound folder onto it. The folder contained only one document, a financial report. Take a look, our great chairman. Isabella pulled out a chair, sat down with her arms crossed. Chun Mo flipped open the report. Just one glance at the summary numbers on the last page made his brows furrow tightly. A glaring sea of red. What does this mean? Chun Mo looked up. The literal meaning. Isabella pointed at the string of red numbers. The cash flow on the account is only enough to last for 1 month. By the end of next month, if we can't find new funding, we won't be able to pay salaries. The office fell into a deathly silence. Chun Mo lowered his head again, scrutinizing every item of expenditure. Summer transfer window spending, although on cheap young players or free signings, the signing fees and agent commissions add up to a substantial amount. Isabella counted off each item. To retain Ronaldinho and Lucio, you promised high bonuses for wins. And then there was last week's grueling schedule. Isabella's fingers rapped heavily on the desk, renovating the coach seats, booking the best hotel in Portsmouth, a full suite of hyperbaric oxygen chambers, and rehabilitation equipment. You are treating an English league team like it is Real Madrid. Chun Mo took a deep breath. The money spent was worth it. Without those recovery methods, the team couldn't endure 3 away matches. I'm not saying it wasn't worth it, but financially this is called overspending. Isabella looked at Chun Mo. Nottingham Forest is already a heavily indebted club, and relegation has caused our broadcast revenue to plummet. Without money, there is nothing. No matter how top-notch the tactics, how well-coordinated the play, or how brilliant the players, everything will crumble in the face of unpaid salaries. Loyalty. Faith. In the world of professional football, these things are worth even less than a scrap of paper used to wipe a table. Once a salary scandal breaks, the locker room could explode in an instant, and the FA might even impose point deductions. What about the broadcasters' fees? Chun Mo asked. Those are settled at the end of the season. Sponsors. The front-off shirt ads are from last year's contract, a pitiful £200,000 for the whole year, all of which have already been advanced. As for new sponsors, Isabella sighed. Those big-name companies are still watching. The exposure of the English league is too low. While the 8-game winning streak has generated some buzz, it isn't enough for them to cough up real money. Chun Mo leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. This is the real world. In football novels, the protagonist can rely on a system to keep winning where money seems to be just a number. Ordinary people's troubles revolve around mortgages and car loans. His troubles involve the livelihoods of hundreds and the survival of a century-old club. 1 month. Yes, at most 4 weeks. And that's without any sudden injuries requiring expensive treatment. Isabella stood up. Chun Mo, I warned you that building a team cannot just focus on the tactics board. The harsh realities of life can crush even the most talented. You not only need to rein in the arrogance of those kids in the locker room, but you also need to secure at least £1 million within 4 weeks to keep us alive. Otherwise, your 8-game winning streak will be nothing more than a dying flicker before Nottingham Forest bankruptcy. Isabella turned and left the office, gently closing the door behind her. Chun Mo sat quietly in the boss chair. Outside the window, the training ground was still bustling with players sweating profusely as they ran laps. These young men had no idea that the grass beneath their feet might not belong to them a month later. Chun Mo opened a drawer and pulled out a schedule for the English League Cup. The English League had no money. But if he could attract the attention of all of England in a single tournament, or even draw a Premier League giant, the broadcast revenue and ticket sales would amount to a fortune. In the second round of the League Cup, Chun Mo's gaze fixed on a name on the schedule. Not only did they need to win, but they also needed to win convincingly, achieving a result of commercial value. You want to see a joke, huh? Then let's make it a big one. Chun Mo had not left the office all night. The red financial report lay on his desk like a death warrant. He rubbed his throbbing temples and took a sip of the already cold black coffee. Outside the window, the sky was slightly tinged with blue as the dawn rose from the direction of the Trent River. The sound of high heels echoed from outside the door. Isabella pushed the door open, holding the latest facts in her hand. The draw results for the third round of the League Cup have come out. She placed the fax paper in front of Chun Mo, her expression far from pleasant. Chun Mo glanced at it, his gaze locking onto a particular name. Leeds United. In that era, Leeds United was known as the Young Guards. They had players like Hewell, Woodgate, Rio Ferdinand, Alan Smith, and Robbie Keane. They were one of the most formidable forces in the Premier League, known for their hard style of play and immense impact. What terrible luck. Isabella pulled out a chair and sat down. Drawing Leeds United, and as the away team. The media has already made their predictions. Our 8-game winning streak ends here. Yet Chun Mo stared at that name, seemingly wanting to smile. No, this is precisely the opportunity we need. Isabella was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? Leeds United is not Sunderland. They are among the top 4 in the Premier League. Chun Mo stood up and walked to the tactical board. If we drew a League One team, or a relegation-threatened Premier League team, the broadcasters wouldn't be interested. But what if it's Nottingham Forest on an 8-game winning streak challenging the top young squad in the Premier League? That's the kind of buzz, that's the hype. He turned around to look at Isabella. Help me arrange a meeting with the broadcasting rights manager at Sky Sports. This afternoon I want to treat him to tea. At 2 in the afternoon in a private club in downtown Nottingham. Mark, the operations manager of Sky Sports, lounged on the sofa with a prominent belly. Mr. Chun, I know your team has been on a roll lately. Mark took a sip of whiskey, his tone laced with a hint of condescension. But League One is still League One. For this League Cup, we originally planned to pay a single match broadcasting share of only 15000. After all, in the eyes of most viewers, this is just a one-sided slaughter. Chun Mo was not angry. He took out a cigar from his pocket and handed it to Mark. Mr. Mark, 5000 isn't even enough for my players' winning bonuses. Mark laughed, his laughter filled with mockery. So how much do you want? Do you want the treatment reserved for Premier League giants? That's for Liverpool and Manchester United. Chun Mo lit the cigar and exhaled a puff of smoke. Let's make this interesting. Mark's eyes narrowed. What kind of interesting? Chun Mo held up 3 fingers. If Nottingham Forest wins this match, I want 3 times the broadcasting share. In addition, I want 30% of all advertising revenue from the sidelines for this match. Mark looked as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. 3 times. And you want a share of the advertising too? Mr. Chun, are you still dreaming of the 8-game winning streak? Chun Mo interrupted him. Let me finish. If Nottingham Forest loses, even if it's a penalty shootout after a draw, I won't take a penny in broadcasting fees. We'll let you broadcast this match for free. Mark's smile froze. He put down his glass, leaned forward, and stared intently at Chun Mo. Not a penny. Do you know that means you will have to bear all the security, travel expenses, and losses? Chun Mo shrugged nonchalantly. Since it's a gamble, we should go big. Mark fell into deep thought. This was a no-loss deal. If Forest lost, Sky Sports would have a free popular match. If Forest managed to pull off an upset, when the advertising premium generated by that kind of buzz would certainly exceed the money paid to Chun Mo. Are you serious? Mark's voice became serious. Chun Mo directly pulled out a stamped blank contract from his briefcase. Signed the agreement on the spot. Mark stood up, straightening his suit jacket. Mr. Chun, you are the craziest club chairman I have ever met. He'll take this deal. After sending off Mark, Isabella walked out from the adjacent room, her face reflecting the earlier expression when the team was on the verge of bankruptcy. Chun Mo, you have bet the club's last resources. If we lose, we'll be left with nothing. Chun Mo gazed out at the setting sun, his eyes deep. If we don't take this gamble, we'll still face closure in a month. Better to suffer short-term pain than long-term agony. Let's take a risk and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. 3 days later, news spread throughout England. Crazy gambler Nottingham Forest chairman challenges Sky Sports. Is it confidence or suicide? Chun Mo's betting agreement stunned the industry. Major betting companies adjusted their odds accordingly. The odds for Leeds United to win at home were astonishingly low. The media unanimously believed that Chun Mo was merely making a desperate last stand. At the Colbyton Park training base, the players had also caught wind of the news. The atmosphere in the locker room was unusually tense. Ronaldinho had stopped playing with the football, and Lucio no longer laughed loudly. Chun Mo pushed the door open, holding the recently signed betting contract. Have you all heard the news? No one spoke. Dozens of eyes were fixed on Chun Mo. I have signed a betting agreement with Sky Sports. The media outside says we are bound to lose. The broadcasters think we are just there as a tourist team for Leeds United. Chun Mo surveyed the room, his voice deep and powerful. I have exchanged the fate of the club for this contract. If we win, we will have money to pay salaries, money to buy the best training equipment, and we can continue down this path. If we lose next month, everyone will have to find a new club, and this team will disband right here. He walked up to Van Nistelrooy and patted the Dutchman's shoulder. Ruud van Nistelrooy, are you willing to go back to the Netherlands to play in a second-tier league? He then looked at Ronaldinho. Ronaldinho, are you going to take your final bow here without showing the world your samba dance? Ronaldinho suddenly stood up, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Boss, are Leeds United's defenders tough? Chun Mo smiled a cold smile. Tougher than Stoke City, fiercer than Sunderland. But they're human too. They can make mistakes and feel fear after losing possession. He jumped onto the bench, raising his arms high. To hell with the Premier League giants. To hell with expert predictions. In these 90 minutes, we either resurrect at Elland Road or perish there. Tell me, which one do you choose? Let's destroy Leeds United. Even if I have to break my legs at Elland Road, I will bite off the last piece of flesh from them. Lucio slammed his fist onto the metal locker. Count me in. Van Nistelrooy suddenly stood up. Either walk out over their corpses, or we die on the pitch together today. Disband. To hell with disbanding. If we die, let them die with us. The locker room erupted completely. There was no retreat, no fear. This group of long-suppressed, undervalued genius misfits stood at the edge of a cliff with nowhere to escape, revealing their bloody fangs. Fight to the death. We stand with Forest. There are 5 days left until the match against Leeds United. In the tactical room of the Colbinton Park training base, the curtains are drawn tightly. Chun Mo inserted 3 tapes into the player, all featuring recordings of Leeds United's last 5 matches. Isabella sat in the corner. This beautiful financial director had somehow managed to make herself Chun Mo's personal assistant. Before the first tape was even finished, Chun Mo pressed the pause button. Do you see it? He pointed at the frozen image on the screen. Leeds United's formation was caught at the moment of high pressing, with 4 midfielders tightly encircling the opposing ball carrier within a 30-meter area. The intensity of Leeds United's pressing is definitely among the top 3 in the Premier League. Chun Mo picked up a marker and drew a heavy line on the tactical board. Their defensive line averages around the center circle, and the 2 center backs, Rio Ferdinand and Woodgate, are very aggressive, often pushing up into the opponent's half. The success rate of their pressing is extremely high, but at what cost? He drew a large, empty area between the defensive line and the goal. Behind them, there is at least a 35-meter wide vacuum zone. Isabella raised her head. Are you going to counterattack? Not an ordinary counterattack. Leeds United employs a wolf pack tactic, surrounding and hunting their prey, forcing you to make mistakes. To deal with a wolf pack, you absolutely must not confront them heat-and you must set traps. He drew a circle in the backfield and wrote down Max's name. Max is the bait and also our slingshot. In the first 15 minutes, we will deliberately return possession to the backfield, allowing Max to repeatedly touch the ball in the center-back position to control the game. Leeds United's arrogant pressing system will surely pounce on this bait, like sensing blood. Once 2 or 3 players rush towards Max, their midfield will instantly reveal a large area of vulnerability. Chun Mo drew a diagonal line from Max's position straight to the left flank. You all saw Max's long pass accuracy. With one decisive switch, he can accurately send the ball to an open space 40 meters away. The higher Leeds United's defensive line pushes up, the larger the space behind them becomes. Klose and Van Nistelrooy will take turns making penetrating runs. Whoever gets the ball will be unknown with the goalkeeper. Isabella closed her notebook. It sounds perfect, but you overlooked a fatal problem. Leeds United is not like those weak teams in League One. Their pressing speed and physical confrontation intensity are on a completely different level. Max has only played 2 official matches. How can you be sure he can hold his ground under such suffocating pressure? Max's ability to read the game is very strong. Do you know what that means, Oi? It means he has his own predictions about the development of the game, and they are quite accurate. No matter how fierce or fast Leeds United's pressing is, ultimately, it is still human beings running. As long as people are running, there is inertia, there is direction, and there are patterns to find vulnerabilities. Max doesn't need to be faster than them. He just needs to be a step ahead. Isabella fell silent for a few seconds. All right, I won't interfere with the tactical matters. But regarding the financial aspects, you must give me a definite answer today. She reopened her notebook and pulled out an email. Mark from Sky Sports just replied. He signed the betting agreement, but he said the terms for advertising revenue sharing need further discussion. What does that mean? It means he wants to sell all the advertising spots at a low price to Sky Sports' own affiliated clients, and then take the opportunity to lower our revenue sharing ratio. Chun Mo let out a cold laugh, a glint of harshness flashing in his eyes. Tell him that the advertising rights must be jointly executed by both parties. We will absolutely not back down. Otherwise, I will immediately offer the highlights of this match and the related post-match rights to the BBC. The betting agreement clearly states that Sky Sports has exclusivity. What's written in the agreement is only the exclusivity for live broadcasts. It doesn't state that the highlights and post-match replays belong to them as well. If the BBC obtains the broadcasting rights for the post-match highlights, it would be devastating for the commercial value of Sky Sports' exclusivity agreement. Isabella seemed to see him for the first time. When did you study the contract terms so thoroughly? I didn't sleep last night and went through it once. Isabella stood up and neatly adjusted the cuffs of her shirt. I will head to London this afternoon to meet Mark and final, but I must say this up front: if he really flips the table and refuses to accept this, we will have no way out. He will comply. Because the topic surrounding this match is too high, it's too late for him to back out now. Isabella walked to the door and suddenly stopped. Chen mo. Moi. Have you ever thought about what we would do if we really lost? Never thought about it. It's not that I dare not think about it. There is simply no need to think about it. Thinking about it won't change any outcomes, so we must move forward with determination. Isabella did not say another word and opened the door, striding out. During the afternoon training session, Chen Mo conveyed the tactical arrangements word for word to the core players. Senna and Cambiasso were responsible for the first line of defense in midfield, forcing Leeds United's attack towards the flanks. Navas tightly marked Robbie Keane. Max lagged behind, shouldering the responsibilities of covering and making quick passes. Klose and Van Nistelrooy played as the two forwards, one responsible for pulling space, the other for finishing. Ronaldinho played as the attacking midfielder, responsible for vertical breakthroughs and the final pass. The center-back combination of Ferdinand and Woodgate possesses top-tier physical attributes and positional awareness in the Premier League. But Ferdinand has a fatal habit. He is inherently too arrogant and extremely likes to step up early to make tackles when the opponent has the ball. This habit works well in the Premier League because the vast majority of forwards can't match his speed on the first touch. But Van Nistelrooy, you are the only exception. Your first touch speed in the penalty area can be at least 3/10 of a second faster than Ferdinand's stepping speed. If you can seize the initiative, a lethal opportunity will arise. When the opportunity appears, do not stop the ball, do not adjust unnecessarily, and absolutely do not give him any chance to recover. Van Nistelrooy nodded slightly. He is professional at this kind of one-shot kill. After training, Max remained alone. He mechanically practiced the long pass from the backfield towards the empty goal. 40 meters, 45 meters, 50 meters. When Pierce passed by, he stood quietly at the sidelines for a while. The old captain looked at the silent Mexican youth and suddenly recalled his own stubborn demeanor when he first arrived in Nottingham 20 years ago. At that time, he also practiced foolishly until dark alone. Kid. Max stopped his movements and turned to look at Pierce. The extreme fans at Elland Road will use the dirtiest words to make you question your life. When 40,000 people boo you in unison, your mind will buzz and your legs might even feel weak. Max fell silent for a moment, his chiseled face showing no signs of fluctuation. Mr. Pierce, I grew up in the slums of Mexico City. In that godforsaken place, the sounds of gunfire echoed outside my window every night. 40,000 booing voices are far safer than real bullets. Pierce was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter in the empty stadium. He patted Max heavily on the shoulder and turned to leave. The lights at Colbington Park went out one by one. In the empty field, only Max's shadow remained, stretching long under the dim light. The dark clouds over Leeds hung low, casting a pervasive chill over the entire city. As the bus passed through the intersection, its speed was forced to slow down. Hundreds of Leeds United fans in white jerseys blocked the south passage of Elland Road Stadium. Bang! A crumpled beer can struck the bus window, exploding into a pool of murky liquid. Then came the second and the third. The crowd outside raised their middle fingers, cursing loudly. Go back to your English league and eat shit, you Chinese. Dozens of people worked together to unfurl a massive banner completely blocking the passage, which read, Nottingham Forest, tonight's joke. Inside the bus, it was very quiet. Little Luo pressed his face against the glass, eagerly observing the snarling faces of the crowd, even letting out a whistle. This scene is quite good. In Brazil, they usually just throw stones at the glass. Lucio snorted coldly. Poor bastards can't even afford bananas, just throw empty cans. Chun Imo sat in the front row without turning around. Everyone sit tight, save your energy for the pitch. The bus slowly crawled forward under the guidance of the police. The dull thud of beer cans hitting the roof continued incessantly. The bus drove into the hotel's underground. The first thing Chun Imo did upon receiving the room key was to take his two assistant coaches and check every fire escape, alarm, and door lock on the team's floor. What happened in Portsmouth that night could not happen again. After checking the last room, his phone in his pocket rang. It was Isabella calling. Mark has compromised. The voice on the other end sounded somewhat relieved. The advertising revenue sharing terms will fully follow our proposal. He didn't flip the table. He slammed the table and cursed you as the greediest lunatic he's ever seen, then signed the document. Chun Imo slammed the fire door of the hallway shut. That's right, businessmen only care about profits, so be prepared to watch the broadcast. At 4 in the afternoon, the press conference room at Elland Road Stadium was packed with 60 or 70 people. Sky Sports set up 3 cameras, and the BBC's broadcasting van was parked outside. The betting agreement had already spread throughout England, and everyone wanted to see this Chinese chairman who bet the club's life on a League Cup match. Chen Imo sat on the left side of the podium with microphones from various media outlets piled in front of him. The chair on the right belonged to the home team's coach. At 4:12, David O'Leary finally pushed the door open. He was 12 minutes late. In this circle, being late itself was a clear statement. You are not worthy of my punctuality. After sitting down, he first greeted a few familiar Premier League reporters in the front row, then turned to look at Chen Imo. Mr. Chen, welcome to Elland Road. A few short laughs came from the audience. The Sky Sports reporter was the first to raise his hand and challenge him. Mr. Chen, you signed that crazy betting agreement with the broadcasting party. The outside world generally considers this a suicidal act. You are being irresponsible towards the club. May I ask what basis you had for making this decision? Chen Imo pulled the microphone closer. The basis is simple. I believe in my players. Laughter erupted. A League One team going to a Premier League team's top 4 hellish home ground, saying he believes in his players. The second question was directly thrown to O'Leary. Mr. O'Leary, how do you evaluate Nottingham Forest's 8 consecutive victories in League One? O'Leary adjusted his sitting posture. Regardless of the level of the competition, consecutive victories can boost morale. Achieving consecutive victories in a lower league proves that Mr. Chen has a certain ability to lead the team. But the League Cup is a different competition. The pace and intensity of the Premier League are not on the same level as what you are used to. He turned to Nott. We will take you seriously. A BBC reporter immediately stood up. Mr. Chen, Leeds United has top stars like Ferdinand Woodgate and Kuhl. To be honest, what do you think your chances of winning are? Chen Imo did not speak directly into the microphone. He turned his head to look at O'Leary beside him. Mr. O'Leary, I happen to have a question. O'Leary raised his eyebrows and gestured for him to continue. How do you plan to arrange the starting lineup for tomorrow? The press conference fell silent. The reporters exchanged glances. Asking the opponent's starting lineup directly at a pre-match press conference was an unheard-of absurdity in the football circle. O'Leary was also stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Mr. Chen, that question is a bit out of line. Chen Imo completely ignored his evasion and continued. I'm just curious. The media outside is guessing that Leeds United will send a reserve lineup against us since they have a tough Premier League match this weekend. Chen Mo's voice amplified through the microphone, echoing in the press room. I hope those speculations are false. I hope Ferdinand Woodgate and all your absolute starters are on the pitch tomorrow. If Leeds United sends a bunch of substitutes and reserve players to play this match. Chen Imo paused. Winning against you would be undeserved, and losing to you would be very embarrassing for us. The audience erupted. Flashbulbs popped wildly. Reporters frantically jotted down notes. This was a huge pit. The relaxed demeanor O'Leary had vanished. He was trapped. If he admitted to rotating players tomorrow, the headline across all of England's sports news would be, Leeds United fears League One team O'Leary avoids battle. But if he fielded all his starters, it would completely disrupt Leeds United's physical preparation plan for the Premier League match this weekend. A League One coach in Leeds United's home ground being directly cornered in front of dozens of reporters. O'Leary's face twitched twice. He couldn't afford to lose face. All of England was watching this youth guard, and he could not yield even an inch in terms of momentum. Mr. Chen, you are overthinking it. O'Leary leaned closer to the microphone, lowering his voice. Leeds United has never had a situation of treating matches lightly. Tomorrow you will see the strongest 11 from Leeds United. I also hope your team can withstand 90 minutes at El. Chen Imo stood up, buttoning his suit jacket, and proactively extended his right hand. As soon as the press conference ended, reporters immediately rushed toward the exit, eager to file their stories. Chen Imo walked through the corridor, preparing to return to the hotel. Pierce leaned against the wall at the corner, hands stuffed in his jacket pockets. He jumped into the pit. He had no choice. Chen Imo unbuttoned his suit jacket and held it in his hand. These Premier League coaches care too much about their reputation. The outside world has elevated him to the status of the next Ferguson, and he bears the burden of idolization. If I provoke him face-to-face, he absolutely cannot swallow this humiliation. Pierce followed Chen Imo forward. Ferdinand and Woodgate will definitely start tomorrow. That's good. The tactics are tailored just for them. Pierce stopped. Was what you said on stage true? Which one? Believing in players. Chen Imo turned back. Old captain, do you think I would joke about the life and death of the club? That evening, the Leeds local evening newspaper printed an extra 1000 copies. The front page featured bold black headlines. The crazy gambler, please send your strongest squad. The Leeds United fan forum crashed immediately. All the posts were cursing that reckless Chinese man. In the prediction posts, the most conservative fans filled in a score of 4-0. No one believed Nottingham Forest could walk out of Elland Road alive. At 11 at night, on the third floor of the Hotel Chun Mo's room was drawn with thick curtains. The tactical board was filled with red and blue lines. It was a trap designed against Leeds United's high-pressing system. The next evening at 7:45, in the player tunnel of Elland Road Stadium, the referee blew the whistle for the entrance. Chun Mo turned around and forcefully pushed open the heavy iron door in front of him. What awaited them was a storm of boos and curses. Either they would find a way out of a desperate situation or face irreversible ruin.